Saratoga live, only 8 minutes late. Blame the gentleman sitting directly to my left. Live look, Saratoga Racecourse, overcast in the capital region. Warm Friday afternoon. Best news, you're just in time for the first of 10 races. The opener in 2 minutes. He's Richard Migliore, Paula Duca, Jonathan Kinchin. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Guys, lots going on this weekend. A chance to discuss sovereignty tomorrow in the Jim Dandy, but we don't have time right now because they're on the track very close to post time for race number 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun weekend. I'm excited. It's going to be a nice race today with the Amsterdam, but you can't win all the races on the day, Paul, if you don't win the first one.
No, that is true. 4-1 is just as good in the first race as it's going to be in the Amsterdam later on, and then tomorrow, obviously, in the Jim Dandy. Big weekend and some good racing.
Lots going on. You'll see it all here on Saratoga Live tomorrow. Fox Saratoga Saturday. First things first, the opener and the start of the early pick 5 maiden special weight New York bred filly in their sprinters. Manhattan Beauty at 9 to 5. Let's meet the field, starting with Miss Impulsive, who did flash speed in her first pair. Katie Davis to ride, and there she is.
Yeah, I thought her debut was really nice, actually, running on the dirt. She tried the turf after that. That didn't really work out, but good thing they're running on the dirt today.
Our preferred gal, she's quick.
Yeah, she is quick. Her last 2 races have been good. You just wonder if they've been aided by a muddy racetrack.
Sunshine Lily back to dirt.
Her second career start was sneaky good. She's an all right price at 7-1.
Accelerated news, just saw Sean Bridgman out in the parking lot, so look out.
Yeah, this is a good connection here. Melanie Giddings has gotten off to a good start to this meet.
Number 5, the favorite, 8 to 5, Manhattan Beauty. CJ Racing debut in Philly, live on the board, and then some.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Bill Mott not great with first-time starters. I think it's intentional. I don't think he tries to be a little bit better with 3-year-old first-time starters.
Lady Angelina on her toes in the post parade. Another fresh face by Hillendale Stallion Violence.
Here's the second one here for Bill Mott. But if you look at that work four-back, pretty quick work out of the gate. So maybe this horse will show a little quickness. But they're favoring his entry mate, the other filly, by Union Rags.
Look at that crowd, the excitement of the weekend to come. Enthusiastic crowd, kids here and families celebrating what is day 12 of the 40-day meet, the traditional meet this summer at Saratoga. As we welcome in Acacia Clammont to the broadcast. Acacia, this first-time starter, handicappers have zeroed in Manhattan Beauty. What are you seeing in the flesh?
Well, she looks like the more ready of the 2 first-time starters for Bill Mott. And looking at the DRF Clocker report, they have been training in company in the mornings, and Manhattan Beauty has been going far easier than Lady Angelina. And that gate workout back on the 27th that Paul was referencing, Manhattan Beauty put in an extra furlong from there, and I thought did it easier throughout. She is one that was purchased as a 2-year-old from the OBS 2-year-old sale in the pedigree. She's by Union Rags, which often says a bit longer, but in the second generation, second dam, graded stakes winner, very proficient, 6 furlongs to a mile. I have no problems with this filly here. Like I said, she's the more fit, more well-prepared of the 2, also more professional of the 2. As far as the horses with experience, I agree that the 1, Miss Impulsive, showed good speed on debut, but I did think that the 4 Accelerated News was intriguing as she tries the dirt for the first time. She is the unknown in here for Melanie Giddings. There is a lot of turf and synthetic in the pedigree, but I thought she moved very well in her solo warm-up. And Lafitte, I'm a big fan of the angle. First person you see when you walk in the track.
Right on cue. First face I saw. There he is, Sean Bridgman, Accelerated News. The 3 of you all on Miss Impulsive.
Yeah, I just really liked her dirt debut, and then they tried turf, and they're back to her preferred surface. She has natural speed and the inside post, so that simplifies things. She's got to go forward.
The first person I saw was some wild patron with like 7 blankets. I don't think he has a horse in today.
7. You're not gonna need the blanket today. A warm one at Saratoga. There's another look at the favorite. Manhattan Beauty ready for her career debut. We turn things over to Frank Mirmati with the call. Post time race 1 live from Saratoga.
Lady Angelina completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off in a stumbling start for Sunshine Lily. Unfortunate beginning for her. A quick one for Lady Angelina. who's joined by Miss Impulsive. Miss Impulsive takes the lead. Our Preferred Pal now takes second, and Lady Angelina third. They're followed by Accelerated News. Manhattan Beauty is on the far outside, 4 lengths off the lead, and Sunshine Lily is at the back of the field. They're covered by 6 lengths behind Miss Impulsive, who takes them past the half-mile pole, leading the way, pressed by Lady Angelina, 22-1 for the opening quarter. Miss Impulsive just steadied a touch as Our Preferred Pal made a move, and an aggressive one, too, in between horses. Miss Impulsive recovers, trying to battle right back. And also in the mix there is Lady Angelina as they come to the quarter pole, along with Accelerated News, who's widest of all, and coming with a sweeping bid at the top of the stretch. Accelerated News in the middle of the racetrack has taken command and pulls away. No dangers in sight, lights out. Accelerated News, and Sean Bridgman going to win by many. Accelerated News by 8, 9. It's all Accelerated News. Our Preferred Pal was second, Lady Angelina and Miss Impulsive.
First person Jonathan saw has 87 blankets. First person I saw is going to the winner's circle. Sean Bridgman teaming up with Melanie Giddings. Accelerated News. Well done, Acacia. 3-1. Richie, let's go right back to the start. There are stumbles, and then there's this. Sunshine Lily right down on her head.
Yeah, keep an eye on the 3-horse. I mean, her head disappears. The ground breaks away. Look at how her knees splay down to the ground. How on earth
She's crawling.
did Kendra Carmouche stay up, and how did she regain her feet? That's as bad a stumble as you're ever going to see.
That's reminds me of geopolitics yesterday.
Yesterday, exactly. This might have even been worse because the way her front legs splayed out. Remarkable she kept her feet. Again, Kendra Carmouche, I don't know how he stayed on.
There's 2 displays of athleticism there that shock me. The horse being able to not fall down and be able to get herself back up, and like you mentioned, Kendrick staying on.
She beat 2 horses, too. I mean,
Wow.
the 4-horse was in another animal, in another area code, and she won off. But the 3 was so courageous. She made kind of a little bit of a middle move. Obviously, she's going to flatten out of that. She beat 2 horses, which is kind of crazy.
And Accelerated News. Bridgman, Mel Giddings. Paul, she didn't just win. I mean, she hammered her opposition.
She really did. This is a horse that, like Acacia said, the unknown. Been over synthetic and turf, first time over dirt. But you got to focus on that drill on June 27th. That was the tell right there, as you see Melanie. She's been winning races here with Sean aboard, Mig, for the last 2-3 years.
Yeah, and Sean now 2 for 4 at the meet, so he's batting at a pretty good percentage. And the workout report on this filly that June 27th, work was spectacular.
4-2-6-1. Miss Impulsive finishing in 4th, and looked like Katie Davis trying to get her straightened out, and the tendency for Miss Impulsive, who was kind of fighting her around the turn.
You know,
going into
down the backstretch, she had such a snug hold of her. I mean, she might have been better off just letting her out a little bit. Sometimes you got to bargain with a horse. You can't just force your will on them. You've got to give and take. And once she got to the turn, she was hanging out and just giving her a hard time.
4-2-6-1 here. Accelerated News in the opener. A little bit later on, the Friday feature, talking about some quick 3-year-old sprinters in the Amsterdam Key Prep for the Alan Jerkins Grade 2. You know the racing is solid when you have a Grade 2 on a Friday. $200,000 purse. Let's start with Macho Music, drawn inside. This was Derby Day in front of a massive crowd in the slot. Macho Music, JK flashing his speed in a 13-1 front-running upset in the Pat Day Mile.
Yeah, it was very impressive. This horse got away from all these other horses. There was a couple of Bob Baffert trainees chasing Madaket Road and gaming to his outside. But Javier and Macho Music were long gone in here at 13-1. And I know it was 13-1 because my wife was screaming at me about it because she hit the trifecta this day. While I lost in the pick 5, she hit the try, so I had to fake like I was happy.
Insult to injury.
Yeah.
Insult to injury.
This horse is really good when he gets loose. I mean, he can be a horse that when he gets listen, when he got pressured in the Woody Stevens, that was in an insane pace. But he's kind of one of those horses, if he gets to the turn by himself, it's good night.
The obvious question then, Richie, how much pressure does he figure to face today in the Amsterdam?
I do think there's other speeds signed on, but I think has the most natural speed. And I think from the rail, that really simplifies things for a rider. I've got the rail and I've got speed. I'm not letting those horses fold over in front of me. I'm going to go forward. And Irad Ortiz Jr., the pilot today, is riding in insane form. He's just doing everything right.
4 wins yesterday in curling, including that memorable Curlin Ortiz on the favorite in the Amsterdam. Then you have Garamond. We'll get to the Juddmonte Homebred. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Race 2, start of the early pick 4. Have that mandatory pick 5, middle pick 5, race 3, Amsterdam, race 9. Coverage moves to YouTube at 4 Eastern. Just over a quarter of the way through the meet. What is it, day 12 of 40? Plenty of time to get involved. Sign up, NYRABets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NYRABets.com. To Acacia in the winner's circle.
I'm very happy to be joined by winning owner Richard Pressman. Richard, you were just telling me you go back a long time with Sean Bridgmohan.
Yes, I did. Over 30 years. He won a stakes for me down in Baltimore. When Howie Tesher was training, he was riding for me with him. He won a bunch of races for me many years ago. And by accident, he wound up as assistant trainer with Melanie.
Just amazing how life comes about full circle. And Melanie taking over with this filly, and Sean put her in the right spot. It seemed like he was riding her every step like she was just the best in the race.
Yes, she was. And he did give her a perfect ride off the speed. And he worked her in the morning, so he knew who she was. And sometimes everything falls right. It did today.
It certainly did. And her first time on the main track as well, and giving you a win at Saratoga has to be pretty special.
Oh, yeah. That is the special, most special. Have a win up in Saratoga, that's what a horseman dreams about.
I love that. Well, enjoy it. Congratulations.
Thank you for your congratulations.
As maybe going back a long time, but all coming full circle in the winner's circle today with you.
Long-time relationship, decades, accelerated news. Sean Bridgmohan and some of the horses he's ridden over the years. For viewers watching, they see him riding occasionally and, yes, winning races at Saratoga. Richie, one time, this is a rider who rode like the second choice in the Kentucky Derby, I think back in 08, Pyro, before Big Brown dropped.
Yeah, and that was for Steve Asmussen before Godolphin wound up buying Pyro. He was a champion, Eclipse Award-winning apprentice, came to New York from Florida with a big reputation, and he had a terrific career.
Guiding accelerated news to the wire. She wins by open lengths. 1 down, 9 left on this Friday at Saratoga. And tomorrow, the star of the sport, the brightest star in the sport, Sovereignty, first start since dominating the Belmont Stakes. Odds on the Jim Dandy tomorrow afternoon on Fox.
You bet with NYRABets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRABets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions. And hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRABets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRABets.
Jim Dandy by the numbers. Dates back to 1964, though 1930 when Jim Dandy defeated a Triple Crown winner in a Travers at $1 billion to 1. Fastest ever, Louis Couture's blazing the 9 furlongs, 147.26. Most wins by an owner. Mike Rapoli, 3-time Jim Dandy winning owner. No surprise, Todd Pletcher, who saddled 8 Jim Dandy winners over the years. So if he's done that kind of damage, you know Johnny V's not far behind. 5-time Jim Dandy winning jockey. That's a record. You see these colors all over this segment. 13 3-year-olds have swept the Jim Dandy and the Travers Championships titles. Epicenter most recent, one of 7 to be crowned 3-year-old champion. Jim Dandy winners crowned horse of the year. Conquistador Cielo, 4 total. And 2 Jim Dandy winners in Racing's Hall of Fame across the street, affirmed, and Arts and Letters, the Jim Dandy by the numbers. And of course, the America's Best Racing's race of the week is the Jim Dandy. This marquee Travers Prep 3-year-olds, mile and an eighth, $500,000 purse. Compact field of 5, very talented field of 5. Number 1, Baeza. 3rd in the Derby, 3rd in the Belmont, Sovereignty, odds on. We did a little barnstorming to visit these 3-year-olds. We start with Baeza, back in from California.
Yeah, look, Baeza is one of those horses that throughout this Triple Crown, the story has been he's a little immature, he's his own worst enemy. And I know, Mig, you're pretty confident that he's starting to grow up a little bit. Even if he grows up, I'm not sure if that's enough to turn the tables on Sovereignty, but at least he's going in the right direction.
Cart talk with his trainer, don't miss it. And there's Sandman, blinkers on for the Jim Dandy.
Yeah, for his 11th career start, he won the Arkansas Derby. He was 3rd in the Preakness. You know, can he be up close and not be pace compromised?
Griffin Johnson on the show tomorrow. Fox, Saratoga Saturday. Then Mo Flex, anticipated pace setter, trying to become the first New York bred to win the Dandy in 33 years.
Yeah, a very talented New York bred by complexity, comes off an emphatic victory in the Ohio Derby, and he is going to be in front. They're all going to have to catch Moplex.
Hill Road, 5th, blasted like everyone else by Sovereignty prior, the Peter Pan winner.
Just close your eyes and imagine that the pace is really fast and the race falls apart and Hill Road comes rolling down the middle of the track.
And like aliens abducted Sovereignty.
Yeah, at the quarter pole, when those lights came down and sucked him right out of there. If this race falls apart, it's going to play into Sovereignty's hands.
Sovereignty, what else can you say? Emphatic Derby win, emphatic Belmont Stakes win, 2-5 in the Jim Dandy.
Listen, he's been very good, and even when he's been not fully cranked up, he still ran a good second in the Florida Derby. He might not be completely cranked up, but my God, he is the horse.
Sovereignty, Richie, and this is the end of the Belmont Stakes. What was different was the beginning of the Belmont Stakes and the tactical speed it displayed passing the stands the first time.
He showed another dimension. He put Junior Alvarado in a great spot. He didn't have to ride him to that position. He took him to that inside position, more of a stalking trip last time than that deeper closing trip, and that makes him doubly dangerous. You know, with his ability, if they do go slow, he can put himself in close enough proximity to still outfinish them.
I like to look at pace figures. It's very similar to a speed figure, but just broke down into sectional times. Sovereignty's first part of his Belmont Stakes was faster than Moplex's first part of his Ohio Derby. Now, it's not apples and oranges, but it's pretty darn close.
Yeah, that's the thing, Paul, because like journalism ran, like Baeza ran, and Sovereignty, like it made it look that easy in the end.
Well, he's just a good horse. I mean, let's just be honest. He won the Kentucky Derby, and I think when he came here 4 days right after Bill Mott had it set, we're going to be good here at Saratoga for the rest of the meet. And listen, he's been thriving up here. But Mig makes a good point. Is he really fully cranked for this? Because maybe obviously the Travers is the main goal, but he might just win this race at 75-80%. I do think Moplex is dangerous because they're all going to have to sort of chase him and fight for who's going to be in that right position, and that can be in Moplex's favor.
Can't wait to see what he does tomorrow, and eventually looking to join that list. Belmont Stakes winner to capture the Jim Dandy. Jim Dandy tomorrow on Fox. Sandman, you know he's going to be bet. What will he do? How will he stack up against Sovereignty this time? And his trainer, Mark Casse, just having reached a milestone 4,000 wins.
with a stretch, obliteration. Obliteration, perfectly named individual, is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
The Saratoga sale, the crown jewel of North American yearling sales. Ranked #1 by percentage of Grade 1 winners. With an honor roll of graduates that includes the past 3 Preakness Stakes winners. National Treasure.
Oh, what a Preakness!
Seize the Gray.
Wade Lucas has done it!
And journalism.
Oh my goodness!
The 104th Saratoga sale. August 4th and 5th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Makoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Makoma, the one to catch. Makoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Makoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Makoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Wow.
1, 2. Finished first and second.
To see it last, run for the hills.
Come on, Knight. Come on, Knight. She's awful wide. Yeah, she's in trouble. 4,000's not coming here.
Come on, English law. Get up there.
Second. We've had so many seconds. Second and third. We're ready now. We're still at 3.
We need this to be 4,000, you know? Okay.
I see the result before.
You saw, okay.
Take a pic. Okay.
And Charlotte's sitting in the box. She said, wish you luck, so.
Perfect right now. That was perfect.
Charlotte's Heart with a half-mile left to travel.
She can't go that far.
Disco's gonna run second.
Second.
Yep.
Another second.
Yeah.
3,000.
I tried to get you forward.
3,000.
4,000.
Everybody's trying. I appreciate it.
Are you nervous? You just want to do this.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
It's Witchcraft. 2 driving to the wire. It's going to be a photo finish. Late run for Bougie Bubbles. Here it is. Photo.
Oh, I think that was it.
I think it is.
I think that was it.
She won. All the people around that give me their support and cheer for me, I appreciate it.
That was so much fun. Our thanks to Mark and Tina for wearing the wire, allowing us to go on the journey en route to a 4,000th career win. Mark Casse hoisting the hardware after a Belmont victory, just the 17th trainer ever to win 4,000 races, and working on his next 1,000th and working on a Jim Dandy on Saturday. Acacia with Sandman, the Arkansas Derby winner. Casse doing some tinkering with equipment, the blinkers on for the Jim Dandy. Why?
Well, he has often struck you as the type of horse that would really benefit from blinkers, Lafitte. I think it's twofold. He is one of those horses that tends to drop very far back in his races, and he's also a typical gray son of Tappet that seems to lack a bit of focus as he has throughout his careers. We're taking a look at a recent workout from him. This is back in June, but he has been working steadily with those blinkers on, and it's a short cup going on for him, but he's a horse that, like I said, has maybe lacked some focus throughout, and this was the game plan, the Jim Dandy. He ran in the Kentucky Derby, making kind of a last-minute choice to run in the Preakness, and then opting as a result to skip the Belmont Stakes, regroup, and point to the Jim Dandy. And it seems like for Mark Casse, as we take a look at a fun video that Griffin Johnson, influencer and co-owner with West Point Thoroughbreds of Sandman, has taken, as we get a little bit of a closer look at that equipment, it seems that Mark Casse has been very persistent with the second half of the year campaign for Sandman, in that it's going to be a little bit of a different type of campaign with the equipment change, giving him a little bit more time between races. He's a horse that did win that Arkansas Derby, coming from off of it with a very fast pace. We'll see what kind of pace he gets with a short field in the Jim Dandy this weekend, but I think also the hope would be, with the addition of those blinkers, is that he's not going to show more speed, but maybe he won't be left with so much to do and will respond to his rider's cues a little bit quicker with that equipment change, Lafitte.
So if everything clicks with the tinkering, with the blinkers for Sandman, Jonathan, how much would he have to improve? If Sovereignty runs an A- game, like something resembling one of his better races, how much would Sandman have to improve in order to compete with the Derby Belmont winner?
It's not, this comment is not really, pointed right at Sandman. I think all of them have to make a significant improvement to beat a horse like Sovereignty. Or even Journalism, to be fair.
Sure.
But the way that Sovereignty ran by Journalism in the Belmont, you got to give Sovereignty, obviously, the leader in the clubhouse. Look, I mean, these are 3-year-olds, and they can always continue to improve. That's what I love about the Travers, is that some of the horses aren't quite ready. They're not mature enough to handle the Derby, the Preakness, and the Belmont. But then they have their time when you get to the Travers, horses like Airgate. So there's a world in which I just don't see it quite yet.
Yeah, I'm with you. Not at this moment. Maybe putting the blinkers on will help this horse. Listen, he got beat by Sovereignty, and he got beat by Sovereignty by many. He got beat by Journalism.
He looked like he had a shot in the Preakness at the top of the stretch for a few jumps.
But he's the one that stayed completely out of trouble and still got past.
Yeah.
So I do think he's a $1.2 million purchase. The blinkers going on. I honestly think that when he figures it out mentally, he's going to be a tremendous horse on the cutback.
Yeah, listen, he came in the Preakness with momentum, while Journalism was extricating himself from tight quarters. And then Journalism was able to accelerate and pass a closer that had momentum. Now, I love to work with the blinkers. He was definitely focused, straight as a string. But I watched him train all winter long at Oaklawn, and he always trained like that even without blinkers.
And look, I know in sports, like the Eagles beat the Cowboys, so the Eagles are playing the Giants now, and that doesn't really work. I think in racing it works just a little bit more.
He does have Jose Ortiz in the saddle. Does Sandman, 3-time Saratoga riding champ. This was a pickup mount on Gardner a couple of days ago. Sandman, Ortiz, the mount on Classic Hugh in the Lake George, and we'll see about Sandman and the Jim Dandy.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tomorrow, Fox Saratoga. Saturday, coverage begins 3 Eastern. Right here, right now, race 2, start of the early pick 4 post-parade. Echo in Eternity and Ricardo Santana aboard.
Yeah, for Bruce Flavien, this horse is dropping down to 25,000, the lowest that she's ever been in for, and does have a win here at Saratoga.
Killy Start, Rod Ortiz, 4 wins yesterday. More on her in a moment. Then Altered Shot. Manny pulls up. Nobody alters Manny's jump shot.
Yeah, right. 8 for 35 mare. You know, if you look back, 6 of her wins are at Churchill.
Spring Magic, Flavien Prat. He'll be out west tomorrow riding Nisos at Del Mar.
Yeah, but he rides a filly here that I think could play out to be the speed of the speed.
Lady Arwen looking to go back-to-back.
This one for Rick Dutro, second off the claim. Dividends, first time with the win, now jumps in class.
Kendrick Carmouche hoping for a better start in this race than Miss Lau, a co-owned and trained by Linda Rice.
Yeah, horse that's been popular at the claim box, comes off a very subpar effort, but her races previous to that would make her a contender here. I think the outside post helps her.
6 of them, $20,000 claimers, sprinting 6.5 furlongs, fillies and mares. And here's the favorite mare, the 7-year-old Killy Start, Rod Ortiz. Aside from his presence, JK, why is she favored?
Yeah, I don't know. This is one where I wasn't crazy about her. It's a wide open spot. I feel like she doesn't break all that well. And when you're dealing with a 6.5 race on the dirt, that's the start is important. But yeah, I mean, I would blame it on Irad. He's riding lights out. It's all Irad's fault. If you like the 2, blame it on him.
Yeah, the one and the 2 in here don't break. If you look, actually, JK, right? They both have gate problems. I mean, the 3 Altered Shot could be in a good spot, but I'm kind of with you to take 2 to 1 on a horse that hasn't left the gate well.
Acacia, Killy Start revving her engines in an aggressive warm-up pre-race.
She is Lafitte. Ira took her right away from the pony, and I have to say she was moving well out there. She framed herself up nicely. She's carrying good weight and flesh. I did think that she lightened up a little bit off the claim with the new connections, but looking like she's doing very well today coming into this race, and like I said, like the warm-up. Now, that being said, I think that Paul's point about the fact that she's had some trouble getting out of the gate is well taken, because this is a horse that's been exposed at this level for a few starts already, was the favorite 2 starts back and not able to get the job done. Last time she was pretty far off the pace, and she never really picked up her feet after that, and did think that she seemed to be in some logical spots throughout with previous connections, and she has not been able to get the job done too. So while I think that she's certainly a very logical horse at a short price, I do think that she has some real questions to answer. Now, the number 1, Echo in Eternity, they think the biggest reason to like her is the drop in class. And on top of that, she is owned in part by Flying P Stables, who we saw last year just have such a tremendous summer with horses being aggressively dropped, spotted in very strong places to try and get wins up here. So if you ever look at one of the horses in those hot pink silks, they're easy to spot, and you see what could be taken as a really significant drop in class, I don't think that it's anything to read too much into, because we saw it with a lot of success and a lot of horses moving in and out of the barns up here last summer. Now you can see this filly, or mare I should say, a little bit warm on her neck. That's typical of her. She was kept away from the rest of the field back in the paddock. She typically does get very nervous prior to her races. She's settled down nicely out on the track. I think now as a 6-year-old, she kind of knows when she's out there and it's almost race time, and okay, I don't have much to be worried about. But she looked like she was doing very well for Bruce Flavien. Great coat on her today as well. I agree with Richie, though. The 4 Spring Magic is the speed of the speed, as she is quick, and she pressed the pace setter last time, and just all the closers came running. She was a horse I saw 2 back in May, and just really did not think that she was looking good in her coat. She wasn't looking great in her weight. She has been thriving based up here in Saratoga. So much stronger, so much more well turned out, just in the color, rich hydrated coat on her as well, moving well out there, looking like she's doing well coming into this race. I think the right spot for her running style as well, Lafitte.
Positive marks for Richie and Jonathan's top selection, Spring Magic, with his big crowd looking on, eagerly anticipating the second race start of the early pick 4.
Yeah, so horse, I like where the horse is drawn, right there in the middle. You get Flavien, who knows him to be aggressive with a horse that has some speed. I think her being forward is going to go a long way as well. And look, she's got a chance to improve. She's got some good races for Rudy. She kind of checks all the boxes. While a lot of the other ones, while they can certainly win, they make me just a tad bit more uncomfortable with some questions.
I lied. Richie going with Miss Lau, and so is Paulie. Getting a price 5-1.
Well, I think JK's right, and and Acacia's right. Where the 4 is, the speed. So I'm hoping that that outside flow goes right, because it looks like the 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all going to go, and I don't think they can outquick the 4. So I think the 6 sits in a good spot. And Linda's pretty good off these claims. I know it's from Brad Cox's barn, but he only had this horse for a couple starts.
2 horses that I liked and I was vacillating back and forth about were the 4, Spring Magic, and the 6,
Oh,
Miss
good.
Lau.
I feel better.
And then Paul pointed something out to me about Miss Lau that kind of swayed me in that direction. She seems to run her best races when she's drawn outside, Paul.
Outside, yeah.
Who is the quickest of the quick? Who's in
4.
front? The 4
I
is?
think the 4, yeah. You think so, JK? Too?
I would say, yeah, I mean, the 3 right inside of the 4 could get the lead if they wanted to. I mean, Echo and Eternity if Ricardo's on a sin mission. Like Richie mentioned earlier, though, I think one thing if you want to identify paces of races, you have to see where horses are drawn. Because sometimes some tweener types like Echo and Eternity, drawn on the inside, to Richie's point earlier, what are you going to do? Take back, eat a bunch of dirt, and then try to swing around? You're going to try to hold that position. That just an inside drawn horse holding their position can be enough to encourage others to have to go faster, the pace to be quicker. It matters where the horses are drawn, sometimes more than how fast, quote, fast they are early.
Where they're drawn and jockey's intentions. And one thing we know about Ricardo Santana, he is consistently aggressive.
He's riding well.
He's riding extremely well. But you've got to handicap riders and styles as well as the horses a little bit. So,
moving into line, Killy Start, Ortiz, first mount of the afternoon, leading rider here. Saratoga has captured the last 4. Angel Cordero riding titles, the 4 wins yesterday. Let's see if he can get a first on this Friday program. Killy Start, the favorite, 8-5. Frank Miramati with the call. Race 2 live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
Lady Arwen has taken up her spot. Miss Lau to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Miss Lau, Spring Magic, Altered Shot, all vying for the early lead. Echo in Eternity moves through to take 3rd. Miss Lau, who broke well, suddenly 4th. Then comes Killy Start, and Lady Arwen is at the back. So it's Altered Shot, just a tiny bit quicker than Spring Magic. Those 2 through an opening quarter together. 2 lengths clear of Echo in Eternity. 22 seconds flat was the fraction. Killy Start is next, followed by Miss Lau. And it's another 2.5 to Lady Arwen, who trails. Around the far turn, they keep going at it. Spring Magic on the outside. Altered Shot at the rail. Echo in Eternity 3rd. Killy Start revving up in the yellow colors. There goes Killy Start with a 4-wide bid through a half in 44 and 4. They're at the top of the stretch, and it's Spring Magic just in front. Altered Shot at the rail. Killy Start widest of all. Echo in Eternity just inside of her, and even Miss Lau trying to get a piece of it inside the 8th pole. And it's Killy Start and Echo in Eternity. Altered Shot keeps battling bravely. Echo in Eternity and Killy Start come for the wire together. Irad Ortiz Jr. and Killy Start on the outside will prevail. Echo in Eternity was 2nd. Altered Shot 3rd. Spring Magic finished 4th.
A strikes early does the leading Saratoga pilot, Irad Ortiz. Killy Start grinding away, wearing down Echo in Eternity in the 2nd at Saratoga.
from a former rider's perspective, this race was a lot of fun to watch. About the 3.5, Irad started to move with the eventual winner, Killy Start, and it flushed Ricardo Santana with Echo and Eternity out of the pocket, so for him to hold his position, and there was a lot of race riding going on. And then you've got two of the strongest finishers we have in North America dueling it out to the wire, and of course, Irad comes out on top because Irad is just riding in a different zone.
That's what you sign up for when you show up here on a day. You want to see these horses and these riders battle to the wire. And I got to tell you, I just felt myself leaning out of my chair, wondering what was going to happen here. I mean, they were neck and neck almost the entire length of the stretch. Spring Magic ran well enough. Ultra Shot. I mean, it's a great horse race. And sometimes, you know, you look at some of these claiming type races, and
Just a $20,000 claimer.
but it's just as exciting. And like you guys said earlier, they still pay 8 to 5, whether it's this or a stake.
I mean, the one Echo and Eternity just got a perfect ride and a perfect trip. The two just out-finished her late, and you got to give Irad credit. He's just on one of those rolls. You got two of the hottest riders right now. Ricardo's riding well, and Echo and Eternity just ran her race. Killy Start just got to her late, and Steve Schauer, a guy that's gone on his own, gets his first win up here at Saratoga.
Owner, trainer, Killy Start, the start, and not perfect, Richie, for Echo and Eternity. Number one, what happens?
Yeah, she kind of bobbled at the start. It wasn't dramatic, but it was a little bit, might have cost her a touch of position. Big white blinkers on the rail. See, that ground's breaking away. We've seen a lot of this right now, and I just wonder if maybe the track's not a little bit on the loose side, because it seems like the ground's breaking away from horses.
These fillies and mares here. Look, she lost by how much? A head?
Oh, yeah.
That's
sure.
with a clean start?
Yeah.
That
she
should
would
be
have
the
been
difference between winning and losing.
A little more,
yeah.
You know, position cleaner. She got good position, but she had to work a little harder to get to it.
Big effort after that poor start, Echo and Eternity, but in the end, just too much Killy Start. It is official, 2-1-3-4. Rod Ortiz doing what he does, winning races in bunches at Saratoga. Results, reaction when we come back. Plus, trainer Amelia Green, another extension, another part of that Wayne Lucas coaching tree, former assistant to Todd Pletcher, on her own now, trainer on the ascent. That's next.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions. And hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
Fox, Saratoga Saturday. Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty in the Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun.
It's a rematch of the Kentucky Derby, and here comes Sovereignty. Goes right by journalism once again. Sovereignty and Junior Alvarado in the Belmont Stakes.
The Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun. Winning coverage on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Join us at 3 Eastern on Fox.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well, as Killy Start gets the win in a thrilling photo finish here in race 2. And I'm very happy to be joined by winning trainer and owner Steve Schauer coming here. And Steve, for those of us that are in New York year round, we're well familiar with you. But for those not familiar, can you give a little bit of a rundown of how you ended up becoming a trainer? Because you've experienced many other parts of the industry.
I started out just coming in every morning, and then I wanted to do it, think about doing it, so why not learn doing it? And then my wife said, you've been here for doing this for 5 years. Why don't you eventually go on your own? So I did, and now this is the challenge, and it's working out so far. I can't complain.
You've done exceptionally well. Your first Saratoga win as a trainer. How does it feel?
It feels awesome. It feels incredible. So you can't be, this is the major leagues. If you win here, you can win anywhere.
For a horse that you claimed as well, and we've seen you have success claiming horses, what are some of the things that you're looking for when picking out horses to add to your stable?
You know, trouble trips, definitely class has to be involved, and you want to try and pick, honestly, sound horses that can compete. And it's very difficult in the claiming game because you never know what the intent is. You know, if they're trying to drop to win, trying to drop because maybe there's a potential problem, who knows? But, you know, it's an art. Nobody looks at the horses the same way. So, and that's pretty much what happened with this filly. I mean, she hasn't won in over a year, but it's not like she didn't try. She had a lot of trouble trips. I mean, she's not the best breaker, so she causes them. But she's nice. She's, you know, I knew I could win with her, and here it is.
Pretty special to do it at Saratoga as well. First Saratoga win as a trainer. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Special victory here, Lafitte.
So the winner's circle at Saratoga, Killy Start. Richie, in terms of trainers, savvy trainers, and those that claiming just the right horse, as far as the most locked-in trainer you rode for when it came to claiming the right horse, what's the first name that comes to mind?
Well, there were so many that were great at it, obviously starting with Pancho Martin and Bob DeBonis, and you know, I rode a lot for Gaston O'Shea, but one guy that to me stands out is Pete Ferriola. He was able to claim horses that had back class and get them back to those, you know, former races. And he'd claim horses that had pedigrees that he felt maybe there was some untapped potential there. And then he would go on and win stakes races eventually or get to that point. He was a cut above to me.
Like a science into itself, finding that diamond in the rough, that lava man that you can claim for a small amount that goes on to much bigger and better.
Doug was probably one of the best. If I had to go out the West Coast, the late, great Mike Mitchell, who his assistant was Phil D'Amato, who listened to his boss. Mike was one of the best. He claimed so many horses at about 40, 50,000. He was the Mike Maker before Mike Maker, but he would take horses from turf horses from 50,000 and make them grade 2, grade 1 winners. He was phenomenal.
It happens sometimes. I remember a horse like a Choctaw Nation, right, who was dropped into a maiden claimer. He was claimed for $40,000. It was Bruce Headley, the late great Bruce Headley, who trained him at the time, and you could kind of tell the atmosphere in the winner's circle that they won a race, but the disappointment, they had just lost a horse who they thought had some upside, like eventual 2-time Dubai World Cup runner-up Choctaw Nation.
Yeah, I mean, look, the claiming game is you got to put them where they can run. Sometimes you want to lose them, and sometimes you don't. Fingers crossed they don't get claimed. Those are the situations where, you know, it can sting a little bit. But that's what makes these races so much fun to handicap, is trying to understand the intent, what they actually want to happen.
It's Jeff Mullins who claimed Choctaw Nation. Race 2 in the books. We'll move forward. Race number 3 coming up. You have that pick 5, the mandatory payout. There's the field. This maiden claimer, mile inner turf course, $100,000 maiden claimer, fillies and mares, Ashes and Diamonds. JK, the current favorite at 2-1.
Speaking of diamonds, I got a phone call from Alex Bregman, the owner of the 6th Athalia.
Humble brag.
And he did his Babe Ruth impression and called his shot. He said wire to wire.
Wow.
So we'll see if he was right. No pressure
None
in the clubhouse.
Whatsoever. None whatsoever with 23 minutes to post. Number 2, though, is Amelia, who is trained by Amelia Green, to learn a craft. Now, it is good to seek the best teacher. For Amelia Green, her path to training was paved with excellent mentors, which she feels set her up for success.
My first memory of a horse, I mean, it's pretty much before my memories began. I've been very lucky to grow up around horses my entire life. But I'd say when I was like 13, 14 was when this was all I wanted to do. I started out with the show horses, show jumping, and I was lucky enough to jump for England when I was a child. My grandfather was a national hunt trainer in England, so I would say that was the inspiration to trying to get into racing. I think he was the one that was like, why don't you try going to the racing school? When I first came into the industry, I was set on being a jockey. I loved the adrenaline of the going fast and, you know, riding tight in a race, and that was the route I wanted to go. I was incredibly lucky to get a job at Henry Cecil's straight off the racing school. I don't think at the time I realized how good of a position that was. He actually sent me out to America one winter to California, and then he sadly passed away that June. I had a trainer in California, George Papapadromo, that offered to sponsor me for my visa and move out to America. I haven't left working-wise since. Go with Gian if you need to. He should be fine, he's ran already, so regular gallop. You know, I couldn't cut the weight riding races. I'm also a realist, and I knew that I was a pretty average jockey. And then I kind of just plateaued a little bit, and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. I spoke to Michael McCarthy, and he said, would you want to go work for Todd Pletcher? And I was like, yeah, I'd love to go work for Todd Pletcher. And so I called him. I think the only thing he said was, when do you want to start?
What was great about Amelia is when she first arrived, she didn't want to just ride. You know, she wanted to be involved in the barn and work the hours that the foreman and the assistants work, you know, to learn all the other stuff that goes into preparing a horse to race.
You just learn something from him every day. As everyone knows, he's not the most vocal person, but if you pay attention to what he's doing and how he's doing things, it's just a great barn to be in and learn in. I think I first told Todd about, you know, the desire to train on my own, like 3 years before I actually did it.
My biggest challenge was trying to hold on to her for a couple of years, and you know, I was able to convince her to stay. I think I talked her into another year, and part of the agreement for that year was we would sort of prepare her for some of the things that you need to know when you're training.
He was very supportive from day one. I think he learned that from, you know, the Lucas tree, that when someone says they want to do something, he's going to help them get there if he can.
You know, the one thing I'm very proud of is not only the success that they've had, but the way that they conduct themselves, the way they represent themselves, and the way they represent the industry.
You can take her away from the pony, she's good. But when I left Todd's right after Breeders' Cup, I actually didn't have a single horse in my barn. So straight from the Breeders' Cup, we went to the November sale, and I was lucky enough I had 2 owners. We bought a filly called On Command and another filly called Wimberley. And that first week, I mean, I did it all myself. I groomed them, I hot walked them, I rode them. That was it, we were up and running.
We give it to On Command, Katie Davis. They win the license fee.
She's always gonna obviously hold a special place in my heart. The first couple of days I was here, I was driving in the gate and just looking over to the Saratoga track and thinking how cool it was to have a barn here of 35 horses in my first year of training. It kind of took me aback for a second, realizing how lucky I am. You're doing what you always wanted to do with your life, working with horses every day. It's pretty cool.
Really stands out. Live look, Amelia Green. Trains Amelia. The high regard she's held in by Todd Pletcher. Richie, how does an assistant trainer know when it's the right time to, like, pull the trigger and go out on your own?
Well, these trainers are hiring young, ambitious people, and they have goals, and they're going to move on at some point. And I think that when they've been there a certain amount of time, they feel like, well, I've kind of run my course. I've learned pretty much all I can learn here, and now the next step is to start doing it on my own and experience the mistakes and learn some more. And then, of course, she always has an incredible resource in Todd Pletcher to go back to. And Todd, obviously, look at the training tree that he started coming through that Lucas University. And he's genuinely happy and proud of his assistants that go on to success, and she's a total pro.
He was saying he was trying to hold on to her as long as he possibly could, Todd Pletcher. It's like generations and generations of horsemen, Wayne Lucas's legacy, and she's part of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the coaching tree in sports reminds me so much of in racing. I think, you know, there's this idea that these, you know, football coaches have these great coordinators, right? You know, think about a Bill Parcells having Bill Belichick, and this idea that you want to keep them. You can't leave, you got to stay with me. But I think the good coaches, the great leaders, understand that they want people who want to go on and do it on their own. I think Todd's the same way. He's going to hire people that he can groom, get the best out of them at the highest level to help his operation, and then when they're ready to go on, he's going to give them the support to go and do that. Having people that want to be career assistants, while there's a place for it,
sure,
it's not fitting into what Todd's operation is.
And for Amelia, pictured, trained by Amelia Green, can she pull off an upset here at 11-1? With Amelia Green looking on in the paddock. But she'll have to beat, Amelia will, Thalia, owned by Alex Bregman. 10 years in the majors, 3-time All-Star, 2-time World Series champ, and expecting a big, big performance from Thalia in the upcoming third at Saratoga.
16-2, a big black colt.
He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Great to have you with us. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Live look in the paddock. Alex Bregman's Athalia. 5-2. For our viewers just joining in, you spoke with Alex and he told you what was it again? Just to turn up the pressure a little more?
Yeah, look, he called. He's excited. I picked the horse on the handicapping show, Talking Horses, so I think Alex wanted to say good pick and say that he's predicting a wire-to-wire here. So I said, okay, I see Babe Ruth calling your shot.
He can turn on a fastball, Paulie.
Yeah, he's a good hitter. And it's good to see him back in the lineup. He had a little bit of an injury, but he's a phenomenal player. And it's crazy. They're playing the Dodgers tonight. I'm getting old, man.
Take it easy on us, Alex.
Alex Cora was my shortstop through the minor leagues, one of my best friends. And then, obviously, Dave Roberts was my leadoff hitter, the manager for the Dodgers. I would like to say I carried those guys on my back.
Bregman is an All-Star Game MVP, the Gold Gloves, the Silver Slugger, and now prominent thoroughbred owner, including the owner of a horse opening weekend, Richie, who ran a hole in the wind. Governor Sam in the quick call, not the quick kick, but the quick call.
He was very impressive because it was a departure from his normal style that day, Governor Sam. He sat back and he came with that run and he showed that he can have the same kind of speed just using it at the end of the race as opposed to the middle of the race or the beginning of the race.
Yeah, I'll say this about Governor Sam. He's got a ton of speed.
Man.
In turf sprints, it's a weapon. His race back when he was a 2-year-old at Keeneland, those fractions were insane.
He can
very fast
motor, absolutely motor. Acacia, so Bregman, he really loves Athalia today, right? Well, what say you as you see her in the paddock?
I She's a major player in here. I do think it's interesting that DE thinks it could be wire to wire with the presence of Bourbon Milk Punch, and we'll get to her in a moment. But as Jonathan mentioned, not just with Governor Sam, but I think with a lot of George Weaver's horses, they're trained to show speed, and they use that as a very effective weapon in the afternoons. And I think you win a lot of races that way, and he's certainly done exactly that. But looking at her here, my first time seeing hers, it's her first time on the NYRA circuit. Last time out, she was stuck with an outside post in 11 of 12 and went forward, but kind of stuck in that 3-wide pressing position, and I think never really got any sort of comfortable type of trip. She does have natural speed. The winker's coming off, though, as well, but she's pretty sharp once they put the tack on. 2 handlers on her head, not doing anything naughty, just really perked up a bit, which I appreciate. Very fit off the bit of the freshening since May as well. So we'll see what she can do. I think a major player in this spot. Now, speaking of the other speed in here, Bourbon Milk Punch, I wanted to mention her because last time out, they went to the front end and she got very keen on the lead. She's a horse that I've kind of been chasing a bit because I did think that stretching out in distance would benefit her, but her best races, I should say, both going short and long, were when she was able to get to the front end. She held on for 3rd last time, and it was for 50,000, so she is stepping up, which technically this is a maiden claiming race, but I think you can run in this race with a pretty confident feeling that your horse might not get claimed. So stepping up off the claim for Horacio de Paz. She's very fit. I always wish that she carried more muscle mass. That still holds true with the new connections, but I think the way that she ran last time, and if they're going to try to send again, makes her something worth talking about. First-time starter couple in here. The one Sharon Horizons debuts for Chad Brown as a homebred for Peter Brandt's White Birch Farm. The dam multiple graded stakes winner, multiple grade 1 place, very good, particularly on the turf at a mile. And this one looks like a turf miler. I think a perfect place to start. She is a big, solid filly. I think maybe could benefit bringing it all together, tucking up a little bit, bringing that top line up a little bit. But altogether, she's handled herself incredibly professionally here for a first-time starter. Of course, no surprise with the barn, and looks very well spotted, Lafitte.
Human element intact. Flavien Prat, Chad Brown. JK, but what do you make of her debuting in this race, this $100,000 maiden claimer?
Yeah, I mean, like Acacia said, I mean, the pedigree is significant, right? I mean, with Roca Rojo and the Wooten Bassett on top, like, for me, and if you also think about it, you know, White Birch Farm obviously is Peter Brandt's farm, so I would imagine that Peter still owns the dam, and so this one winning, this one doing well, matters to him. So maybe the thought is, like, let's just get a win. But also, she's got a pretty good pedigree that it feels a little bit suspicious that they're dangling. It's 100,000, but still, it doesn't give me the warmest feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money to claim a horse, particularly a first-time starter for 100,000, but she has some residual value just off of her pedigree. So even if she can't run, she might be worth some of that 100,000 as a broodmare eventually, just with her pedigree.
She's interesting. I mean, so interesting. And Flavien gets aboard. You guys make good points, but just a lot of people don't claim horses for 100,000 around here.
We'll see what happens. Claimed or otherwise, Sharon Horizons all set for her debut. Second choice, the favorite though, Athalia, Alex Bregman's Athalia, 2-1. There's the 7, a babysitter. Richie, another fresh face. Christopher Elliott racking up his second win of the meet yesterday afternoon at 18-1.
Yeah, nice to see Christopher Elliott. That was his actual first official win as a journeyman rider, lost his apprentice allowance. Babysitter's a half to Be My Sunshine, who won on debut and is also a stakes winner on turf. Peter Pugh had a runner, the day before yesterday on the turf, second-time starter that broke slow and ran off to the lead, 21 and change, and was very game to be third after the trip he had. So Peter Pugh's a very capable horseman.
Called to post. Race 3, mandatory. Pick 5 starts here. $100,000 maiden claimers, and just discussing this first-time starter, there she is, Sharon Horizons and Flavien Prat.
A first-time starter from the always dangerous Chad Brown barn. I think it is a touch unusual that she's in for a claiming tag, but a high claiming tag it is.
Trained by Amelia Green, Amelia, and Luis Saez.
Yeah, this is one that could be a thorn in the side for Alex Bregman's called shot here. We'll see.
Number 3, not staying in line with the rest. Bedford the Brave, turf debut, first route. Correction, that's Ashes and Diamonds. Behind her, 10-1, Bedford the Brave.
Yeah, it's going to have to improve dramatically from her first start, but Debutant's horses get better with racing and a surface switch here.
Bourbon Milk Punch here, claimed from Tom Proctor by Horacio de Paz.
Oh, I think this horse is a major player here. Has some speed, but I think will find herself in a stalking position.
Athalia, the favorite, 2-1, Eric Cancel.
Yeah, I thought that race at Keeneland a few back was pretty darn good. George Weaver doesn't typically take prisoners when he's got a horse with some tactical speed.
Babysitter, the Cherry Knoll Farm first-time starter.
Peter Pugh's trained for Cherry Knoll for a very long time. They've had great success. And like I said, a name that a lot of people aren't as familiar with, but a very capable horse trainer.
That's the field. $100,000 maiden claimers, mile, inner turf course fillies and mares. Mandatory pick 5 starts here. Another look at Ashes and Diamonds. And for trainer Joe Sharp, Paul closing in on a milestone. 1,000 wins, 998 and counting. And look at this, over the last few years, the earnings as well trending in the right direction.
He's just having a phenomenal 2025. He won the Fairgrounds meet, he won the Churchill Downs meet, and he's coming here and started off at 46%, and they're just winning off the screen. Now, this horse had blinkers last time out. It was a one-time experience. Blinkers go on, and you look at the one race on the turf, her career debut, she had so much trouble, but look who beat her that day. Opulent, Restraint, Good Long Cry. That was a pretty good field. I know she was 29-1, but I think she'll make a good account of herself. But is she over betting here, JK?
I don't know if she's over bet. I think she's giving people an alternative here. And I don't have a problem with her running poorly first time out. She was 30-1 first time out. So I think it's more about the debut than it was about the grass. Now she's getting another opportunity to run on the grass.
And Richie, at this point, you dismiss anything from the Sharp stable right now at your own risk.
Oh, absolutely. The barn's going good. The horses look good. They're running to their looks. You know, I have questions about her only start on the turf, but it was her first time out. And, you know, can you say it was inexperience or that she just didn't relish the turf? I like the fact that she worked on the turf over at the Oklahoma side because I think it gives trainers a little bit of a barometer of what they may do in the afternoons.
Who did you wind up with here, Richie?
I like the 5, Bourbon Milk Punch. I think this horse is good enough races, and I think she's versatile enough that if the pace is strong, let's say Amelia and Athalia kind of hook up, I think she could be laying in the perfect spot third just off them.
5-1, Bourbon Milk Punch. Still looking at Ashes and Diamonds. Keisha, what are you seeing pre-race?
Well, I only have notes from her debut to go back on, in which I had written down that she looks like a turf horse. So she gets to go back to the turf today, which I like. She has that proverbial turf hoof to her. She didn't grow a ton. I was hoping to see her kind of lengthen and develop coming back. Now, my first time seeing her as a 3-year-old, but she's incredibly fit. And she's had a pretty contained, though, solo warm-up. A lot of jogging from Jose Ortiz there. And even in the way that she's been jogging, she has that suspension in her stride that really often lends itself to a turf horse in the way that they move and the way that they cover the ground. Look at how she's kind of floating there at the trot, which I like. Looking at the Clocker report, working on the turf, never really asked, but working without the blinkers on. So I think that was a plus as well. Yes, she did have trouble in her first start, particularly at the beginning of the race, and she's shown on the dirt that she can break better recently. The number 7, Babysitter, big price, as Richie was talking about. This one actually has a massive turf pedigree and just come out for a barn that probably a lot of people haven't heard of, and thus the big price, but certainly can have a horse ready. I do think that she is a filly that probably would benefit from a race, maybe mentally even more so. She had to link up with the pony leaving the paddock, and then she has settled a bit more out on the track, but she is a big filly. She has that McKinsey influence, I think, which is always a positive. For distance, plenty of turf pedigree on the bottom side, even though you don't see a ton of McKinsey's being effective on the grass, but she looks well spotted. She looks like she probably will appreciate even more distance down the line, but a horse that's a big price, that's maybe one to watch moving forward, Lafitte.
Acacia sired did McKinsey. 3 winners yesterday at Saratoga. Here with Babysitter, the first-time starters representing the bookends. Babysitter in that filly and Sharon Horizons. Jockey Flavien Prat, he'll be out west tomorrow. Del Mar riding Nisos in the San Diego Handicap. Sharon Horizons trained by Chad Brown. He won't be at Del Mar tomorrow afternoon. Jonathan, you just had a quick exchange with Flavien Prat's agent, Brad Pegram. What'd he tell you?
Yeah, it was pretty simple. It was a lot of times. That's why playing the musical jockeys game is a tricky one. You just don't know what's happening behind the scenes. And Brad expressed that they had committed to Bob Baffert to ride Nisos prior to John Shirreffs deciding that Baeza was definitely coming. You can't ride them both. You certainly can't be in two places at once. I guess if Del Mar is a little bit closer, you'd have a better shot. So I think it was all about just the commitment, and that happens from time to time, especially here. You'll see Flavien or Irad, quote, get off a horse. And they didn't necessarily get off the horse. They didn't know the horse was running. Their agents committed to another one, and they were going to hold that commitment. So it looks like there was a switch or that they chose the other one. It's not always the case. You got to be careful.
Yeah. Paul, it would have been real easy to read that as an indictment of Baeza. Like, oh, if Flavien isn't even going to bother to ride him in the Jim Dandy against Sovereignty, right? He's going to go ride another horse out west. Not the case.
This is not the case, and that's good information there from Brad and JK to just let you guys know. And you know, you get Hector Berrios, who's been on the horse before. So John's probably comfortable with, like, you know, your regular rider, right, Richie? The horse has probably been working that horse in the morning in Hector and is a pretty good rider.
He's a very good rider. You know, the question always is, you're coming into a different jurisdiction. You're not as familiar with the racetrack or the other jockeys, but he's a very talented rider.
Were you surprised that with this star-studded all-star jockey colony here at Saratoga that a local rider, one of these standout riders here, wasn't chosen to ride Baeza?
You know, I might have been if it was anybody else but John Shirreffs, and John Shirreffs is a guy that A, is loyal, B, has a relationship with a rider, and he likes for a rider to be familiar with the horse. Someone else would have been sitting on Baeza for the first time ever, not even in a workout before, so that plays into it.
Richie, I'd imagine in your career you probably rode a horse out east that went out west, and the same argument was made, right? Is there, you got a bunch of Hall of Famers in the room. Why are you bringing this Migliore guy out here to ride? I'm sure that happened to you often.
Oh, exactly. And also, you know, the point of expenses. You've got to pay for that rider's flight, his hotel, all his travel. And when you've got guys that are Hall of Famers or future Hall of Famers sitting here.
If you're riding here, would that bother you when, like, a big gun, a star rider, would be brought into town to ride a live pickup mount in a big race? Much like when there was a time it seemed like every Saturday Jerry Bailey was out west riding for Bobby Frankel, all those Ed Gann horses, LaBamta Babe and you and Medaglia d'Oro, and you got a room full of Hall of Famers there, and there's somebody from another part of the country riding the biggest horses out west.
Stirring that pot. Hold on a second.
Bother me? Nah. No. Yeah, stay home. Stay in your lane. We don't need you here.
I was just looking at Richie's face while you were asking that. I knew it was coming.
Berrios on Baeza tomorrow. Prat out west on Nisos, who's a really, really nice horse.
Absolutely.
For Bob Baffert.
Well, here's the other thing. What's Nisos going to be in that race tomorrow, JK?
It'll be odds on, but the other thing about Nisos you got to watch is I would imagine he might influence the journalism decision.
Yeah.
If Nisos goes out there and runs 113 Bayer and runs off the screen,
that's a good point.
The sticking around for the Pacific Classic becomes a little bit less attractive.
That's a good point. Older horses. Let's see what Nisos does in the San Diego tomorrow. What Baeza does here in the Jim Dandy with Hector Berrios. All eyes on Sovereignty. Fox Saratoga Saturday, Jim Dandy. Right here, right now, though, this Pick 5 mandatory payout. It is post time for the third from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2. Here's Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Lafitte. I was actually asked last night what the thank you Lafittes are all about. So for those of you not aware, that is hello to our host on Fox Sports. One more left to load, and that's Babysitter. Working together is what we're doing. Babysitter to the outside. Backs away. 23-1. She's in. They're in the gate. And they're off. It was a clean start. And it's Amelia and Bourbon Milk Punch, the first two out of the gate. Athalia joins the party and is up to take the lead. Babysitter is fourth. And then it's Bedford and Brave, Sharon Horizon second to last, and Ashes and Diamonds at the back of the field. So they're covered by 6 lengths, and it is Athalia who is just off the hedge and now getting closer to it, taking the lead over Bourbon Milk Punch, who's in the second spot. The opening quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds. It's a gap of 3, and Amelia is sitting by herself in third. Outside of her comes Babysitter, and then it's Sharon Horizons in 5th, racing just in front of Bedford the Brave and Ashes and Diamonds at the back. 9 lengths front to back, half-mile left to run. It's Athalia just in front. 48 2 for the half. Bourbon Milk Punch keeping her honest in second. Amelia still third. Babysitter fourth. Sharon Horizons racing on the inside of Bedford the Brave. Ashes and Diamonds is 8 lengths off Athalia, who continues to be hounded around the far turn. It's Athalia maintaining a narrow edge. Bourbon Milk Punch won't go away in second as they reach the top of the lane. In behind them, Amelia is third. 1 final furlong for Athalia. Eric Consell asking her to finish the job. She leads it by 2, still running very well on the front end. And Athalia is clear by 3. Bourbon Milk Punch gave it her all, but she is just not quite getting to Athalia, who scores by 2.5. Bourbon Milk Punch second. Sharon Horizons third. It's a close photo for 4th.
I got to tell you, Alex, you do know that, I said, Alex, you do know that Eric is 1 for 49 for George Weaver, and he said he's going to be 2 for 50 after this race.
With George Weaver en route to the winner's circle, Athalia goes deep. Alex Bregman calls his shot, wire to wire, Athalia.
And Eric did a really good job. He was able to get the drop on Amelia, who looked like she had intent on the lead, but it kind of bobbled, so Louis kind of rated her a little bit, and he rated her well on the front end. He didn't take too much hold of her. He let her get comfortable, and it was 1-2 around the racetrack, and I guess he stepped up to the plate, pointed to center field, and then knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, congratulations to all the boys in the clubhouse from the Red Sox. I know you're watching this right now.
They're playing dirty water at
Yeah,
Fenway.
yeah, they are, and hopefully you guys all bet this horse. I don't know where you can bet it over there. Maybe you went to Suffolk Downs and see if you got maybe get a little wager down. But congratulations. And again tonight, give the Dodgers some hell. But this was a good ride.
I was on board with everything till that, man.
Mig, you talked about it earlier about loyalty. I want to say something. The fact that this Eric Cancel was 1 for 49 for George Weaver, and he stuck with Eric because Eric sticks with him in the morning. He's there supporting him, riding his horses, and George doesn't care. He's gonna support the guys that support him. He gave Eric a chance. Now Eric is now 2 for 50 for George Weaver, and he won for Alex Bregman in a nice race here at Saratoga.
Well, that loyalty repaid, and you're right. Eric works hard for him. He's there anytime he needs him to work horses out. And for people that don't know, jockeys go out in the morning and they work horses out. Not necessarily that they're going to ride that particular horse, but I liken it to an actor going out and auditioning for parts. You may audition for 100 parts. You just need that one to make it big.
Leading man here, Eric Cancel. Trainer George Weaver, the first 12 days here at Saratoga. Richie, as he was saying the other, he's like, this is the best start I've ever had at Saratoga.
Yeah, and this is George's home base after he leaves Florida. He's at Palm Beach Downs Training Center with Todd Pletcher. And then they ship right in here as soon as Saratoga opens. So this is his home court.
And he's done a good job. His horses have been ready to run here, and this filly was ready. And I'm happy for Eric. He rode a good race earlier in the card, a nice little second. And, you know, he works hard. He deserves these type of wins. And this will get him on another Weaver horse sooner.
First win of the meet, Eric Cancel, Athalia, 6-5-1-4. When we come back, week 3 card talk. This one is different. Trainer John Shirreffs with JK, a very real conversation along the Saratoga backstretch and down memory lane.
Gunite to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth, then the Joseph Prat, Elite Power to the front. At the 60-pole, Gunite is second, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. that beauty, and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Volatile continues to rise to the top of the crop. Last year, he was the #2 freshman sire of Grade 1 stakes horses behind McKinsey and #2 by winners behind Vekoma. He currently ranks ahead of Medaglia d'Oro, Nyquist, Quality Road, Constitution, and Warfront by percentage of black-type performers. His newest graded stakes winner is Tip Top Thomas, who established a new track record in the G3 $300,000 Indiana Derby. Volatile, think fast.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. A beautiful afternoon. Eve of the Jim Dandy, Saratoga Racecourse, Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Just watch Athalia. Wire to wire, Paul. They couldn't touch her fastball on this afternoon. Owned by Alex Bregman, trained by George Weaver with Acacia in the winner's circle.
That's right, Lafitte. As George, I know Alex Bregman told Jonathan today this filly was going to go wire to wire, and turns out he was right.
Yep, that was an accurate prediction. Yes, ma'am.
And for Eric Cancel, I know a rider that rides quite a bit for you. We were talking about sticking with him and keeping him on this filly. He did an exceptional job with her today.
Eric's worked this filly a couple times. He works a lot of horses for me. He's a very underrated rider. I wish he got more opportunities, and hopefully he will. You know, it's a little tough this time of year with the riders, but he, like I said, he's underrated. He can really ride well in the afternoon. He's won a lot of races for me, so always happy to win with him.
And you've won a lot of races so far in the Saratoga meet beginning here, one of which Governor Sam. Turf workouts this morning, saw that he worked. What did you see from him?
You know, he ran 12 days ago. He's kind of a chunk, and his race is coming up in a couple weeks. I needed to go ahead and work him today, and looked like he was firing on all cylinders. Very happy with him.
We look forward to seeing him next time. Congratulations on the win here.
Thank you, Acacia.
As George Weaver with the victory, and not done yet, has a 2-year-old coming up a little bit later on as well, Lafitte.
He said chunk?
I think he said a bit of a chunk.
Just a chunk?
You know, I think that I've heard him say that before when the ground was soft a little bit with Governor Sam. They were concerned that possibly as a heavy horse,
that's right.
that he
sink
would,
a little bit.
Yeah, he would sink into the ground a little bit. He didn't. So imagine when he gets it firm. You know, a couple good horses.
That's a fast chunk.
Yeah.
That's a fast chunk.
I love what he said about Eric too.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you applaud trainers that are loyal to a rider, and maybe not always easy for his owners because everybody wants the leading rider, but he's a very capable rider. He's good, and I wonder if Governor Sam was watching the show. I mean, his feelings probably a little hurt.
Probably, because the case just confirmed. Yeah, he did say chunk. That is a fast, talented turf sprinter. Fourth race coming up next in about 25 minutes, but tomorrow with the 3-year-olds, all eyes on Sovereignty, the marquee prep for the DraftKings Travers. There's the field, compact field of 5, very talented field of 5. Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun. Sovereignty 2-5, number 1. Baeza 3-1. On the morning line, trained by John Shirreffs. Back at Saratoga with Baeza taking another shot at Sovereignty after finishing 3rd in the Kentucky Derby, 3rd in the Belmont Stakes. What will he do in round 3? John Shirreffs, of course, everyone. The first name that's going to be associated with him throughout the course of his career. The work he did with Zenyatta, 19 of 20 she won, and the only mare to win a Breeders' Cup Classic, defeated by Blame in the final start of her career back in the 2010 Breeders' Cup Classic. John Shirreffs, this week's guest on Cart Talk with Jonathan Kinchin.
John, I had no idea you were a Long Island man. What took you out to California?
You know, I went to California because I had dreamed of becoming a surfer. Yeah, actually, I was on my way to Hawaii, but stayed in California.
John, I got to tell you, I'm not sure these cart talks would ever happen if it wasn't for 2 horses that you trained. When I give my origin story about how I got into racing, it always starts in 2005 with Giacomo.
You know, I've never watched that race.
Really?
No, no, that is one of those special memories. I just want to remember it. I don't want to watch it.
What are those silks? What do those mean to you?
That's my career, right? Those silks are my career. I always say to people when they ask me about it, especially about Zenyatta, is that for me that was a Camelot, right? That was just, everything was perfect.
I always loved showing my Zenyatta tattoo. It was one of the first that I got. She was one of the most magnificent beings that I can ever remember laying eyes on. I think that her Apple Blossom and her unfortunate defeat in the Classic were her two best races, and I don't think it was even close.
Right, yeah, I agree.
Well, let's talk about our Breeders' Cup Classic, the first one. Well, not the first one, not the Ladies' Classic, but the first Classic.
Right.
Did you feel during the race, when you were standing in your spot on the apron, that she was going to win? And at what point did you realize that she was?
When she broke out of the gate, she always broke up on the gate on the wrong lead. So you had to wait until she would shift over to her right lead and get in her rhythm. Once she got in her rhythm and she got comfortable in the race, then you thought, okay, then we have a chance, right? But to see her come charging down the outside like that, it was a very, very exciting moment.
We got to talk a little bit about her last race, the Classic on the dirt.
Like I said, coming out of the gate, it took her a few strides to switch over to right leading and get going. So it just seemed like she never got engaged in the race for almost a quarter of a mile. The way she ran that night, I thought was magnificent, and what a heart, and what she did at the end of the race. I don't know how she finished second in that race, to tell you the truth.
I wanted to know what you felt about this, and if I can get your reaction, I would appreciate it.
It hurts more than I can explain. Just because it was my fault. She should have won, it ain't hers.
Did you feel like it was his fault?
No. What a guy Mike Smith is. I mean, that's kind of emotional for me too, right? Because Mike is my man.
Well, John, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you for all 20 of her races, because there's no way that I would be here if it wasn't for the journey that she took me on to enjoy this sport as much as I do.
Let me out of here.
Wow. Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Watching John's reaction to Mike Smith's reaction, real and raw, genuine. Jonathan, I imagine you were probably taken aback.
Yeah, I was just looking for like an explanation for him to say, something that he might have felt about that. But he had told me, which we didn't get to see, that he had never seen that interview before. That was the first time he had seen Mike get emotional and take the blame for what had happened that night. And I think it got to him. I think his relationship with Mike obviously is pretty significant. And he's obviously a very thoughtful and emotional person. And it came out there. And then he got me emotional too, thinking about all the times. I mean, I fell on the floor and melted, physically fell on the floor and melted in my home when she got beat. Because I wanted her to win so bad. I wanted her to go out. I can only imagine how it felt for them, and I was able to send this Cart Talk to Mike Smith the night before it aired the first time. I didn't want him to get caught off guard in the room while he's riding, and he called me back, and he was pretty darn emotional himself.
That goes way beyond the winning and losing and just about the human connection in their relationship.
Well, Mike had a bad injury here in New York, and John Shirreffs was a big part of him sticking out in California. I think a lot of people don't understand that. So the love that Mike has for John, and that's making me choke up a little bit, is mutual, beyond mutual. You don't understand how much Mike loves John, because he started his career as almost his second career. He was untouchable here in New York, Mike Smith. Had that bad injury. Then for those couple years, he kind of was a little bit out of it, and John got him back in the game, Mig.
Absolutely, and it speaks to the kind of people that both Mike and John are, that mutual love and respect for each other, and they've accomplished a great deal together. So you got to be able to lose together as well as win together, and I see a new sponsor in your future, Kleenex.
All these years later, and still that raw emotion. John Shirreffs back at Saratoga and back with Baeza for the Jim Dandy. Brad Cox, you know, he'll be involved in several marquee events this summer as well at Saratoga as our coverage continues on this Friday afternoon. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Flavien running a good race on the outside third, followed by Warming in fourth. On the outside, Mayday Ready is starting to kick in. They're in the final furlong, and Nitrogen comes to Opulent Restraint, who's fighting her hard. 2 lengths back, Flavien trying to pull off the upset and is finishing with very nice strides. It's Nitrogen in front. Opulent Restraint comes back, and here's Flavien surging on the outside. Here's the line, photo finish!
Denying Nitrogen, the heavy favorite in the Belmont Oaks Invitational. Fireworks in the stretch 4th of July weekend right here. What a performance for Flavien Prat, trained by Brad Cox. Wins at the highest level this year for thus far. Good Cheer, Kentucky Oaks, Patch Adams, Woody Stevens, and Tappan Street in the Florida Derby. Acacia is with us. Acacia, Good Cheer, dominant in the slop in the Kentucky Oaks at the time, 7 for 7, defeated in her most recent, the Acorn. What is the very latest? When and where might we see Good Cheer next?
Well, she's pointing to the Alabama Lafitte, which is exciting because if we do see the caliber of fillies that it looks like will line up in this year's Alabama, including Good Cheer, Nitrogen onto the dirt, Scottish Lassie going there as well, it's going to be an exceptionally fun race. But we'll take a look at a recent workout. This is from the 19th with Good Cheer when she went 4 furlongs in 48-2. And reading quotes from Brad Cox following this, they kept her off the rail, kind of in the center of the track by design, and said it was an easy solo workout, which she did pretty effortlessly. But he said there's plenty of time before the Alabama when we'll really start to pick things up as far as her training is concerned. And Brad said when she tasted her first defeat in the Acorn, they really couldn't explain it. They didn't really have any excuse for that poor performance when you could tell early on that she just wasn't traveling well. So hopefully Good Cheer can get back on track because she's obviously a filly with plenty of talent, as she showed with her Kentucky Oaks win and just her overall record. And she adds yet another very interesting layer to this strong 3-year-old fillies division. You know, Lafitte last year we had kind of the one superstar of the 3-year-old fillies, and that was Torpedo Anna, eventual horse of the year. This year it seems there is a much deeper bench.
Yeah, the parity in the 3-year-old filly ranks, Good Cheer. I didn't get the sense you were overly surprised that she was handed that first defeat. And not to suggest she was like exposed, but I always kind of got the sense you weren't all that high on Good Cheer.
Well, you know, I'm a speed figure guy. I mean, I understand that she was on a pretty nice undefeated record or undefeated streak, but she just was never that dominant. And when you're not that dominant, you're opening up the door to get wired in a race by a horse like Licara, you know, and I think that's what happened. I don't want to take anything away from her. I just think that this is a very wide open group. I think the Alabama could be one of the best races we see here all summer, especially if they all show up. I just don't think she's a dominant racehorse, that's all.
Where are you with Good Cheer, Paulie?
I'd give her another shot. I do think that she might not like this racetrack. Sometimes horses don't like this racetrack, and that could be the key. But I think she'll bounce back if it's a drier racetrack.
Good Cheer, those 7 straight wins before being defeated in the Acorn. How will she respond? The Alabama with title implications next month, right here at Saratoga. For Brad Cox, he has True Connection going in the upcoming 4th at the Spa, 5-1, 12 minutes out.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Complete package.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
You're watching Saratoga Live. Gorgeous afternoon this Friday at Saratoga. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. To Acacia in the paddock with a very special guest.
That's right, Lafitte, as I'm very happy to be joined by the current Miss Connecticut USA, Jenna Hoffman. Many may know I was Miss Connecticut USA back in the day, so sister queens here. But Jenna, you just told me, pretty cool, you've been coming to Saratoga since you were a little girl, so a special place for you.
Oh yes, I've been coming here ever since I was younger, so to be here as Miss Connecticut USA today is really just a full circle moment for me.
A special place, of course, to celebrate and part of your year as Miss Connecticut USA. Tell us some of the things that you've been up for and that you advocate for.
Yeah, so I actually advocate for mental health awareness because unfortunately I suffer from anxiety, and now I'm using my pain and I'm turning it into purpose. So I love doing that. Then I also work with a lot of different organizations such as Best Buddies, Girls Inc., and I'm actually going out for Miss USA later on this year, so stay tuned for that.
Very exciting stuff, of course, and as is often the case, with the Crown and Sash comes a platform as well, and good for you with all that you're doing. But tell us a little bit about the day today. What do you have planned?
So this weekend is actually my dad's 60th birthday, so all of my family is here today celebrating. Happy birthday to my dad, and we're just having a good time. The atmosphere is great, the energy is great, and I'm having so much fun.
Well, we're so happy to have you here. Such a pleasure for me to finally get a chance to meet you as well. Best of luck with Miss USA and the rest of your year.
Thank you.
So a very special guest here in the Paddock feed.
Once a Miss Connecticut, always a Miss Connecticut, and I just miss covering Mr. Connecticut, named after Acacia's husband. That I do miss.
Yeah, he just like that marriage, Acacia is the better one.
Miss
Miguel.
Connecticut.
Poor Miguel.
Lot of flack, lot of incoming flack. Riders up here, fans looking on from the 1863 Club. Eve of the Jim Dandy tomorrow. Fox Saratoga Saturday, 3-hour broadcast gets started. 2 graded stakes races with the Jim Dandy for the boys, the 3-year-old fillies and the Lake George on grass, all coming your way tomorrow. Week 2, Fox Saratoga Saturday. And 7 minutes out, call to post, just a $17,500 claiming event, restricted non-winners to lifetime. Let's meet the field. Ultimate Strike, 7-1, back to dirt in the class drop.
Yeah, I mean, about 6 races back, this horse has a race that would absolutely make this 7-1 a gift. I just worry where it's at.
Bob, John, Ray, 8-1. Dylan rides and Rob Atras trains.
Yeah, second time in the Rob Atras barn for Mike Dubb. And another horse, if you go back to some races, could win this race.
And number 3, Got a Guy, back to dirt.
Yeah, I mean, this horse got claimed from Will Walden, who's been winning at a pretty high level. I'm struggling with that part of it.
Yeah, Jose Ortiz aboard. Then True Connection, a runaway winner in the slop last month.
Yeah, that's my worry. 0 for 8 on dry dirt, but might be part of the pace maybe, or someone's got to challenge the 5 early.
Who's the king? Lots to like except the price.
I tell you who the king is right now. Currently, it's the guy sitting on his back, Irad Ortiz.
Solo in Love, claimed from Rudy Rodriguez by Ilkay Cantamachi.
Yeah, the Cantamachi barn has been great off the claim. This one from Gumster Stable. I think the 6's got a look here.
Brown Don't Stop, back to dirt, blinkers on.
I was going to make a UPS joke, but I'll steer clear of it. They could be a sponsor one day. You never know.
What'll Big Brown do for you? Like nothing after that comment. Sire, the 08 Derby Preakness winner. Who's the king? There he is. Yeah, it's Irad Ortiz. Lots to like except the 4-5 billing, 5 minutes to post.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this is the most likely winner. I mean, you look at some of his races for Safy, and the other thing, too, is when you have a horse like this at a short price and you have a person sitting on their back like Irad and how he's riding so hot right now, you have to assume in your head that when there's a decision that needs to be made, he's probably going to make the right one.
Doesn't feel good, though, conceding like 4-5 on a racehorse who's lost 14 of 15 career starts.
Well, I mean, that's a good. It's a when you get to these type of races, this horse was in the Pennsylvania Derby at 63-1, did not belong there. But you go back to a lot of her starts, this is the lowest he's been in. So he's dropping in for 17-5. But you also have the 2 and the 1 are also dropping. But the 5 is taking an enormous drop. You have to discern whether this is a drop to win or to give away.
A True Connection might have something to say about that. If you take a look at his most recent, last month, downstate, this was in the slop, fast ground today, but in the slop, True Connection, Richie, skipping over the wet track.
Yeah, but this was also for maiden 20,000. The horse got a nice buyer speed figure, but sometimes when things come easier to a horse because of the competition they're facing, they're capable of running a little faster because they've done it without any pressure. They've gotten in a good rhythm. They breathe better. This horse is going to have to work harder in this spot, and I don't think that lends itself to a dominant kind of performance like this.
The question you have to ask yourself about this performance is, did the sloppy racetrack move him up, or did switching to Brad Cox's barn move him up? It could have been a combination of both, but I think that if you, whatever the answer is you come up with there, will help you determine whether or not you like this 5-1 or not.
Fired up fans here at Saratoga. What else is new, Acacia, from what you're seeing from Who's the King? Should those backing him be fired up?
Yeah, absolutely. And this horse has been fired up throughout the preliminaries, so sticking with that theme, acted up quite a bit saddling too, tried to kind of lurch out of the stall, was just really on the muscle. Safy Joseph doing everything he could to keep him settled, and Irad Ortiz opting to warm up with the pony, which I think is a wise choice because he seems like he's just doing a lot here. Haven't seen him since last summer. I didn't have notes like that, but I do remember that the last time he went a mile and an eighth up here, he got very rank and hard to handle early on in the race. And so it seems that that's something that has been rectified. He pressed the pace setter nicely. Last time he tried this distance was in the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby. So obviously a significant drop in class. He's a beautiful horse though. The number 1 Ultimate Strike is also taking a big drop, and I think he's being ignored a little bit, though to be fair, you'll get price on anybody besides the 5. I know that it's been a long time since he's seen the winner's circle, but he just really strikes me as the type of horse that will appreciate the distance. Obviously, it's a claim that didn't work out. Claim for 40,000, stepped up a little bit, and on the turf last time didn't work out. So going all the way down to this level today, but he was sharp. He had a lovely warm-up out there. And like I said, from a physical perspective, should love the distance. The 2, Bob John Ray, has run well going long too. He looks to me like a horse that really needed that last race to strengthen and put some muscle mass on. He's always been one that doesn't carry the best conditioning, but he will be coming from off of it. I think he'll appreciate the stretch out. Wanted to just give a quick note on the 6. I'm Solo and in love. This is a horse in his last 2 starts for Rudy Rodriguez wore goggles. It was almost like a full plastic face shield over his eyes. Now he comes in first off the claim for the Cantor Massey barn, no blinkers at all, just a shadow roll, but nothing over his eyes. But the previous connections had that goggle setup on because he's a horse that does not like kickback. Flavien took him right from the pony, gave him a big warm up, but one to watch because he is one that really seems to resent having that dirt come back in his face.
You expand on that a little bit, Richie, when you're riding a horse and what it feels like when they're in a position where they're having to take all that spray and kick back and not comfortable with it?
Yeah, when a horse isn't comfortable with it, their stride completely changes. Their head comes up trying to avoid that full blast of dirt in their face, and they'll tend to be up and down and use their energy in a very inefficient manner. Instead of going forward, they're going up and down. And last time, he was climbing as bad as you're going to see an experienced horse climb. Usually you see it with young horses, and then horses learn to get over it. Now, for people that don't know, obviously jockeys wear goggles. Horses are fitted naturally with kind of a membrane, that acts as a goggle and almost a windshield wiper to clear debris out of their eye. But some of them just never learn to take it. Your best horses of feet, they get hit with dirt, they get mad, and they want to go after the horse that threw dirt at them.
Thought you were going to go full Rocky Balboa there, like a windshield wiper.
Yeah, you know, you go side to side like how you say a windshield wiper.
That was a very good impression.
Rest in peace, Thunder Lips, by the way.
Yes, Hulk Hogan having passed away. That was the opening scene of Rocky 3. Thunder Lips.
Hey, can we go and have a drink after this? As he has him in the air.
Hey, how about that photo?
Sometimes charity hurts.
Hey, yo, you went a little mental.
Off the rails. The show on YouTube doesn't start till 4 o'clock, I don't believe. If not the favorite here, Polly, if not Who's the King, who might be the pivot here if it's not Who's the King's day?
I kind of like the 6. I do. I think the Contender barn has been so good off the claim. They got Flavien Prat aboard. This horse has shown a little bit of speed in the past. I wonder if Flavien does show that, and taking off that blinkers, hopefully it's a positive and he stays outside and away. I mean, the 5's going to be tough to beat in here, I think.
How do you bet the race if you are sold on Who's the King? How do you play these types of races, Jonathan?
Well, I mean, one of the ways I like to try to hook up short horses in multi-race wagers, trying to run those opinions together, I'd have no problem singling this horse in this pick 4 or pick 3.
Rod Ortiz looking for a second win on the afternoon, leading rider. Aboard Who's the King, odds-on favorite. To Frank Mirmati with the load and call, race 4, Saratoga live on Fox Sports 2.
Here's True Connection. Who's the King in Rod Ortiz Jr. Next will be I'm Solo and in Love in the colors of Gumster Stable. Brown Don't Stop completes the line. Ooh, that is number 6. I'm Solo and in Love. Fractious. Went through the front of the gate, but thankfully didn't get far. I'm Solo and in Love is...
I had my head completely turned, didn't see what happened. Richie, what happened? I'm Solo in Love.
Yeah, I'm Solo in Love ran the stall doors and dragged the assistant starter with him. We did a heck of a job trying to stay with him. These men and women that work the gate, so tough.
Acacia.
Yeah, just wanted to give a shout out to Flavien Prat, who did an exceptional job holding onto this horse, turned his head to keep him from running too far away. He's been inspected by the attending veterinarian and will load back in, Lafitte.
Rod Ortiz looking like, get in the gate so I can beat you. Here's Frank Mirmati, take 2.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Who's the King? Waste no time going to the front. I'm Solo and in Love. True Connection is 3rd in the opening stages. And Bob John Ray is 4th. Extreme Outside, Brown Don't Stop is 5th. The 2 trailers, Ultimate Strike and Got a Guy, is at the back of the field. So it is Who's the King, the heavy favorite, saying catch me if you can. The opening quarter mile for Who's the King, unopposed in 23 and 4/5 seconds. I'm Solo and in Love is just in 2nd, ahead of True Connection 3rd. Brown Don't Stop is 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 3 to Ultimate Strike on the inside of Bob John Ray. And Got a Guy has 10 to make up as they run down that Saratoga backstretch. Who's the King is the leader, 48-1 for the half mile. Still has it a length and a half. I'm Solo and in Love and True Connection are right together, with Ultimate Strike putting his head into 4th while along the rail. Bob John Ray 3 wide, Brown Don't Stop between those 2. Pretty big gap to Got a Guy. Around the far turn, Who's the King? True Connection, I'm Solo and in Love, has dropped right out of it. Taking 3rd is Ultimate Strike. It's Who's the King and True Connection. These 2 have gotten away, and Got a Guy, who was so far back, is now 4th, angling outside. Ultimate Strike at the top of the stretch. Who's the King in front? 3-length lead, still running well. In 2nd, True Connection took his shot, but is now tired. Got a Guy on the outside, Ultimate Strike, both trying to complete this exacta as Who's the King comes for home by 5. Got a Guy continues to roll, takes 2nd, and is coming, but out of time. Who's the King? Too strong. Scores by 3. Got a Guy, a very good rally in the 2nd. True Connection and Ultimate Strike finish 4th. That's 2 for Rod Ortiz Jr.
2 today, 6 over the last couple of days. Rod Ortiz, Who's the King favorite, does not disappoint in his 4th race at the Spa.
And Irad went right to the lead. He was resolute. I'm on the best horse, throws down the gauntlet, puts him on the lead. It's the way to do it. And we get an all Ortiz exacta again with I Got a Guy at 17-1 underneath. Feels like you could box the Ortiz brothers blindly and come out with a profit.
Less dramatic than the curling yesterday, and that Ortiz exacta.
Well, you know, this was the kind of horse when you looked on paper, this horse was going to win by a pole, which he did, but I Got a Guy really ran on. It's the only horse that actually made up any ground here, but a logical drop, putting this horse in the right spot, and Irad did the right thing. When you have the best horse, you see Safy Joseph right there, you put the horse on the front end.
Yeah, I mean, look, the horse was 1 for 15 because he was facing horses that were better than him. If you look at his past performance, he's 4-1, 4-1, 9-1, 4-1, 63-1. Now that he finds a spot where he's 3-5, it's much easier. Look, I mean, if I tried to race with people that were my age and at my speed, I'd probably lose a lot of races. But if I could find some people a little older than me, I might have a shot.
Or like an 8 or 9 year old.
Except for Mig. Except for Mig.
Mig would tie us all to a pole, just like Who's the King did for the Rod Ortiz in his 4th at Saratoga. Solid effort, got a guy, yeah, completing the exact 17
By the way, I don't know if you remember, Mig remembers this. They used to have a jockey race out of the gate.
Yeah.
And I remember Angel Cruz literally blitzed the field. I mean, he looked like Golden Powell first time out.
Where was this? Where was this? Why was this?
How long
Here.
ago was this?
Here. I was still riding, so it was at least 15 years ago.
They used to have a jockey's race out of the gate.
And Filberto Leon, very fast too, very fast.
You know, like Manny Franco, I just assume he'd probably win that race, recreate it, because he's, you know, it's Manny, because it's Manny. There it is, Rod Ortiz, 5-3-4-1. Who's the king in his 4th race at Saratoga? When we return, trainer Dallas Stewart, he has almost shocked us time and time again, looking to pull off another upset at the Spa later today in the Amsterdam, featuring some fast 3-year-old sprinters. That's next.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Great to have you with us. Saratoga Live, Fox Sports 2. Brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in. I'm Mohegan. Who's the King rolls, trained by Safy Joseph, standing by live with a case in the winner's circle.
And after a win as well, who's the king? Shody was the king, at least of this group, Safy. And you were just saying it was just all about putting him in the right spot to get the win for what he's shown he can do.
Yeah, we did. We claimed him at first. He showed some potential, and then after that, he's a tough horse to train on the morning. We haven't been able to get the best out of him, and he did the job today. Congrats to Mr. Ramsey, who's watching at home, and congrats to who got him.
And as you said, he was claimed. I imagine probably a pretty popular horse at the claim box. But with horses, when you have, especially when you have a stable of your size, sometimes you just have to be realistic about where they belong and maybe not fitting the program.
Yeah, most definitely. You have to be realistic. Else you're not going to win. And when you put him in this race, you hope to win. But at Saratoga, everybody's dropping the same way, so you're kind of, you never know. So thankfully he won, and once he won, that's job done.
The perfect scenario for the win today, but wanted to ask you about somebody who is not a claiming horse, much better than that. White Barrio, saw he worked on the 21st a few days ago. What have you seen from him? Of course, leading up to a potential start in the Whitney.
Yeah, he had a good work, and he galloped out strong. He was in 48 and changed out a minute and 4, and we're pleased with him so far. He's going to have one more work. We're going to try to go Sunday, but looks like rain, so we probably end up going Monday. But if it doesn't rain, we're going to go Sunday. We're happy with where he is at. Coming off a disappointing performance, obviously, and obviously we probably failed to get something correct that day. We're not going to when a horse like that doesn't perform, it's the trainer's fault. So hopefully we get him back on shot this time.
Certainly a horse with plenty of talent. We can't wait to see him. Thanks and congrats here.
Thank you very much.
Safy Joseph Jr. with the win here, but of course, White Barrio, can he get back on track? Lafitte stretching back out to the 2 turns. Maybe that's his best distance.
Acacia, yeah, the highs and lows of White Barrio. Another look there. Who's the king? That tear he went on a couple of years back from the Whitney here and to the Breeders' Cup Classic to a champion older horse or runner-up champion older horse to Cody's Wish. What are you expecting from White Barrio next weekend in the Whitney?
From what I've seen in the mornings, I think he's training in much better fashion than I've seen him train in quite a while. So I do think you're going to see a better version of White Barrio. Is it the same version? Father Time's undefeated. We all lose a step as we go forward, but he's training very well.
I feel like that Met Mile racetrack was weird. Yeah. And I think that we're going to see one of these horses out of that race maybe jump up and kind of get back to where they were supposed to be, whether it be a horse like Fierceness or someone else. I just don't trust that racetrack.
White Barrio, just like that, the Whitney around the corner next Saturday. Box Saratoga Saturday. So our coverage continues from the Spa. $50,000 maiden claimer coming up. And new issue, 2-1. And Silver Pearls, 2-1. Who graduates here, JK?
In here, I like the 3 Parade Ring, but like is not. I just couldn't think of a word a little less than that. I don't like them that much. I just don't know where else to go in the spot.
Paulie.
I like the 5 horse in here, the filly that ran third first time out, claimed by Linda Rice. That's going to be my play today.
5th race coming up 23 minutes, a little bit later on the Amsterdam 3-year-old sprinters, and to keep prep towards the Allen Jerkins. There is the field. Macho Music drawn inside at 2-1. Take a look at number 3, Smokin' Wicked, trained by Dallas Stewart. Just 6-1. Almost seems like the price isn't big enough for a Dallas Stewart. As we've seen it so many times, horses in big races and the marquee events trained by Dallas Stewart that have outrun their odds. Going back to commanding Curve, Golden Soul, huge second-place finishes in the Derby at monster prices. Like, the bottom line is this: dismiss Dallas Stewart in the biggest of races at your own peril.
In my early 20s, I was working hard, galloping horses. I think it's very important that you enjoy what you do. I just love being with the horses. First of all, I just fell in love with horses as a young guy, and just love being around them, love petting them, love just training them and doing my best to get them to their peak performance. Not just the racing, I just love the horses. These horses always don't have no speed. So I always wanted to be a trainer. I never thought about being Big Tom at that point. I just wanted to train horses and, hopefully win some races. And I saved up a good bit of money. I had like $50,000 cash saved. I worked my butt off, my wife and I.
While some might look to buy a house with that much money stashed in savings, Dallas Stewart bought horses and took out his trainer's license in 1985. He won his first race with End Display, a horse Stewart owned and trained. But an encounter with a D. Wayne Lucas assistant would alter his course as a trainer.
I met Randy Bradshaw in '86 with Lucas, saw what the Big Tom was. I felt like I could handle it.
Dallas would be involved with 3 Kentucky Derby winners during his 11 years with Lucas. He was the exercise rider of 1988 Kentucky Derby winner Winning Colors. And when Thunder Gulch and Grindstone won the Kentucky Derby in '95 and '96, he was running Lucas's Kentucky division. As a trainer, Stewart had saddled 5 Kentucky Derby runners. Commanding Curve and Golden Soul finished second in back-to-back years as live long shots.
And I just felt like they were good long-distance horses, that they had a lot of heart. They showed up and trained hard. They were in the prep races, and they deserve a shot.
Golden Soul between horses, down to the wire. Orb has won the Kentucky Derby. It was Golden Soul.
They weren't going to be favored, but I felt like they would run well. But they ran, exceedingly better than anybody would ever hoped or thought.
And from the back of the pack on the outside, Commanding Curve is taken second. But California Chrome shines bright in the Kentucky Derby. Commanding Curve was second.
We were standing here talking. I had 2 wins in the Derby. No telling. But hey, I'm proud of them. The horses trained just great, and we believe we've got one on our table somewhere.
No Derby yet, but what Dallas does have is a Kentucky Oaks.
Lemons forever, winning Kentucky Oaks 132.
And 2 Breeders' Cup distaffs.
Comes on Bradley Lane with giant strides. Here's the wire. Photo finish.
Forever Unbridled, the wire will come in time. Forever Unbridled has won the distaff.
And a perspective on racing that affords him the enjoyment of a worthy, lifelong career.
I think it's very important that you enjoy what you do and that you enjoy when you're successful, and you have to work hard when you're in a slump. So it's just things that I've learned, and you can work through slumps, and you cannot enjoy the good times, but you should.
Enjoy shocking the world, or nearly shocking the world. Trainer Dallas Stewart, Paulie. Smoking Wicked pictured. What are you expecting from him in the Amsterdam?
Well, he's a quick horse, and his horses had no breaks, 4 for 12 live time, but he danced every dance. Seems like everywhere he goes, he'll run his best effort. Now, the Pat Day Mile, he probably didn't like that sloppy racetrack, and maybe you could throw out that rabble race around 2 turns. If you draw a line through those 2 races, he's pretty consistent.
I mean, he was 8.5 to 1 in that Pat Day Mile, and your winner, Macho Music, was better than 13 to 1. So it shows he belongs in that category. And I agree with Paul. I just think the off racetrack, really hurt his chances that day. Looks like he's got pristine conditions today.
Uncanny knack to get horses when the least is expected to maximize their potential on the biggest of stages. Incredible.
Wonder where he learned that from.
Yet another part, that Wayne Lucas coaching tree. It's generations and generations of fine, talented horsemen. Those are not 4 fine, talented horsemen.
Yeah.
Just 3 clowns with makeup sitting in front of a camera and watching Mo Plex do his thing. What'll he do tomorrow afternoon? Trying to become the first New York bred to win the Jim Dandy in 33 years.
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and noted and quoted, Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia, and millionaires Bound for Nowhere. And factor this, a top 10 sire of winners since 2019. With dozens of 6-figure yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur and top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Over at Jeremiah Englehart's barn, and happy to be with Oscar de Jesus, who is the regular groom for Moplex. And Oscar, first of all, tell us, how excited were you when you saw Moplex winning a graded stake last time?
I'm really excited. I'm really happy. I have 2 stakes, 500,000. This is my third race, big race. I think so is the races.
And that's a huge moment.
Yeah.
How many years were you with horses altogether?
All my life.
Yeah?
Yeah, before I'm working with horses with Paso Fino.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, in 2018 I moved to United States, USA. I start with in the racetrack.
Oh, cool. How many years have you worked here at the barn?
4 years.
4 years.
In Jeremiah. It's good barn. I feel great with Jeremiah. You know, I need to clean the stall. I clean the horses, put the bandages, everything, the saddle, wait for the horse, make the bath, start grooming.
So everything that we see, the barn looks beautiful, the horse looks beautiful, it's all because of you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
The backbone of the operation, backstretch heroes, Oscar de Jesus, groom of Moplex. Another look at the field for the Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun, Paulie. And I know you're thinking that Moplex is going to bring his very best tomorrow in the Jim Dandy.
Well, you look at the race, he's just got such a pace advantage that the other horses are going to have to get position. And I think they'll underestimate him a little bit, and I think he's very good. I thought his race last time, Mig, was good. He was wide for most of the way. And to get back to the backstretch, to Juan there, people don't realize how important those grooms are. We've talked about Sharid Vo has a goat to calm a horse down, right?
Yeah.
Those grooms, those horses are so intimate with those grooms. Mig, explain what they do.
Well, that's it. It's just such a close, intimate relationship, right? And for people that don't know, the groom's like your personal valet. The horse's bed gets made up twice a day. There's a mint on their pillow. They've got chiropractors and dentists and doctors that make house calls, massage therapists. Oh, the guy that, fits them with shoes comes to the house. They don't have to go shopping for shoes. I mean, these horses are so well cared for, and it starts and ends with the groom who knows them better than most of the time even the trainer that trains them.
It's just so much more of a team sport than I think most think horse racing is.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, jockeys get the most credit when horses win and probably get the most, criticism when horses lose. But there's a whole pit crew behind them, a whole team that's working diligently to make these horses the best they can be, the most comfortable they can be, and the happiest they can be.
And we'll see what Moplex does tomorrow, tackling the monster that is Sovereignty. The Jim Dandy on Fox coverage begins 3 Eastern. Meanwhile, this week in history, 3 chimneys. How about Palace Malice, a Belmont Stakes winner, a Met Mile winner, and Jim Dandy winner here, Jake. Hey, Palace Malice, one who I know for you very, very near and dear to your heart.
Well, we talk about, what the racetrack means to all of us. We saw what it meant to John Shirreffs a little bit earlier. And Palace Malice is, I have him tattooed on my arm, and people might say, well, that's kind of an obscure one to have. He's the only horse that my dad and I saw together win a Triple Crown race. We were at his Belmont Stakes, so it has a different meaning to me. When I see those silks and I see that horse, it means something different to me. And that's what's so great about this game.
This week in history, 3 chimneys. Back in 2013, he had that massive reputation, Paul, before he ever raced, and eventually maximizing his potential as a multiple Grade 1 wins and that big score in the Grade 2 Jim Dandy.
He grew up a lot like another Todd Pletcher runner, Vino Rosso. I just think that when they got a little bit better after he won the Belmont, and then he destroyed a field in the Met Mile. So he was a good racehorse, Palace Malice.
Mike Smith told me they put the blinkers on for the Kentucky Derby. Broke Sharp made the lead, and that he was literally running scared. The track was sealed. It was loud. 18, 19 horses behind him, that he was running scared from the pack behind him. Just took off on him.
You could see he was just flat running off out of panic because he's hearing all the splashing going on behind him of 19 other horses' hooves, and he couldn't see them with those blinkers, so it just ignited him. took the blinkers off, settled a lot better in the Belmont Stakes, and it was fun watching Mike Smith finish there. That's Mike Smith at the height of his powers to me.
Already 12 years since that season of Malice. As we check in with Acacia, in this upcoming Race 5 Paddock report brought to you by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
And Lafitte, we'll start off with the horse that is taking some early attention, and that is the number 3 Parade Ring, who will run in a claiming race on the turf for the first time. And I do think that that's an important distinction, as this is a filly who tried the dirt last time out, ran a disappointing effort that day. The claim was voided, and we haven't seen her since April, but she comes back here, back to the grass, which I think is her preferred surface, and we will get a chance to see her, like I said, run for a tag on the turf. And I think that suits her. She's a horse that does seem like she's doing well. I'll watch her warming up on the track given the fact that the claim was voided last time out, but a horse that I think is in the right spot in here and fit off the bit of that freshening for Tony Dutro. And I just have to give a shout out to Kim Dutro, Tony's wife, and a big part of the barn as well. Holding her handbag in a dress, hosing off the horse. Everybody steps up, and truly a family affair in that barn. The 2 Hidden Agenda, another one running for a claiming race on the grass for the first time, and she is a bigger price, but I think one that should be looked at in that debut race. My anticipation was the only one in that race that had experience on the turf. Everybody else was either first-time grass or a first-time starter. This one just really looked like she was going to need a race. She's built so much more like a turf horse and been running in those off-the-turf races her last couple of starts. She is a big burly girl, but she has definitely become more defined, more refined as well. And I think the drop in class, and in particular the surface switch, should bode well for her today. The number 5 New Issue is first off the claim for Linda Rice. I wrote down in my notes first time out that she looked about 90% fit. So I would certainly think that with a race under her belt, she should take a step forward. She had a shortcut cheater blinker on first time, bit of a bigger blinker cup, the 3/4 cup today, but that is typical of what Linda uses on most of her runners that do wear blinkers. She's professional once again, not too much more fit looking, but I do think should benefit from that first race under her belt, where she actually ran pretty well behind Silver Pearls.
New Issue, Flavien Prat. There goes Gerard Ortiz, already seeking a 3rd win on the afternoon. Silver Pearls and Bengalese towards the outside. These $50,000 maiden claimers, all winless, all for sale. 5.5 furlong turf dash. 9-5 Silver Pearls. You typically look for the quickest of the quick, JK, in these turf sprints ahead. What did the pace scenario look like to you on paper?
Well, unfortunately, there's not really one that I trust to be all that forward. You know, the 5 New Issue was second all the way around there, but the pace was a crawl. But you get Flavien Prat, who you know will be aggressive when it calls for it. I suppose the 3 Parade Ring has some pace figures that suggest could be a little bit closer, but no one that I believe is going to be able to take advantage of the fact that they have a pace edge.
5.5 furlong turf dash, called to post in front of the 1863 Club on this Friday afternoon, eve of the Jim Dandy. Great to have you with us, Saratoga Live. Let's meet the field, and Katarina Rostova pictured big outsider.
Yeah, big outsider. 0 for 14 lifetime. This filly needs to improve immensely.
Hidden Agenda. Acacia said that she might need a race. There she is.
And she did show better speed in her turf debut, and then subsequently 2 rained-off races, not as much speed.
Parade Ring. Check that. 2-1 currently, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, just throw out that last race, and this horse is obviously a contender.
Aerialist and Ricardo Santana, 12-1.
Did flash some speed at Monmouth turf sprinting against much cheaper, but she did improve on the turf.
New Issue, 2-1. Claim from Dave Dunning by Linda Rice.
Yeah, Dave Duggan's a good trainer, tough guy to claim off, but Linda buys this one for herself.
Silver Pearls, 2-1. Gerard Ortiz, 2 wins already.
Another claim here for John Terranova. Blinkers come off, and you do get IRAD.
Bengalese, first turf sprint.
Yeah, it's just going to have to show more ability than we've seen, at least in the first 2 starts. But horses change and do improve. This one is going to have to improve.
The runners in the 5th. Philly and Mare Turf Sprinters, Paulie, and about that time, your bankroll play here. What are you doing?
You know, I spent my $200 today just to win on the 5 in here. New issue. I like this horse. Philly by Munnings only has 1 start. You look at some of the other horses in here. In the way she ran, I think she'll like the 5.5 furlongs rather than the 6 furlongs. You know, she kind of broke fat-footed and then got into the race. I think she's going to be really tough here. And listen, the 3 and the 7, she's the 3rd in the will pace, so she might go off at about, I would say, 5-2 or 7-2 when it's all said and done.
2-1. Best of luck, Paul.
Thank you.
Bankroll play, 200 to win. And another look at the 3 here in Parade Ring. Last 3 races in slop, dirt, synthetic. Her lone start at Saratoga, Richie, her debut, July of 2023, Parade Ring. You'll see she's attacking in deep stretch, and some bumping and contact may have cost her the win.
Yeah, she was making a run on the outside under Kendrick Carmouche, and it looks like she was going to go on by at this point. And now I'm not exactly sure if the inside horse initiated by coming out of step, but it sure felt like maybe
right there.
Oh, yeah, I think actually she came in and caused the bumping, but that bumping kind of thwarts your forward progress too. So that bumping probably really cost her, maybe not the win, but at least a little bit of ground.
Pretty hard.
Significant.
Up there.
Yeah.
Parade Ring trying to break through in her 9th career start. Jose Ortiz. You expect her, Richie, to be as far back today?
No, I don't. For a turf sprint, I don't think there's a tremendous amount of speed signed on here. So I think this field is going to be a bit more grouped up. You know, when you see a lot of separation, that usually means they're going fast and horses sort themselves out. I don't see any clear-cut speed where they're going to sort themselves out. I could see the whole field within 5 or 6 lengths of each other.
Now looking at Hidden Agenda, Paul, live on the board. Christopher Elliott aboard. Morning line at 12-1, now 6-1, 4 minutes out.
Yeah, you know, first time out, this horse did show a little bit of speed with Romero Mirage aboard in the maiden special weight ranks, and now dropping down. I think a lot of the public is thinking that. I do think the 4, although it's a cheaper type of horse for Patty Reynolds, who's a sharp trainer, Ricardo Santana will probably push forward with that horse, but I just don't know how much you have. That's why I like the 5, because the 5 did show speed first time out and can sit in a pretty good spot. Aunt Nona, who was a scratch in here, the 6, took a lot of speed out of the race.
While we look at Silver Pearls, Acacia, what are you seeing here as we get closer to post-time Silver Pearls?
I wanted to reserve judgment seeing her on track, and I'd written down last time that she moves like a turf horse, and very much think the same again today. She has kind of that knee action that we talk about that you like to see with a turf horse. She effectively moved to the grass last time out as well, and Irad Ortiz has really woken her up out there on the track. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to take the bull by the horns and be forward with her, because she was pretty laid back in the paddock, and I was wondering what kind of warm-up she would get, and it was a big one, definitely suggesting that maybe the rider is the intent is there to have her be forward in what appears to be a paceless turf sprint. So I like her as the favorite. I think that she is incredibly logical in here. I am going to take a shot, though, with the 2, Hidden Agenda, who gets that drop in class and back to the grass. Like I said, I think she really will appreciate the turf. Christopher Elliott opted to keep her with the pony, but she has been on her toes since they left the paddock. So we'll see what she can do getting back to her preferred surface and a lower level race. Lafitte?
Richie, keeping the horse with the pony, typically the desired effect is what?
Well, you know, it's one of 2 things, Lafitte. Either the horse is known for being too tough to gallop. You don't want a horse running away with you before the race, or you don't want to expend too much of your own energy keeping that horse contained. Or the other thing is to keep them a little more settled. You know, you usually get these big warm-ups when you want to get more forward position.
Anything for you that you would do different pre-race? Look at this really good crowd here on this Friday at Saratoga with Jim Dandy tomorrow. Always the excitement of the weekend to come. Richie, with a turf sprint specifically here, is there anything different? I know that the handicappers look at turf sprints a little bit different for a rider in this brand of racing. Anything different whatsoever?
Well, it's just getting out of the gate is always important in any race. It's even more imperative. The shorter the race, the distance of the race, the less margin for error, and you don't want to be giving anybody a head start. It's harder to make up ground when you've not broken well or you've been shuffled out of position. I believe in getting position going forward. It takes on an even stronger importance in turf sprints.
Pick 6 starts here with this race 5. All about the 3-year-olds this weekend. Later in the Amsterdam, 3-year-old sprinters. Tomorrow, of course, the boys in the Jim Dandy. All eyes on Sovereignty. The fillies in the Lake George. Exciting, exciting weekend on tap at Saratoga. Jonathan, what else is new?
Yeah, it's like this every weekend, it feels like. But there's something a little special about getting to see the Derby winner and the Belmont Stakes winner in the flesh. There's always an excitement to that. And look, we're going to learn a lot about racing in this country over the next 2 weeks. Sovereignty tomorrow could stamp himself as a legitimate, he already is, but a legitimate, serious contender for that Breeders' Cup Classic. And we could see Fierceness or White Barrio or Sierra Leone or someone else jump up and make a statement the next weekend in the Whitney. And certainly you could start to get an idea of what that Breeders' Cup Classic could look like at the end of the year.
Get excited with the familiarity, rivalries, especially at the highest level. Fierceness in Sierra Leone, who knocked heads so many times last year. And Sierra Leone finally turning the tables in the Breeders' Cup Classic and stripping that title away from him as 3-year-old champ. And to see them go at it head-to-head once again next week in the Whitney.
Yeah, and I think Fierceness probably will turn the tables. It depends. You need a dry racetrack. He's proven that. I don't think he just likes any kind of moisture in the ground. And, you know how well he's been training in the morning, Meg.
He's really kind of tipped his hand that he's going to fire a big shot in the Whitney. It's interesting. Last year, 3-year-olds ran 1-2 in the Breeders' Cup Classic, right? Sierra Leone and Fierceness. And I think this year's 3-year-old crop has kind of already shown itself to me be even deeper than last year's 3-year-old crop, which I think was an excellent 3-year-old crop. And I think Fierceness was the best horse in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Those fast fractions set it up for Sierra Leone.
Well, last year's 3-year-olds had some ups and some downs. These two haven't really had that.
Yeah.
And if we get all 4 of them in the Breeders' Cup Classic, that'd be outstanding.
It's been so much fun to follow and nowhere near done. Tomorrow, Jim Dandy on Fox. Coverage begins at 3 Eastern. Sovereignty, odds on. Here, 5th race, time for the pick 6 at Saratoga. Up to Frank Miramati with the call. Race 5 live on Fox Sports 2.
Silver Pearl's gone in. Bengalese to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Parade Ring is pretty quick, but Aerialist a little bit faster. Bengalese on the outside, 3rd. Then comes New Issue, who's 4th and already 5 lengths off this swift early tempo. Katerina Ristova is next. The 2 trailers, Silver Pearls and Hidden Agenda. Aerialist flies into the far turn through an opening quarter mile, unopposed on the front end, 22 seconds flat. Chased by both Parade Ring and Bengalese on the outside. New Issue under a nice hold, 4th, starting to march into contention, moving in 6 lengths off the lead. Make it 5, make it 4, a long way back to Silver Pearls and Hidden Agenda. They're at the top of the stretch. And the lead still belongs to Aerialist, confronted by Parade Ring, who pounces. And New Issue on the outside moves into 3rd, but it's Parade Ring who opens up, and opens up well. Good battle for 2nd, but no doubt about it. W for Parade Ring under Jose Ortiz, scoring by almost 4 lengths. New Issue finished 2nd. Aerialist 3rd. Hidden Agenda ran 4th.
Impressive. A blowout in a turf sprint. Parade Ring and Jose Ortiz, the winning ride in the 5th at Saratoga to kick off the pick 6.
Looked like a winner as soon as the gates opened. Broke sharply, allowed the 4 to clear, but was sitting with 2 armfuls of horse. Jose waited, assumed the lead the right way, turning for home, and didn't set her down until after she straightened out, got in her right lead. She was just much the best, and nice to see Anthony Dutro get into the winner's circle.
It's good to be Irad and Jose Ortiz, huh?
It's crazy.
So far in front of the rest at this point.
Yeah, it really is. And Jose is just riding unbelievable, and his horses are winning. The 5 had a really bad beginning, but there was no way they were beating this 3 horse. I thought the 4 ran well. Aerialist, a kind of cheaper horse that showed some speed, and Ricardo did what he did. Usually does, put him on the front end, but, Mig made the right call. That Jose just never let him out of his sights.
Perfect position, another rider just riding with so much confidence. And Anthony Dutro, to me, at times gets overlooked as an elite trainer. Over 2,000 career wins. and just, worked for his father, Dick Dutro Sr., then Bobby Franco. I mean, just an all-around terrific horseman.
Right on cue, you're going to hear from Dutro in just a moment. Trainer Parade Ring, who's done her best work here at Saratoga. We showed you her debut in a turf sprint here 2 summers ago. That bang-up third-place finish. And this effort today, graduating by many Parade Ring to Acacia.
And with winning trainer Tony Dutro as Parade Ring, Tony, getting back onto her preferred surface, she certainly seemed to appreciate it today.
Yeah, I bought her in Ireland, and obviously she's all turf. I wish she was as good as some of the Thunder. What is that? Thunder?
Night of Thunder.
No, yeah, I wish she was as good as some of those, but nonetheless, she's turf, yeah.
She found her right spot today. It seemed like from the second she broke, she looked like she was traveling well.
Yeah, she'd been doing very well, and once again, she likes the surface, so this wasn't a stellar group, but she came through today.
I wanted to ask you about the operation because I gave Kim a shout out in the paddock. She was hosing off the horse. You have John working at the barn as well. Tell me a little bit about how it's such a family affair.
We don't have 4 different locations any longer. I'm getting a little older, and it's a lot more fun with my wife and the boys and our partners, Team D's partners. They've been so loyal and so dedicated, and it's a really happy place to be the last handful of years.
Well, we love that for you, and I'm sure the winner's circle a happy place as well. Congrats.
Saratoga's I love Belmont Park too. That's just as special. But if you can win at Belmont and Saratoga, you could do a lot worse.
I certainly agree. Well, go get your picture taken as you'll see many members of the Dutro family in the winner's circle. Lafitte.
Those smiling faces in the winner's circle. Let them know Belmont's going to be better than ever before long.
I'm ready. I'm trying to get we got to get an office over there.
You know? You just like drawing straws, or is that like a connection thing? Is that JK's going to hook us up thing? How does that work?
I'm going to just tell Dave O'Rourke that Lafitte said he's quitting if we don't get an office.
Yeah,
I'm going to use you.
We got no shot at getting an office under those circumstances. Parade Ring and Tony Dutro's son. There's Kim there, his wife. In a moment to celebrate here at Saratoga. Parade Ring and his son, Richie, leading him into the winner's circle.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And the Dutro family over generations have been just terrific horse people. I have a long, deep relationship with Tony. Won his first stakes race for him with a mare called Fiery Challenge. Paid like $96 or something ridiculous in the Prioress.
How long ago?
1987, something like that.
$96. You don't remember paying $300 now. Parade Ring here did not pay $96. Delivers, graduates in her 9th career start. Team D, Michael Fowler. Tony Dutro. There goes that man again, Jose Ortiz. Parade Ring in the 5th kickoff, the Fix 6 at Saratoga.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
A gorgeous afternoon in upstate New York. Welcome back, Saratoga Live. It's always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Things starting to stir in the paddock. Horses arriving momentarily, but just moments ago, Richie, Great Ring clobbers them to graduate her 9th career start.
Yeah, I mean, she made it look easy because she broke super sharp, got forward position, allowed the 4 aerialists to lead the way, and just very confidently and patiently handled by Jose Ortiz, who is also riding in tremendous form.
Parade Ring, one of 3 horses in the first 5 races of the day today that won dropping. It's part of the game here. You got to figure out, are these horses being dropped to win, being dropped to move on? The 3 of them today were here to win.
Kind of a theme. See if that trend continues. We turn the page. More claimers. $20,000 claimer. Mile Wilson Shoot, Paulie. What do you think as we check the field and corresponding odds? Peak hero status, both 5-2.
It's a really tough race to start your late pick 5. I think I landed on the 3 horse in here, if I'm not mistaken, or the 4. I thought the 4 JG's Joker had a look in here. But this race right here, I thought, was the most wide open race, even though it's a 7-pack.
You ready for some YouTube pretty soon? You can tell the audience what you really think, JK?
I thought we've been on YouTube. I've been acting crazy.
At 4 Eastern coverage, switching over to YouTube, where you can see the remainder of the program and the Amsterdam. We check in with Acacia.
So happy to be joined by Mary McDermott, the social media content producer who, along with the social team, have been doing a tremendous job all summer. Mary, as we're in a special location in front of Sandman's stall, but give us a little bit of a look at what we can see in social media land. The Instagram wrap-ups have been really fun.
Yeah, so every Monday we put out on Instagram a wrap-up of the week prior. So starting with Wednesday and into Sunday, we do a recap of everything you see on the backstretch that a normal person wouldn't see with their eyes. And then we also get the front side, whether it's the celebrations, the graded stakes wins, and then anything in the backyard or the winner's circle that is just great for fans to see throughout the week.
And speaking of celebrations, a really cool one captured last week, the reaction from the team when Scottish Lassie won that Coaching Club American Oaks.
Yes, we were able to get Jorge Abreu and his friends up in the box with owner, and then as well we were able to get him celebrating down into the winner's circle with a bunch of other friends and family. Overall, great win for the team, and we just love seeing the excitement and energy on his face after that win.
It was so special to see, and we have a special week coming up as well, Jim Dandy weekend, and this guy right behind us, Sandman, going to be running. I know he is so popular, and there's a lot of good content around the Jim Dandy coming up.
Yeah, so we have Griffin Johnson in town with West Point, obviously a TikTok influencer that we have here that he owns part of Sandman, and then we're also going to be able to see Sovereignty's first time back since the Belmont, which has a huge following, and we're so excited to see him back on our track.
Can't wait for this weekend's content. Terrific job to you and the team with everything that's been out so far.
Thank you.
So popular, too popular. Always going to impact his price. Sandman tomorrow's Jim Dandy. 3-year-olds, fast 3-year-olds in today's Amsterdam. Presented by Albany Med Health System. We start with the favorite, Macho Music, drawn inside 2-1. Arado Ortiz will be looking for at least a 3rd win in the afternoon. Richie, Derby Day, Grade 2, Pat Day Mile at a big price. Wires the field in the slop.
And he's a horse that has so much natural speed, the rail and the hot riding Arado Ortiz, and he loved this off racetrack here. I mean, he's just skipping over the top of the ground. Doesn't look like his feet are digging into it at all, the feet. And from the inside, he's got to go. I think he's the most naturally fast horse in the race, and I think he's going to be very tough to beat here.
Paulie, disappointing in the Woody Stevens. Why? Which version of Macho Music do we see today? That one? Or the colt who got caught up in a hot, fast pace duel in the Woody Stevens and tired late?
Oh, that was just a tougher field in the Woody Stevens. I think he'll stick around longer. If you let him get to the front end, to the far turn by himself, he's undefeated. So, you know, Irad, first time getting aboard him, that usually works out.
And it just seemed like the Woody Stevens, there was waves of speed. He never got a breather at any point of call. And I think today he can pop out, maybe open up a little distance, and at some place, middle of the far turn, get a little bit of a breather.
Inside post, Macho Music, just to his outside. Garamond, the Juddmonte homebred, 2 starts back. Impressive victory at Aqueduct. JK, his upside, what are you expecting from him today in the Amsterdam?
Yeah, I mean, he was impressive beating Cornucopian here. I don't think Cornucopian fired his A race from what we saw from him in his short career, or the beginning part of his short career. I don't love the way this horse ran at Monmouth last time, but I suppose it is Chad Brown. If this horse can kind of rebound off of that performance, get some pace to close into, and you know, get back to a dry track, he could be tough.
Paul Gunmetal towards the outside. Luis Saez at 9-2. Woody Stevens, no show prior. This daylight score at Keeneland.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting what Luis Saez decides to do. This is the second time Louis been aboard. Now, he rode him in the swale, and is he going to be forward with this horse? I would think so. But I think a lot of people are forgetting about Gate to Wire in this race, who beat this horse in the swale. This is the win, obviously, for Gunmetal. But if you look at Gate to Wire, this horse won the swale, dusted Macho Music and Gunmetal, came back on a sloppy racetrack in the Pat Day Mile off a layoff, didn't love it, got a brutal beginning, and then the horse had a brutal start in last race in the Woody Stevens. I think Gunmetal has a shot, but I also think Gate to Wire, if you're going to like Gunmetal, you have to like Gate to Wire.
We've seen horses like a Jackie's Warrior win this race and go on to dominate, and Alan Jerkins. Collectively, Richie, when you look at the talent in this Amsterdam as it projects towards the Alan Jerkins Grade 1 level on Travers Day, what do you make of the talent of these sprinters?
Well, I think this is a very good group. I mean, obviously they got to step up to handle horses like Patch Adams, the winner of the Woody Stevens, Madaket Road. You know, this is a good, strong, deep division. You know, all the 3-year-olds that can go longer distances, like Sovereignty Journalism, are going to get all the attention. But this is a really good group of 3-year-olds in their own right.
Would you wind up going with?
Smoke and Wigan. Yeah, sorry.
Dallas Stewart.
Yep.
Dallas Stewart saw the feature a little bit earlier today. See if he can take down in Amsterdam this afternoon. Grade 2, race 9. You'll see it on YouTube, 4 Eastern. Just 9 minutes. Our coverage shifting over to YouTube for the remainder of the Friday program. Saratoga Live on YouTube. And the 6th race started the late pick 5 in 18 minutes. Live look in the paddock. $20,000 claimers from the Wilson Chute. 5-2 now. Paulie Peak with Flavien Prat.
Yeah, this horse, there's a lot of horses that have a look in here, but I would think this horse has got a big look in Peak for the claiming $20,000 level. And this was last start, if I'm not mistaken, for Linda Rice. Now on the Robert Falcone barn with 70 cents on the dollar. Did not run bad, and this is the first start since May. And that was at a mile and an eighth here at Saratoga. It cuts back to a mile now.
Yeah, I mean, the horse can win. I'm not crazy about him in this spot. He's probably going to be a little bit overbet with Flavien. The trainer change, there's a chance to take some money in there. I'm just not quite convinced that what's likely to be a short price.
Richie, the Wilson Chute, does that change anything for you to how you see this race unfolding or how you'd otherwise handicap the race?
Well, you know, it's interesting. I've seen horses just be total no-shows out of that chute, and I can't explain why. You know, horses with decent form going in throw in a bad race out of that chute and then come back, you know, either 7 furlongs or 2 turns and actually run better. So I think it's kind of a little bit of an individual thing in how horses get away from the gate and get into that quick little turn, a little dog leg that they have to deal with. I like speed. I think speed is a good thing to have on any dirt race, particularly out of the chute.
Like 3 years of the Wilson Chute now, Saratoga. Has that changed things for you whatsoever? Do you look at those races any differently?
No, I mean, I think I've said it before. I think it's a coin flip on whether you're going to be affected by the chute or not. So if it's a coin flip, that means half the time it doesn't matter, half the time it does. If you start trying to make it matter, you're going to get caught in the zig and the zag of it. I just act like it doesn't exist.
I mean, that's fair because you really, I can't give you an explanation, but I've seen several horses that look like they were going to run big just not run and then come back and go back to their better form.
Peak, ridden by Flavien Prat. Some travel overnight, headed out west to ride Nisos for Bob Baffert in the San Diego. Earlier, JK, just to clarify for somebody who might be guessing that, oh, it was Flavien's choice, and he normally rides by Ason. Instead, he's going to be out at Delmar riding Nisos. So you spoke with his agent a little bit earlier today, or in a text exchange with Brad Pegram. What did we learn?
Yeah, it was just about a commitment. They made a commitment to ride Nisos for Bob Baffert prior to knowing that Baeza was 100% coming for the Jim Dandy. And, you know, if Brad tries to sit in limbo, he could lose both of them. You know, let me get back to you, John, or hey, Bob, let me get back to you. Next thing you know, you got someone else riding the horse, and you're sitting in the room. So you got to commit, and I understand that was a position they were in. They committed, and that was that.
These are good problems to have for a rider.
Well, you have those problems if you're in demand. And obviously Flavien Prat's in demand. And Brad Pregram has done such an amazing job for Flavien. And that's what people need to realize. A lot of these commitments are made well in advance. And you can't keep people on the hook forever before they go, well, you know what, I got to lock up a top rider. I don't want to get to the week of entry and still be shopping for a rider.
Those decisions, tough decisions, what percentage is you? What percentage is the agent, or is it just collective?
Well, when they won, it was all my decision. When they got beat, it was all my agent's decision.
Yeah. You know, when I owned horses, too, you try to get certain riders. And I remember I tried to get Mike on all my horses because we were close friends. But sometimes you just not that happens. So Louis Hargey, who's now a steward in California, was kind of Mike's second call. Yeah. So Louis rode a lot of my horses for Doug O'Neill.
There to like pick up the pieces in those scenarios. Before we say goodbye, 6th race coming up here, your bankroll play in the 7th race.
It is, race 7. I'm going to bet 200 to win on the 6, Red Violet. This is a half to Rubelinda. Rubelinda was a really cool turf sprinter, kind of, for Chad Brown. But I'm not worried about this horse first time out. I'm not worried about the distance. If you look through the pedigree for Red Violet, you see Rubelinda in there, who won first time out sprinting on the grass, was entered and ran well enough at a mile in the Matriarch, had a sibling run at 10 furlongs, had a sibling win first out at 2 on the grass, had a sibling win 2 turns on the synthetic. I think that this 2-turn debut for this horse isn't going to be a problem at all.
2-year-old fillies tomorrow during our Fox broadcast. Another really good maiden special weight event, 2-year-old fillies. I feel like this time of summer and you get a few weeks into the meet here at Saratoga, here's where you start getting the highly regarded 2-year-old prospects.
Yeah, this is when everything gets nice and you see a superstar every once in a while. We've already seen one superstar at this meet, but that's what the 2-year-old races are meant for, us to fall in love with these horses as their career goes on.
I've got programs for years from Saratoga, and you'll see a maiden race. And this horse won the Derby next year. That horse wound up being a sprint champion. The quality comes out.
Last August, where it all started for Sovereignty. A chance to see him tomorrow afternoon. Fox Saratoga Saturday in the Jim Dandy. Stick around for the Amsterdam, and you'll watch it on YouTube. YouTube on Saratoga Live on YouTube. We'll see you over there as our coverage continues with Greg Wolf and the crew.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 to the back.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Perfectly named individual is romping home in the Sanford, 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Saratoga.
Good to be with you on this Friday afternoon from the premier meet in the country here at Saratoga Racecourse. Late pick 5. We're 8 minutes away from a start. On a beautiful afternoon here in upstate New York. Our feature today, Grade 2 Amsterdam. Greg Wolf alongside. Two best friends here. One of the top trainers in the country, Tom Amos, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling. Where are you guys going to dinner tonight?
I don't know. Right now, actually, I'm open. You want to join me?
It's going to stay
I
that
eat a little late.
Stay that way.
A little late for you. A little late for you. Can Colleen come? I'd be
Good
happy
luck
to have
with
your
that,
wife.
too.
Feature guys later today, that Grade 2 Amsterdam for 3-year-old sprinters and Macho Music. Tom looked really good in the Pat Day Mile.
Looked really good in the Pat Day Mile. I think Macho Music, the one horse here, has a chance, particularly with Irad, who's very, very crafty as a rider. Everybody knows that. He's had a great day so far. Has a chance to go to the front and maybe put this group asleep to some extent, Andy?
You know, I think, listen, I argue about pace a lot, and I think you could really be right that he could be the speed of the speed. I just have trouble seeing Smoke and Wicken or Gunmetal, if they break cleanly, challenging him early. But I would agree there's a real chance of that. But I don't want to take him as the 2-to-1 favorite in this race, Tom. I think it's a much more competitive race than that.
That big race, too. I see very good efforts, but came on a different kind of track. He's going to get here.
Look, 6 of the horses that are starting this race are coming off a sloppy start in their last start. It kind of clouds the picture a little bit.
I agree. It's a little hard to sort of get them. I mean, I think that most of them run their races. It's just, I feel like that win we just showed a little bit aberrant for him.
You can play all the action, including this late pick 5 that starts in about 6 minutes by getting signed up with Naira Bets. That is the code for new members to get started, spot 200. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, all summer long and beyond with us right there at NairaBets.com. Sequence begins with a $20,000 claiming race out of the Wilson Chute. Turn and a dog-leg left.
That's right.
And it's 5-2 favoritism on Peak right now. Flavien Prat will ride.
I think Peak is the horse to beat in this race, but this is a tricky race, and we'll talk about it more as we get closer.
Get to the post parade. We will start with
one of two for trainer Wayne Potts. He's got this huge price.
It's a trainer that struggled a great deal here over the last 5 years with just 3 wins and close to 100 starters, and was claimed for $10,000 two back. Not my cup of tea, a big price.
Stablemate next door, Tom, getting a lot more attention on the board. Catch the Smoke.
Yeah, Catch the Smoke coming back in 9 days and going back to a distance that I think he excels at.
9-2 with Dylan Davis. We skip to the 5. Steiner. Very interesting horse coming from out of town.
He is the speed in all likelihood in this race. I don't like him at all. I think he is fool's gold.
Unbridled Bomber at 7-1.
I really like this horse as a horse. His form has declined as he drops precipitously, and I'm starting to wonder what he has left in the tank.
There is Manny Franco on JJ's Joker, LK Cantermachi Barn.
Claimed in the last start. The barn that does very well off the claim, raises up to the proper level from 16 to 20,000.
The favorite, Peak for Rob Falcone Jr.
So here's what about Peak. I mean, the negative to me is the layoff, 1 start back. What are we going to get today?
And 5-2, Hero Status Norm Casse coming in from Oaklawn.
A lot of money for this Flying P runner here, and they're not having the kind of meet they had last year. He's another who drops precipitously. He has run very poorly 3 in a row, but he's been running, Tom, against much, much better horses.
Yeah, and I've seen this movie before. Norm Casse selects what he brings here. This is a move, I think, to try to get the win. Hero Status is big in my book at the outside post, 7 horse.
You feel lucky?
I feel lucky, my friend.
All right, pick 5 time for Tom.
Yeah, so look, I mean, we're gonna kind of narrow it down right off the bat. We just talked about Hero Status here, the 7 horse. I'm gonna single this horse. So here's the deal. You know, either we hit the single and we spread out after this, or we hit the bourbon if we don't hit it. But anyhow,
we're hitting the bourbon anyway. We're on YouTube.
I'm gonna spread out after that. I got the 4, 5, 6 in the 7th race. I think the tricky race is the Amsterdam. I'm going to use both Smoke and Wicked,
you skip
the 3 horse.
You skip the 8th
with
race.
The 1. The 8th race, I got the 3 and the 6, Share Will and Darty Time. Don't get that one confused. It might be Party Time if we win. And then the last race, the 10th, I'm again spread out in a race that I think is wide open. I have 1, 3, 4, 5, 9.
All right, good luck to Tom. Good luck to everybody playing this Pick 5 pull-up and over $600,000. 3 minutes away from kicking things off. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale. Hi, Maggie.
Hey, Greg, did somebody say bourbon? Actually, could we do margaritas? Because I guess Tom doesn't know what a Darty is. It's a daytime party. So I really love that name of that filly coming up later. But let's talk about this race here as we'll take a look here at the horse that is coming first off the claim for trainer Rob Falcone, and that's at number 6, Peak, a horse whom and I know it hasn't been that long since he's been in his barn, but just looks and is acting a bit different. He's a bit more fit and tucked up, and this is the sharpest I've ever seen this horse appear prior to a start. He also does, however, come back wearing front wraps. Now, Flavien Prat climbs aboard after he has been a mate of Jose Lascano's for the past several races, and I always felt as though Jose kind of rode him hesitantly. He would often kind of just sit up perched, not really ask him to go forward and get that forward position in races, and ultimately I felt as though it would cost him, especially last time when he was forward at the break and then dropped back significantly around the turn and then got caught behind horses in the stretch. So I can understand liking him here. I just don't trust him necessarily. As number 5 is Steiner, and I think there's a reason that we see Andre Worry, who is a regular Finger Lakes rider, come in to ride this horse, because he is difficult. He is a horse that needs to have the pony once he is saddled to get the rider on, because he almost put Andre and the pony over the fence. He definitely cleared the traffic around the fence line, around the paddock. So just because he gets that revved up and over the top. Now he settles down once he's out on track. I've never liked the way this horse moves. In fact, the last time he ran on the Naira circuit, he was a late scratch back in November. I don't trust him coming here. If you like him, you can have him at 7-2. I do like the appearance of number 7, Hero Status, whom we do see dropping significantly. I think he comes out of 2 races at Oaklawn Park for Norm Casse, in which he faced a world of better horses, including Money Supplied, come back out and win again with an 85, Auto Glide, 86, and even the 4th place finisher, Empire Builder, would come back with a 95 buyer. Now, that was back in early March, so it's been a long while since he's been at at the races, but he comes back looking fit, strong, happy, healthy, ticks every box for me. He by far looks the best in this field. I'll take him as the favorite. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, the one to beat on the board, world's better talent he's been facing, but he didn't make a whole lot of impact in those races.
No, he didn't. But this is a whole different kettle of fish, or how do you want to put that expression?
I don't know. You know, listen, I understand he could win. And listen, everything everybody says is right. He's running against much better horses, live races. You're still taking 2-1 on a horse that's form is terrible. I thought that Peak got a less than aggressive ride last time, which sort of hurt his chances. But he was a big drop down for Linda Rice, so I can understand the reservations. I picked the race 6-4-7. I think JJ's Joker off the claim for Il Cantamachi is the horse that can win here that's getting ignored. They have done a terrific job off the claim. He's got races recently that are good enough. It's a barn change that probably could help him. He's kind of a bit of an all or nothing. But isn't the 7 an all or nothing too?
Yeah, the 7 is definitely an all or nothing. But, you know, class can prevail a lot of times these races. And we've seen Norm Casse do it before. He's going to handpick what he brings up here from the Midwest. And he's got this one in. To me, this is a move to try to get the win.
Except keep in mind, I think that Jay Provenzano of Flying P is going to want Norm to bring whatever he has for him here because Jay, you know, who took a big crack at winning the owner's title last year, obviously wants to win it this year. He brought a lot of horses up here. And, you know, as happens in Saratoga, they're struggling, but it's early. And if you haven't struggled in Saratoga, you haven't played here.
Fair.
That is true.
Yeah, it's nobody dominates Saratoga all the time, except Irad Ortiz.
Looking for a fourth straight, riding title. 8-5, though, Public really honing in on hero status with a big drop in class. As this pick 5, nearly 800,000 in the pool. It starts here. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati to get us started.
One more left to load. Hero status going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a fast start for Peak. Hero status on the far outside is up close. And Steiner is down at the rail. Those three vying for command. Steiner takes the lead now over Peak and Hero status. Races in third as they swing on to the backstretch. JJ's Joker is a bit of a handful in fourth. 4 lengths off the lead. They're followed by He's Got This, Unbridled Bomber second to last. 3 clear of Catch the Smoke. 24-2 for Steiner. And it's Steiner and Andre Worry showing the way to the half-mile pole, in hand by 2 lengths over Peak in second. Hero status third. JJ's Joker still just inside of him. He's Got This, Unbridled Bomber, and Catch the Smoke. 7 lengths covers the field. They're a half-mile from home. And it's Steiner who continues to show the way. 2-length advantage around the far turn to Peak. 48 flat for the half. On the outside, here's Hero status. Hero status puts the pressure on Steiner now. But Steiner keeps going. Steiner just in front. Hero status alongside. They'll arrive at the quarter pole together. Unbridled Bomber has made his up to third on the outside of Peak. And behind them, JJ's Joker. He's Got This is next. They're at the top of the stretch. Steiner in Hero status. Hero status puts his head in front. Steiner, though, is a tough customer. He's just a neck back second and coming back for more. Steiner, Hero status. Steiner's white blinkers back in front. Hero status. They're matching strides to the wire. Hero status or Steiner. Steiner, Hero status. Heads bobbing, and it goes to Hero status. He earned that victory. Steiner, ultra game in defeat. Peak, and He's Got This.
Hero status, Ricardo Santana Jr., Norm Casse, big drop in class. Steiner, though, was a very tough customer to put away.
He was. For Hero status, great win off the layoff. You wondered whether that time off was going to catch up to him the last 16th of a mile. It didn't. Class prevailed. And for our second place horse, Steiner, I don't know about Fool's Gold. He ran like gold to me. Look, he's 14-41 lifetime. Maybe the Fool is not on the racetrack.
I was going to be very humble about how wrong I was about the 5, but now the clown next to me has decided to shoot fires on a horse that did lose, by the way. But don't worry, Tom. It's a long meet. I'll be getting more than even. You'll be running more bums during the meet that I can make fun of. 5 did run well. The 7 just was able to grind it out with him. The others were absolutely nowhere in here. My 4 just, can't really run anymore. It's a little aggressive.
That was pretty good, wasn't it, Andy?
No, not really. I thought it was a little bit foolishly aggressive. I think you should make fun of me in other situations. There are plenty of them, but go ahead. Listen, I'm like I wait in the tall grass, Tom. I got a lot of patience.
Uh-oh.
Great start to the meet for Ricardo Santana Jr., but he is off his mount right now, so we'll try and get an update on what has happened with Hero's status here as we take one more look down the stretch.
Yeah, we're looking at him finishing, pulling up right there. It seems like everything's fine with the horse right there, but Ricardo's got his tack off. That's a negative sign for sure.
Hopefully he's okay and in that situation, obviously. And I agree, Steiner did run well in here. And the pace was, it was moderate, but it figured to be moderate. I didn't like him. He ran well.
8-5 favorite starts this late pick 5-7, 5-6-1 here in the 6th. We'll have the prices for you when we come back.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Back with you on our Friday coverage on Saratoga Live. And our We're underway with the favorite, kicking things off, Hero Status. The victory, $5.50 for the win.
Yeah, look, class was really what it was all about today, Andy. The 5-horse that ran really, really well in Steiner, made an easy lead, and Hero Status was able to run him down and
barely
get the win. Yeah, barely.
It was definitely, I was really ready to look like a fool, not just a moderate fool with the 5, but at least didn't win from that regard. But he did run a lot better than I expected him to here, and my horse did not run well.
We saw Ricardo Santana Jr. on foot walking back to the winner's circle. Let's get an update from Maggie.
That's right, Greg. Hero Status did receive a ride back in the equine ambulance to Norm Cassie's barn. He was loaded under his own power. I do not have an update with regards to his condition, as our lead veterinarian, Dr. Sarah Henchcliffe, is with him now. I'm hoping to catch up with her to get a full report on Hero Status, but it was a good sign that I saw him walk into the equine ambulance under his own power. Guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you for the update. We hear more. We will certainly pass that along. These connections, obviously, last summer, these Silks won a lot of races, Andy.
I wish they won the second race today. Fortunately, they lost
Flying
by as much as they won today by less.
Quite a Saratoga summer last year, and we'll see if they can do it again. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, of course, Spendthrift with the 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winners Sovereignty. We'll see in action tomorrow in the Jim Dandy. Mile Inner Turf maiden special weight as we look at the current odds. And Red Violet, one of a couple debuting for Chad Brown here, opens as the favorite, Tom.
Yeah, you said it right. One of a couple that are debuting in this race. The other, of course, being the 4-horse. Pronounce it Mayora? You give me that?
Well, that's not Chad. The other one for Chad Brown is Market Chill. But I looked at the PPs.
No, I'm just talking
apparently
about the ones
unlike
that started. I'm talking about the ones that have started in the race.
That would be the 4.
Yeah, I just said that.
I think it's Mayora.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
I forgot.
Thank you for finally
I
answering.
have to tell you how to pronounce words.
Yeah.
Anything else? Do you need
Shows
help
off
with
to a tremendous start
the
here.
1A Raging Bloom? You want a little help with that?
Oh, boy.
It's on.
It's going to be a long couple of hours here. Flavien Prat, we all know what he did here last summer. He set all kind of single-season marks and picked right up where he left off this year again, winning a 3rd straight Grade 1 Diana. He is focused as always.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to New York in the spring of 2022.
Flight line is in full flight.
Wet pink surging under Flavien Prat, national treasure, and Flavien Prat.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding was obviously a great colony of rider and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13 and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Vasilika strolls home in the Royal Heroine.
By 2019, Prat had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. You know, we took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
Made quite a statement. Starting off this new meet, one of the first 3 races of the meet, won his 3rd consecutive Grade 1 Diana, and off to a terrific start once again.
I was told by somebody who just got back from a visit to the seashore that he wasn't riding as well this meet as last year, and I said that's one of the most result-oriented comments I've ever heard. He's riding fabulously. His horses just don't happen to be winning, and the guy's a great rider, and I'm sure he'll win a share of races, you know?
Might do it right here. This Red Violet has a great pedigree for the grass. We all know how good Chad is.
You know what a fan I was of Rubelinda, the Dam-produced Rubelinda. She won first time out. I thought she was going to be sensational. She was good.
She didn't really progress when she got older. But she's also one of 4 winning horses on the turf from this dam. It's not just Rubelinda. I'm not 100% sure this time, but I think that Rubelinda was the first Frankel foal to win in America. You know, we haven't seen that many. McCulloch obviously being the best one.
You're right.
Yeah, I think that Rubelinda was the first Frankel to ever win in America.
So the Dam won first time out, Rubelinda won first time out, and there was another first out winner, Fortunato, who won the debut. So a lot of precocity.
And doesn't the money say that this is the one that Chad Brown likes? You've got the 5 Market Chill at 6-1, and this one at 2-1. Now, listen, that doesn't mean they're going to out from the other ones, but I think the board is telling you which one the barn prefers.
2-1 favorite, Prat will ride for Chad Brown. Don Alberto stable. Again, stablemate next door. That's Market Chill. That's the mount of Aran Ortiz Jr., but this one getting all the attention on the board, the 6. This starts the late pick 4, includes the Grade 2 Amsterdam to come with Macho Music for Rohan Crichton. Pat Day Mile winner on that sloppy sealed track at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit. I think it's a question of how much speed and whether they want to go with a horse like that out the gate.
No, I mean, from the rail, listen, Irad, I don't know if Irad's made a single mistake this meet. His riding up here has just been a clinic of great riding, and he's going. They're going to have to go if they want to go with him.
We're going to take a timeout, and we'll be back here from Maggie on this 7th, and then the post parade to come as we get set for the start of the pick 4 on this Friday card.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Good to have you with us on this Friday edition of Saratoga Live on a gorgeous Friday afternoon here in upstate New York at the premier meet in the country. Saratoga Racecourse feature later today. 3-year-olds sprinting in the grade to Amsterdam. That is in race 9. We're set for the pick 4 here coming up more immediately. Greg Wolf, one of the top trainers in the game. Tom Amos having a terrific meet as well. New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good to see you both in that Amsterdam. Should be fun. Seems like a wide open race.
I think it's a very wide open race, Andy. And what kind of clouds the picture is the majority of the field has run on an off track in their last start. Kind of makes it difficult to judge who's going to step forward today.
It's not an easy race, and it's not a race filled with a lot of weak horses filling it up. I think 6 of the 7 are major contenders, and even the 7th not impossible. And all these horses are going to try to use it to springboard the Grade 1 Allen Jerkins on Travers Day, which will feature some bigger players like Patch Adams, but I think there's players for that race in here. Looking forward to it a great deal.
Tomorrow, of course, the top dog in the 3-year-old division, and maybe the horse who, as of today, might even be favored into the Breeders' Cup Classic at this point with what he's done. Sovereignty, your Kentucky Derby Belmont Stakes winner, back in action in the Jim Dandy on the road to the Travers. He has been just sensational, Tom. We'll see what we get tomorrow. It's going to be a tall task for anyone lining up against him.
Oh, he's the best 3-year-old in the country, and maybe one of the best 3-year-olds we've seen come around in some time in Sovereignty, winning the Derby and then skipping the Preakness, but then winning the Belmont after that. His next start will be tomorrow.
He has been absolutely terrific, and I think one of the things that's interesting about his last race in the Belmont was he put himself in the game early. He didn't drop back and make one run. So if you take his talent, which seems to be getting better, and suddenly he becomes more tractable, you're dealing with a horse that is going to be a force, not just against 3-year-olds.
New dimension that we saw from him in that Belmont Stakes. We'll talk more about it. Going to get into this 2-year-old race coming up. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift with 6-time reigning champion General Siren to Mischief, sire of this year's Derby and Belmont winner Sovereignty. Mile on the grass, maiden special weight. Chad Brown with 2 in here, including the favorite, Red Violet. Let's go to Maggie Wolfdale for more.
Greg, sometimes you save the best for last. We'll see if she's the best. But going to start, though, with the Todd Pletcher trained, the 2B in here, who will break towards the outside of the field. That's Time to Dream. She is a daughter of Not This Time, whom I really do like on any surface, running any distance, especially as juveniles. As watching her workout on the turf, she started off very settled on the inside of her stablemate in here, Flight Town, and she was never really asked, and in the gallop out, she powered away from that foe without even being asked. So she's definitely the stronger of this Rapoli duo in here. Good size to her, needs to develop just a touch behind, which she will do with a race here, but otherwise looks incredibly fit, really well-developed shoulder to her, and just really well suited to these conditions. Running at least a mile on the turf is definitely what she looks as though she wants to do. Number 3, Curly Q Girl. She piqued my interest when watching her workout back on June 30th on First TV on the turf, and she was on the inside of a very well-bred colt who's yet to debut yet, by the name Noble Dynasty. He's a son of Kingman from the family that included Royal Delta. Even though she was very good on the dirt, the majority of the family were turf horses. So the fact that Curly Q Girl really held her own against him the entire way around there and looked to be moving beautifully kind of spoke volumes to me. Now here in the paddock, she's another one that looks as though she might need to develop just a bit behind. She kind of has that long, flat back, which she's preempted to kind of lack that conditioning behind the saddle. But she does look fit. She was a touch green in here, and I don't love Curlin's on the turf, but she definitely looks like a turf horse. And furthermore, based upon how she moved over it, I think this is the right spot for her. Watch her on the track and how she behaves out there. Just a little bit, unsure of herself overall here in the paddock. Now, number 6, your favorite, Red Violet, she was actually saddled outside. It was as if Chad knew that she might be a little claustrophobic whilst in the saddling stall, but she has handled herself with a great deal of class here in her debut. She's one that has been working on the dirt exclusively and working well on the bridle. And what we often see with turf horses, or horses more meant for the turf, when you work them on the dirt and they come off the bridle, meaning that the rider kind of gives them their head a bit or throws the reins at them, throws those proverbial crosses, then that's when they start swimming. They can't hold themselves together. They can't push off as well behind. But she's doing that on the dirt. She just looks like an athlete. She's bigger. She's more mature than many of her foes in here. Definitely wants the distance. Very long-legged filly overall. She looks the goods here as the favorite, guys, or actually they're flip-flopping favorites. Now we see Mayora as your favorite for George Weaver, Greg.
Yeah, filly with a race under her belt. Tom had brought up that point before. Experience can matter going longer here on the grass as we look at this first-time starter for Chad Brown.
Yeah, and Greg, that's a great point. So these are young horses, 2-year-olds. We've just started racing our 2-year-olds in North America back in April and progressing and further in distance. This is as far a 2-year-old race you're going to find, a mile. It is on the grass. It's a little easier to train a horse up to a mile grass race than it would be on the dirt. Just it's the way the race sets up and pace, et cetera, et cetera. But a big advantage to Mayora, the 4-horse, having a race under her belt.
Yeah, I agree, though stretching out doesn't usually work. It's something George Weaver, the trainer, has had limited success with, stretching his horses out in the turf. These horses are all trying to get toward the stakes. I mean, listen, everybody here wants to get the Breeders' Cup juvenile turf races. They are the most winnable Breeders' Cup races out there, and everybody wants to get there.
And you brought up off air, as Maggie was talking, a couple of those key target races to get to the Breeders' Cup, which are P.G. Johnson.
P.G. Johnson for the fillies with anticipation for the boys, but as you'll probably remember, Bill Mott entered Galabran 2 years ago in both of them. The P.G. got rained off. The next day, he ran against the boys and won the race and was able to qualify for the Breeders' Cup by doing that. And I think, everybody wants to get there.
Last to first, I think.
Yeah.
Here they come down Champions Way, getting set for our post parade here. That man with a big date tomorrow, Junior Alvarado, reuniting with his Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty in the Jim Dandy, will be an overwhelming favorite.
He doesn't look like he's feeling a lot of pressure there, did he?
He does not.
He looked pretty calm, cool, and collected.
One of the best 3-year-olds we may have seen in quite some time. That's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow, part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. We begin with Raging Bloom. Also eligible.
I think it's interesting that they scratched the other half of the entry, and I wonder if they did that because this is the one they wanted to run more.
Far outside post. Here's the 2. Flight Town, Todd Pletcher firster.
Yeah, one of 2 Todd's horses in this race. Has had a couple of practices on the grass. Being bet on.
The 2B, the Dam actually produced Red Carpet Ready, who had 1 turf sprint, ran pretty good.
No, ran very well. Time to Dream, Sibs are 1 for 11, but 2 works. That caught my attention for that horse.
Speaking of Mott and Alvarado, there's Hurley Q Girl from the realm.
Now, Bill Mott's a trainer, a higher upper echelon trainer, doesn't need to get bet to be live.
Mayora, George Weaver.
I like this horse. We're going to watch our backtrack on this horse. I think you'll be interested in it.
Market Chill in the Silks of Klarovich stables.
Right now, the other Chad Brown.
Here's the favored Chad Brown, Red Violet.
You better respect it. First time start out of Chad Brown's barn. It's being bet on.
Second time starter, but debut was on dirt. Pan.
This is my pick in here. I was going to bet this horse back in the dirt, but it is a Kitten's Joy Dam, so there's enough turf pedigree to handle it. I think she's going to benefit from her one start, where I thought she ran sneaky well.
Was second to In Italian, Diana winner, who before she was In Italian, of course, but not a bad.
Was she masquerading as somebody else at that time?
Well, she had not won a grade, yeah.
Just give me a hard time. No, I am going to bet the 7 to win, and I'm going to play a 6-7 exacta.
There's Mayora. George Weaver, always, Tom, incredibly dangerous with his 2-year-olds and brings in one with a race under her belt already.
And really, in the last few years, has really shown that he can train a turf horse. He has a lot of young turf horses. Watch this race with her. So there's a contested pace up front. She sits off of it. I think this is a very good finish for a one-turn race and getting ready to move into 2 turns for Mayora, the 4-horse.
I thought she ran fine in here. She got a good ride. She got a good trip in there, getting second. Known as Love was able to wire the field, but she did take a lot of pressure. I think, Mayora stayed on the rail before angling out, had kind of the best of it. My problem is George Weaver, 3 for 42, stretching horses out from sprints to routes in the turf. It's not a move that works that well, though I think with 2-year-olds sometimes they give them that first start to get some race under their belt, and she does have that experience, so I'm not going to be shocked if I'm wrong.
Well, I like this finish here, and I like the fact that we're going a full quarter of a mile further in this 2-turn turf race. I think it suits her.
Joel Rosario will be back aboard. Maggie, does it look like one who's going to appreciate the extra ground?
No, she doesn't, Greg. But the fact of the matter is that she could have speed. I thought she would have speed in that debut, and she just didn't, which also could have been her own undoing because she was very green at the gate. So look for her and how she behaves behind the gate today to give you, obviously, a little short notice when wagering, but if she behaves today, look for her to break better. Often is the case with these second-time starters. She is truly built like a Speightstown, though, and while he can get horses to go a bit further, obviously, they're just true kind of sprinter framed. They're very built downhill. You can see it there. You see how elevated her hindquarters are into her shoulder? That, to me, while okay going a mile on the turf, just speaks more of a shorter distance being preferable, but I respect her. We'll put it that way. As we'll move on to the other horse who has experience, number 7, Pan Pan. I kind of get the impression that, and maybe I'm completely wrong, but I feel like Johnny Ortiz wants more distance with her because she doesn't strike you physically as an overtly turf horse, but as Andy said, there is a bit of pedigree on the bottom side. I do not like Audible, though, on the top for the turf, but she is so tall and leggy, and it just seems as though she needs some distance to work with. She wasn't flattered yesterday, though, when Birch Run came back in a restricted maiden special weight and did absolutely no running. Could be apples to oranges, but I just thought I would point that out. And then we'll move on to Chad's other first-time starter, number 5, Market Chill. Watching her turf breeze 4 back, she was outside of an unraced not this time filly. She kind of had to be niggled at the whole way, and the dam, she won on the turf. This is her first full, but the dam is half to a multiple grade 1 winning dirt sprinter, points off the bench. So we'll see if this is what she wants to do. Now, looking at her as an individual, she is beautiful. I like the way she's put together. She's athletic. She's got a great coat on her. There's a lot of substance to her as well, and another thing to like, Greg, is that guy on her back, just seeing the ball so clearly right now, is Rod Ortiz Jr.
As always, here at Saratoga, he's won 3 straight riding titles, and he's in pole position again.
Yeah, he's riding as well as I've ever seen a rider ride at a big meet right now. I kind of wanted to answer some of what Maggie's saying about the 7, and obviously I have nothing but the greatest respect for Maggie's opinion. I understand what you said about Birch Run, and as Maggie said, it could be apples and oranges. I don't care about that because I watched this horse, and to me, and I certainly can be wrong, this looked like a horse that badly needed the race. It's kind of what you'll talk about, horses that run in spots in races. With a first-time starter, sometimes all you need to see is about a 16th to an 1/8 of a mile run somewhere in the race to say that's a horse that I think is going to get better going forward. Johnny Ortiz has done a remarkable job bringing a few horses here and winning races over the last few years. So I'm kind of married to betting this horse. I don't really know how good the race was and stuff. Maggie's point about looking for more distance is well taken. I'm just hoping it's enough turf pedigree.
Yeah, look, it's a generalization. We make it all the time that the second start for a racehorse is the biggest improvement you're going to see in their form in their career from that second start. It gives the trainer an opportunity after that first start to work with the things that the horse didn't do right. And when they come back the second time, they typically learn quite a bit from that first start and get very good.
John Ortiz, among those wins, he beat one of the most hyped 2-year-olds for Chad Brown of the entire meet last summer on the grass, with a horse who was
Raining
2
Flowers.
sprints stretching out.
Raining Flowers.
That was told that one could not lose from that barn.
Lavender Disaster?
Might have been.
I think they're both meeting up in the It's either her or the other one. There's two of them, and I forget. But you're right. They're both. Those two are meeting up in the Lake George tomorrow. Waiting to see if Raining Flowers can improve on that form. I don't think she's had a fair enough chance this year, but we'll see.
Look out, everyone. Jonathan Kinchin making a play here coming up. Putting his bankroll on the line. There's Chad Brown, by the way. He's got the favorite. He's got the 5 as well at 6-1.
That's his nephew.
Overwhelming favorite to win a 4th consecutive training title. JK's play on the 6, Red Violet, for Chad Brown with Flavien Prat.
Okay.
What's going on with that competition?
I got blanked the first 2 weeks. Jonathan doing okay this week leading into yesterday. I had a winner on the first day, so I have a few bucks. I think he was ahead of me, though. He kind of got a raw deal. He meant to play a bigger ticket. It kind of
horrendously raw deal.
Yeah, really bad raw deal. So I feel, though, he's blown this week away if you'd been just following his bets. But we're plugging along. I'm just glad I finally cashed a ticket, after going 0 for the first 2
Yeah,
weeks.
just for those that don't know, Jonathan gave out a pick 3 that I believe paid $118. He played it 30 times. So if you played along with that, well done. Yeah. We only gave him credit for playing it 5 times.
He took it better than I would have.
I would have been extremely upset.
I got his back on this one. I agree. Well, I mean, listen, I think it's a guide to giving people, ideas of who we'd bet on. My play comes later today in the Amsterdam. We'll get to that a little bit later. And let's just try to have some fun.
Looking at, and there's Todd Pletcher. He is going to send out the entry of the 2 and 2B in this spot. And they're at 7-2, Tom.
Yeah, look, so both were Poli horses, the 2 and the 2B. Andy, when you look at those horses, do you see much pedigree there for the turf?
Well, the second dam of the 2 was okay on the grass. This is the first full practical joke, more dirt, but, into mischief can have some effectiveness. I think the 2B of them is the one that has more pedigree. The dam produced 1 turf winner, and not this time, the sire of the 2B. I mean, he's a tremendous turf stallion. As you say, he can do it all.
Tremendous stallion.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think of the 2, the problem I have is from a betting standpoint, I just can't bet entries because my guess is maybe one of them can run and the other one can't, and, you're just getting the worst of it from the price standpoint.
Well, this one here, we mentioned the dam produced multiple graded stakes winning sprinter Red Carpet Ready, but the only turf start for Red Carpet Ready, 85 buyer, and was second in a stakes race. So it did show ability on the surface. And the other half of the entry, the 2, the second dam, as Andy pointed out, had some talent. Grade 1 placed on dirt and synthetic.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you never really know. And these are races where the money, I mean, Tom, feel free to disagree with me on this, but I feel like the money is somewhat less meaningful in these races than it is in the dirt races because you can have weird pedigree horses just really step up. Maybe horses didn't show a lot in the morning, right?
It is when Chad Brown is involved and it's a grass race.
Do you think it's weird that horse has been vying for favoritism with the 4? If this horse was supposed to be the second coming, wouldn't this horse be a heavier favorite?
I don't know. We're going to go to the race right now.
Frank Miramonti with the call. Here's his 7th from Saratoga.
Time to Dream and Raging Bloom. Daughter of Raging Bull comes up and in. And they're off. Pan Pan is out very quickly and will vie for the lead, but there are a host of them up there, including Red Violet, who's flashing good early foot. Mayora comes through in the red silks now to take second, and in behind them comes Flight Town, who's 4th and 3 lengths off the pace. It's 2 more back to Time to Dream, who is covering up Curly Q Girl along the hedge, now 7 or 8 lengths off the pace. It's a length and a half back to Market Chill. Raging Bloom is at the back of the field. They ran a quarter in 24-1. She ran that quarter in 24-1. It's Mayora in control with a 3-length advantage on Pan Pan in second. Then comes Red Violet, who's under a snug hold along the inside third. Flight Town right next to her. And behind them, it's Time to Dream in 5th, 4 lengths off the pace. Then comes Curly Q Girl. Market Chill is second to last through that half in 48-4, and 3 more still to Raging Bloom. Mayora into the far turn, leads the way and has been the controlling speed. Pushed along for a 2-length advantage as they round that turn. Pan Pan still second, Flight down to their outside. Now here's Market Chill. She's starting to unwind. Very wide is Market Chill, but starting to close some ground. Inside of her, Red Violet, they're 1 furlong away, and it is still Mayora. Mayora with a 3.5 length lead. On the outside, here's Time to Dream, and Time to Dream has really taken off. Time to Dream indeed. Time to Dream strides out to score by 3. Mayora was second. Then it was Pan Pan in third, and Curly Q Girl ran fourth. A solid debut victory for Time to Dream.
You saw Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher looking on. Nothing like having a youngster win the debut at Saratoga. Time to Dream showing that turn of foot down the stretch, Tom.
Oh, very nice turn of foot. That's her on the outside in the white saddle towel, the 2, and the white helmet, coming to our favorite, Mayora, and going right by her. As far as the sire of this horse, not this time, how long is it going to be before we start mentioning him in the same sentence with Into Mischief, Tappet, the greats that we have right now? He's there.
He is, and when they start advertising, we'll really start pushing him a lot more. My kid, this horse, I mean, they came home the last quarter mile in 23.45. Now, I don't know how far back this horse was, but I got to say this horse was probably at least 5 lengths or more behind top of the stretch. This horse just went. I think your horse Mayora ran fine. I mean, she had a good.
I thought she was going to win,
but
at the
she
8
ran
pole.
fine. This horse was running in a different race than everybody else was running in. This is a
Dominant
very
effort.
impressive
Jose
win.
Ortiz for Todd Pletcher. Rapoli Stable Silks. 2B473. 136-2 final time for the mile. And this is a filly that you can get excited about here going forward.
100%. I mean, Andy brought up a very good point. That last closing quarter mile is going to win a lot of races.
And look at the race. Nobody else gained any ground, right?
Right.
It looked like the 5 was making that big run, albeit wide, flattened out. The 6 had nothing. Nobody else picked up a step. Now, maybe nobody here is that good, which is always possible, but this horse was like in a completely different race than everybody else.
Time to Dream, 2 today for Jose Ortiz, teaming up with Todd Pletcher for the victory. Still to come, our feature and Macho Music Speedster from the rail. Grade 2 winner 2 starts ago. We'll try and collect another in the Amsterdam in the 9th.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage at Saratoga Racecourse. And the giveaway, the Saratoga blanket in high demand.
Well, it's a chilly day.
Came vacuum packed.
Get all your Christmas shopping in today, Greg?
I nabbed one, and of course throw it over the picnic table. Reserve your spot for Jim Dandy Saturday.
I may take a couple because it usually gets a little chilly at night. A few of the nights as the meat goes on.
Yes, it does.
You need a little extra blankets at home as well.
Or keep some handy
piece when you're at a tailgate football game.
Oh, yeah. Good call. Time to Dream looked very good here in the debut on the lawn, winning for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, and 2 today for Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, really. By the way, I know we've been talking about Irad, and how well he's, quote, seeing the ball. Jose is right there with him.
Yeah.
Nice. It shows how great Irad's riding that we're not even talking about a guy. I think he's won 18 races already at the meet. What is today? Day 12, I want to say.
Right behind his brother.
He's winning. He's only winning a race and a half a day, so he's obviously not very good.
He's got the eye of the tiger, man. I see it every time I leg him up.
2B47, Time to Dream. With the win here in the 7th. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Todd Pletcher, time to dream. I think Andy's point was really, interesting because nobody else made up ground except your filly. She came rolling through the stretch.
Yeah, she really did. And Jose said he kind of got stopped in the middle of the far turn. So, for a first-time starter, 2-year-old filly to kind of re-break a couple times during the race, we were pretty pleased.
She's been working well. She's got a great action. She really covers, a lot of ground, a lot of reach. So your hopes have to be high. Considering the timing for this, you look at, those races at the end, the PG Johnson, with anticipation.
Yeah, that's what we'd be thinking. She's a quality filly, always shown a lot of class, trained really well. We breezed her on the turf once, and, it looked pretty obvious that she took to it. So we kind of just been waiting on this spot.
Can't believe we're a week away nearly from the Whitney, but Fierceness looking to get back in action there and back to his winning ways. As you've told me, it's just about getting him in a rhythm, not kind of interfering with him so much during the running of the race and taking him out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, it seems like, the times where he hasn't run up to his standards, the one thing that's been in common is he hasn't gotten away from the gate well. He's got bounced around a little bit, pushed around a little bit. Kind of gets upset when that happens. I think doesn't get into the same rhythm he does when he gets away cleanly. So he's training great. He'll have his final breeze tomorrow morning, and we're excited and looking forward to it.
Awesome. Wishing you the best of luck with him. We're looking forward to that race. Congratulations here. Very nice film.
Thank you.
Time to dream indeed. They can start dreaming with this one, guys.
Looks like has a lot of talent. Andy, post position still a big issue for Fierceness where he winds up.
You saying post? Wait, say again?
Does it matter where he is in the gate?
Well, yeah. If you're Todd, you want to draw outside. I think he's so much more mature than he was earlier in his career. I don't think it's as big an issue. But Todd's always going to want to draw outside of any other speed, I think.
Coverage continues on YouTube. Find us, NYRA, New York Racing Association, over on YouTube. Right after this, we'll continue on with the Amsterdam still to come.
Single-day reserved seats in the Clubhouse Grandstand and Michelob Ultra Stretch are on sale now. Plus, book your single-day tables in the Miller Time 4-Star Dave, Pick 6 Vodka Picnic Paddock, and Surfside Tailgate. Secure your seats at NYRA.com/Saratoga. The dog days of summer are here. Corgi races are coming to Saratoga. Sign up your Corgi to compete in the Corgi Cup at NYRA.com/events. Saratoga's Corgi Cup, Sunday, August 10th, 1 Eastern on FS2.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best, pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead, we're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, and a filly of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front of the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now. He's going to win at Belmont. I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he going to do it? He is! Voodoo Song won the 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in a harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
Well, we all share that sentiment. She is an incredible trainer, and this is the one she'll send out, Sheer Will, coming up in this 8th race, Tom.
Yeah, it's our 3 horse. And, you know, one thing she does really well, and you have to as a claiming trainer, she puts horses in the right spot. Yep. I think Sheer Will is in a very good spot. She's 3-1 right now.
Linda Rice off to a tremendous beginning here at the meet, right behind Chad Brown and Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Todd can keep challenging him. I'll tell you what, he's got some 2-year-olds like the last one in his barn. He is going to be formidable. That horse can run.
Andy, do a brother a favor. I mean, you're looking down that leaderboard. I have 3 wins. Why am I not up there? I think you should file a complaint immediately.
Actually, you were up there, and I voted for it, but Greg said I think it would be inappropriate to put Tom up there while he's on the air. And I fought for you, but Greg said I think it's bad, and you know they side with Greg over me. He's more important than I am. Sorry.
Gonna lay it all on my shoulders. Okay.
On YouTube. If it wasn't on YouTube, I might have told the real truth, said it was actually Jonathan.
Well, one of the riders teaming up with Linda here. A great start, as we've said, to the meet. He'll try and get his 3rd today. His brother, I've heard, is doing okay as well. The Ortiz brothers, they are 1-2 at this meet right now.
I mean, they literally have lapped.
42
they have
wins
lapped
together?
the group.
They are winning together over 3.5 races a day as a team.
And amazingly, they have the same jockey agent, Greg. And so, I mean, he's getting that much business in the entry box.
Do you want to throw to this feature, Tom?
They are, without question, the most dominant duo in the sport. I like the way you do it. You go from there.
Andy can finish.
Much like the Williams sisters in tennis and the Manning brothers in football, Irad and Jose Ortiz's impact on horse racing is undeniable. But as competitive as they are on the track, they are as supportive with each other off of it. Not correct, Dino.
Vaya, que bien le da.
Suénename.
Every single sport that we play, we compete. We play this game every day.
Who do you think is gonna be the winner there? We never face each other against each other. We never did.
Like now.
Like now, yeah. ¿Energy de qué? ¿Energy de qué? First of all, it's very fun to share your success with your brother. We spend together more than 15 hours a day.
We know how to manage business and life, real life, so that's pretty good. When we understand that, we have a line right there, it's perfect.
Despite how close the brothers are, sometimes their competitive nature lends itself to some tense moments.
We've been very heated moments. We curse a lot and say a lot about words in Spanish.
When we was younger, we never throw punches, but we've been so close.
We don't talk about races before the race runs.
It's fun.
Ira is very quiet, like you cannot say nothing. It's like on his own, and
I don't want to know anything about his thing.
yeah, it's very fun when you can outsmart the competition. I have to think how he thinks to try to beat him. It's very hard to a rider like Ira try to read his mind before he does it because he's so unpredictable. He's one of the best, and I think he has made me better.
Sometimes I come over to Jose, what you will do different if you ride the race again? He say nothing. I say, are you sure? Because I have another mind. I see something different that probably he don't see. It's like the same thing happened to me.
While the brothers push each other to be better riders on the track, Irad credits Jose with making him the man he wants to be away from it.
He used to be too on the muscle, like too keen, and I tell him he need to calm down and think before he do things and say things. He start winning like crazy and start winning all the Eclipse Awards. And I told him just, my job is to keep you grounded and keep you doing the right thing.
As a person, I think he made me better. He's so good at some things that I'm not. So I try to get whatever I can get of him to make me better in that part of the racetrack.
He's been working, so he's been doing a lot better. Become a better person, a better father, better son, and everything. So it's nice to see that.
Always gonna have him. He's my brother, he's my blood. I love him.
What an incredibly dominant duo. Irad Ortiz Jr. will ride this first-time starter. His brother Jose will be in the 3 Sheer Will. They each have 2 wins today, and we showed you what they're doing this meet. Just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, they're lapping the competition.
Jose Ortiz, I know you got to use him a lot, Tom. What did you see different with him at Fairgrounds at Churchill?
That smile, first of all. He's got a smile on his face. He's eager. He's hungry. Every time I leg him up, I tell him the same thing. You can win this thing. He's well aware of that. I mean, he doesn't just need me, but he's got all the Midwest business after winning the Churchill title this spring, after winning the Fairgrounds title this winter. And I think that support is meaningful. The horses from the Midwest, I think this year, are going to be more valuable to bet on than ever before.
Let's go to Maggie.
Well, here with this paddock report for this maiden 35, and we see a first-time starter taking the bulk of the attention. That's on the inside with number 1, Kate Barry. Here for Ray Handel, as I like her. I do. I mean, look at her pedigree. She's by constitution. The dam she won on all 3 surfaces, so dirt, synthetic, and turf. She's probably a little better on the turf overall, and so has been the best sibling on turf. The second dam, though, she was a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter. So watching her last breeze here at Saratoga on the training track. So a 48-4 over there is pretty quick. She was on the inside of an experienced older horse from another mother who, you know, she was well within herself through the work, through the gallop out, indicating that there's some ability there. having looked at her here in the paddock, my biggest question with her overall is her fitness. Because she is such a big filly, I wonder if she's going to have to race into fitness a little bit. And furthermore, you know, she cost $200,000 as a yearling, and now she's offered up at first asking for the 35. So Ray looking to possibly part ways with her. She does wear front wraps, but Ray runs everything in front wraps, so I would not take that into consideration. So we'll see what she does here, as we'll also check in with the best named horse of the day. That is number 6, Darty Time. My best birthday parties was a Darty. Looking at her here, Al Stahl saying to me, look, the thing we got to worry about most is keeping her calm. She's been a perfect angel, at least as of now, throughout the time in the paddock. She's a solid girl. There's a lot of her. This daughter of Not This Time, even though this is her second start, I'm still a little concerned about fitness levels. She looks as though she could tuck up just a bit more, but you know, the picture of health when it comes to her coat. I like her disposition here in the paddock. And furthermore, you know, she debuted over a sloppy racetrack. So heavier horses, I find, don't necessarily love the going. She was chasing 3 wide, but she came under a ride at the halfway around the turn, and she just got tired. I'm still wondering and thinking that that still might be a possibility, still might need a race to move forward, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. We'll get to the post parade coming up in a moment. This 6-horse, Al Stahl, second-time starter. Tom took money in the debut and a brief early speed and then backed up on a wet track. It's a fast track for the first time today.
Yeah, and Al absolutely handpicks what he brings up here, and his record reflects it. His horses always run well. And I think this horse is well met in this part.
Man, I printed my PPs a long time ago because he won a race here Saturday, and I'm not starting with a win. Al's one of these guys who's been coming here for a long, long time, and he always wins.
There he is, talking to Flavien Prat, who will ride Darty Time. Yeah. Tom's D'Etat, who he brought here a few years ago to run on the Whitney. Unfortunately, a little stumble out of the gate, and now that one, we're seeing his youngsters out on the racetrack.
That's when you know you've been doing it a while, when you start seeing your horses show up in pedigrees.
How about when you start seeing horses you bet as like granddams?
Yeah.
And great granddams. You know, I see the 3rd and 4th dam. I go, oh yeah, I saw that horse break its maiden. And then I just start to realize how old I am. It's okay.
Oh, yeah, you would expect, I would think, right, this one to show some of that speed that
for sure
she showed first time out?
I don't know what to make of Darty Time. I have the utmost respect for Al, as you know. And she did get bet first time, right? On the other hand, it's not like the pace totally fell apart in that race, and I just thought she was bad. It was a sloppy sealed track, but forward horses dueling outside aren't the horses that are supposed to have a problem with wet tracks, right? They're not taking dirt, and I was just disappointed with that effort. But sometimes when there's smoke, there's fire, and she got bet.
She got bet, and look, it's her second start, and we talked about it earlier in the program that these horses that make their first start and then go to their second start, they usually improve a great deal, so experience pays. And there's a drop in class here as well. I mean, this is not the strongest field in the world for 35K.
I'm married to betting a horse in here, Kara's Chianti. I think you'll agree, Tom, if you knew she was going to run her debut, you would probably like her in here, right? Her debut is the best race, arguably, anybody here has ever run in the dirt.
I get nervous when you start a sentence off with, I think you'll agree.
Well,
and you do that a lot. But
because I assume that you're smarter than you are. And that's
well,
part
look,
of the thing going on.
It's a wet track, though.
Yeah, they're looking for answers here.
Well,
blinkers on last time, blinkers off this time.
Well, let me just finish. This horse ran, you'll agree, in a killer field the second time and was dueling for the lead. Last time out, this horse took a right turn and bore out about 8 or 10 paths at the start and lost all chance whatsoever. There was absolutely nothing that Ricardo could do. They're taking the blinkers off from last time out. She's 8-1, and she has the best race of anybody in here relatively recently.
She should not be 8-1.
That's all I'm saying. I don't love her. I don't trust her. But she does have that race, and you could make some excuses relative, especially to this field, to say, I mean, do you really think she should be 4 times the price of Al's horse?
No, I don't. I think I will agree with you on that point.
Damn it.
There she is, that big effort, 70 buyer in the debut against a better group. That was straight maidens, but it was a sloppy sealed track and has gone backwards certainly in 2 starts since, but as Andy said, some excuses. Here's a first-time starter with a Rat Ortiz Jr., Kate Berry.
Yeah, is she getting bet because she's live, or is she getting bet because the rider's live?
15-1 next door, blinkers on Lady Gunner.
Yeah, the horse that does need to improve, but those last couple of starts are on the grass. It kind of muddies up her form. Blinkers on.
Sheer Will with Jose Ortiz for Linda Rice.
I mean, she's running first time in a maiden claiming race on the dirt, and I think that makes her very, very dangerous here.
Here is the one Andy was touching on. Blinkers coming off after that one race experiment. Karis Chianti.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing about Karis Chianti is she is making a major drop down to this level.
Here's the 5, Luis Saez.
Cote Fleury. I was going to try it. We need
Sounds good to
we
me.
need Acacia for this one. I mean, the problem with this horse is didn't do any running first time, broke a little slowly. It was a huge price.
Here's the all-stall second-time starter.
I think this is the speed of the race in Darty time. Maybe the 4 can go with her a little bit early, but I see this horse controlling.
Circuit Court's shown ability, but against softer.
And Lisa Barkowski, if you're not familiar with Lisa, who's been around the racetrack for a long time and is a lovely person. She is deputizing for Phil Serpiu, and it's an unfortunate situation serving a suspension. And this one did pick up pieces. The race was falling apart. Should it be 12-1?
Little intrigued by this long shot. We don't know. Debut came on turf. Blinkers on for Dominic Schettino.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Got to start under the belt and, doing something different, getting off the turf and running on the dirt. I like it.
Now let's go back to the one Annie was telling us about the barn situation here. So Lisa Bartkowski filling in for Phil Serpe. And 2 starts, most notably the last start, took a move forward, start number 2, for 20 maiden claiming, but might need better again.
Yeah, it did get a very good trip. It was a very heavily contested pace, a tough beat for Chocolate, who finished second, and was somewhat picking up pieces, but I don't think this horse should be completely ignored. 11-1's a big price. There are no monsters in this race.
Yeah, she broke sharp. Decided to sit, waited, go to the rail. This is a good finish here.
Jose Lozcano will be aboard.
On replay this morning, but no, it's a nice finish.
Well, you were fresh.
So 11-1 on a race where certainly no one puts the fear of God in you.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I think the thing I brought up in the post Ray with the 1, I mean, I don't have the answer to it. I guess I could text Ray Handel. And Ray's numbers are solid with his first-time starters. They're not great, but they're pretty solid. But is this horse really getting bet? Because the horse, there's word the horse can run, or is it just IRAD money? And it feels like IRAD money to me.
Let's touch on that one horse a little bit more, Kate Barry. So you draw the 1 hole, a very, very difficult post for a first-time starter. Why? Because if you don't break right sharp, everybody crowds over to save ground. You get shuffled back. It's difficult. On top of that, this horse has 1 gate work from a month ago, and oftentimes horses, they're creatures of habit. My philosophy is you need at least 2 gate works, and that's the optimum number. 1, sometimes they forget their lessons. So 1 gate work, the 1 hole, I think this horse could be a horse that doesn't leave the gate very well, and that's it for as far as the race goes if that happens.
It is amazing how many first-time starters in a race like this get left.
Yeah.
Right? It's just sort of amazing how frequently it happens. Maybe you just kind of notice it more. And also, you find this with your horses, Tom. You got a horse that comes out, and you've done well with the horse. You think the horse can break the gate, gets left. The next time it runs, the horse comes out of the gate perfectly.
You know, with beginners, it reminds me of when I played golf with Greg about a year ago. I watched him on the driving range. He put the fear of God in me. He was hitting the ball great. He got in that first tee. He duck hooked it right away, right off the tee box.
So in other words,
they forget their lessons sometimes they learn in the morning.
So you're done mistreating me, and now you're turning on Wolfie.
At
least I'm a jerk. Greg's nice.
Let me follow up that story. We go to 18, and Tom says, why don't we have a driving contest for dinner? He blasts one off the tee right down the middle, extremely confident.
I was.
And all the pressure on me at that point, I step up and destroy it about 40 yards past his ball, center of the fairway.
Did you say 4 or 40?
40.
No, but you did go.
Sir, yes, I did. Not even.
You did outdrive me. It was, and I remember when I heard the noise when it went. I was like, uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
Did you cry a little bit?
No, I bought dinner.
Tears. You always buy dinner. You pick up every check.
Sheer Will, 5-2. Maggie and Tom siding with this one for Linda Rice. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, I know. She's the one who's had probably the most chances of the logical runners, but I just found things I didn't like, at least looking at them with the others, the more lightly raced horses in here. And Sheer Will, look, she gets back to sprinting on a fast track here. She warmed up beautifully with Jose Ortiz aboard, looking for another winner here on the card for Linda Rice. Dropping class fits really well with this group here today. As a long shot that kept catching my eye, and I don't like her at all on paper, and that's number 7, Circuit Court. As you know, arguably she gets Jose Lezcano, which could be the best rider that she's had on her back in her 3-race career so far. But she's off a bit of a layoff. She looks incredibly fit. She's a big filly. She might want a little bit longer than this. You know, the 7 is where she ran her better race. Also could it be that she just needed the experience too. But just, you know, forward, good, eager energy that you like to see, and she warmed up really well. Just a long shot I thought was interesting to use underneath, but definitely looks as though she's taking a bit of a step up in class. Greg?
Yeah, 12-1 is back facing 35 maiden claiming, which she faced in the debut, where she struggled, but that was the first start, and she obviously got a lot better in start number 2.
And in the lesson for Tom in their always listening department, I just heard from a man, Ray Handel. He said, I break my horses many times. He doesn't like to gate work them unless they need it.
Look, that's fair.
So if he gets left, we can really make fun of him, right?
No. Ray is exactly right. And that's a very fair statement. I only go what's on paper there. I know Ray. He's a very good trainer, as is so many of us up here, and it was not meant disparagingly.
Okay, you didn't need to use that as an opportunity to compliment yourself. He's a very good trainer like others up here, not including Tom Amoss.
I should have.
You really should have.
Differentiated that.
Really. Yeah, I think you should have.
2-1 favoritism.
Ray said he knows where you're eating tomorrow night, so he'll be there if you this horse wins.
Stalled, Darty time. Flavien Prat. Yeah, 2-1 here. Start number 2 drops down in class and gets a fast track for the first time. We send it upstairs for the 8th. Here's Frank Miramati.
All right, Greg, a few of them have gone in. Here's Lady Gunner coming up. Sheer Will takes up her spot. Tafani waiting her turn. Caras Chianti is ahead of her. And we've got one more left to load. Tafani going in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and an awkward start for Lady Gunner. A beautiful one for Darty Time. Darty Time right away to the front. Circuit Court comes away in good order in second. And then it's Kate Berry, a close-up third. Pretty keen along the inside, moving forward. Caras Chianti 3 off the pace in 4th. Then comes Sheer Will mid-pack in 5th. Cote Fleury is next, followed by Lady Gunner and another 2 back to Tafani. The opening quarter in 22 and 3, less than a half mile to go. And it's Darty Time, and Flavien Prat with that sharp speed in control. Leads at 3/4 of a length. Circuit Court is trying to move in from second. Still another 2. Back to Kate Berry, who rides the rail in 3rd. Caras Chianti is 4th as they come toward the quarter pole. And in behind them, 3 lengths back to Sheer Will. They're at the top of the stretch. Darty Time hugs the rail, has been chased throughout by Circuit Court, 46 flat for the half. Darty Time still going on very willingly. Circuit Court, an imposing presence. They pass the 8th pole together, and Circuit Court, big girl, takes over and puts away Darty Time late. It will be Circuit Court, and Jose Lezcano just hand rides her to a widening, almost 5-length W. Darty Time was second. 3rd went to Sheer Will, then Kate Berry.
Circuit Court rolls on by Darty Time, who did get to the front, but no match in the stretch for this one.
No, you know, something Maggie said in the paddock may have come into play here. Maggie said, I still think Darty Time, the 6 horse, could possibly use a race in terms of the fitness look the horse had. Circuit Court, 2 races under the belt. When it came down to the 16th pole, she was finishing.
We mentioned that this horse was an overlay at 13-1. Now, I didn't pick her, but she ran very, very well. And congrats to Lisa Borkowski. I'm happy to see her get the win. It's kind of nice in a tough situation to see her get that win. And Circuit Court was just our the best. Yes, she is known in a very positive way as Headband Lisa. And if you've been around the New York tracks as long as I have, you've known Lisa without the headband. Good person. Glad she won. Nice to see that.
Congrats on this victory. Circuit Court, 13-1, big upset. And our multi-race wagers. And this filly graduates here, start number 3, 7-6-3-1.
Hope you have this horse you're live in any multis, because this horse is going to really blow things up. We saw a short price and a medium price in the last race. This horse at a very big price going to blow it up, and this horse, an hour the best. And Kate Berry ran okay. Kate Berry actually broke fine, so you better buy Ray a drink tomorrow night.
I agree. He doesn't have a lot of speed.
No.
But
little
broke
uncomfortable
okay.
eating dirt in the backstretch. See, the head was up a little bit, right? Maybe that was taking some dirt in there. Didn't run that badly in here, but this winner just destroyed the field.
And there is Lisa Bartkowski. Picture time with his 3-year-old filly who takes the 8th. Coming up next, our feature, Grade 2 Amsterdam. Macho Music. Grade 2 Pat Day Mile winner 2 starts ago. For Rohan Crichton, Rad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. We'll have our feature coming up next.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. YouTube right now. It's brought to you in part by Gainsway, Power, Passion, Performance. Feature to come, Grade 2 Amsterdam. Lisa Bartkowski, Jose Lezcano. Wellspring Stables with Circuit Court, the upset score in the 8th. Let's go to Maggie.
So happy for my friend Lisa here, and your first winner at Saratoga. Many congratulations. She truly looked phenomenal on the track against this field.
Well, thanks, Maggie. We expected her to run well today. Thank you.
Andy mentioned your long-known nickname, Headband Lisa, around the racetrack. Where's that come from?
Years ago, I used to wear a headband every day. That was kind of my style. Yeah. And
it's the 90s.
Way over the air. Yeah, well, we won't say how early that was, but yeah, something like that.
But on top of being headband Lisa, of course, you're just an excellent horsewoman. You've been around horses your entire life, and as we watch the replay, I'm going to wait for my cameraman so he can get back on. But talk a little bit about your life with horses, because it's been a long one.
I'm not from a horse racing family, but my father was a handicapper. So my father and my uncle would own one little cheap racehorse at a time, and I got on my first racehorse that they owned against the trainer's wishes when I was 11, and on a little training center, you know, so I've been around racing and around horses my whole life.
All right, you got to show everybody your hands. That is a true horsewoman's hands. Big, strong, a little arthritic.
A little gnarled, but yeah, they work. They still work well galloping, you know. That's the most important thing. As long as they work galloping, we'll be okay.
Well done. You keep up the fantastic work, and many more Saratoga winners for you.
Thanks so much, Maggie. I appreciate it.
All right, Lisa Barkowski getting a circuit court to the winner's circle. Looked the part today, and she's headband Lisa. She's the greatest, guys.
That is fantastic. Great to see her get a victory, get her picture taken here at Saratoga.
I mean, Elisa has been a fixture in New York. It's hard to believe looking at her because she looks like she's extremely young, but I've known Lisa for a long, long time around there, and she's very popular, an extremely likable person, obviously very, very capable as well, and thrilled to see her get the win.
28-40 for the victory with our feature. Coming up next, Grade 2, Amsterdam, 6.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds running for $200,000, and 8-5 favoritism with the horse we've been talking about a lot this week, Macho Music, speed from the rail with Rad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, look, everything is about race setup in a race like this, Andy. Will Macho Music get an easy lead here and control everything? If that happens, it's show over, but there are some horses that maybe strategically can put some pressure on Macho Music.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting discussion, and you and I often disagree about paces. This is one where I agree with you. The one is the fastest here, and you know that Irad's going to be aggressive and go. I just have trouble believing both the 3 and 6 aren't going to look to at least put some pressure on him. I think they're both horses that run their best races when they're forward, and they don't want to let him get too much of an advantage on him. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Tomorrow, of course, big one in the 3-year-old division, Grade 2, Jim Dandy. Very prestigious race in its own right, but of course a stepping stone to the Travers, the unofficial 4th leg of the Triple Crown. It's our ABR race of the week, and guess who's showing back up? Kentucky Derby Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty, 2-5 morning line, and trying to win a 3rd in a row after taking 2/3 of the Triple Crown.
I mean, listen, he's the real deal. You know, sometimes you find yourself, we're on here, we're hyping up horses that aren't that good. That's not the case here. This guy, I mean, I'm, you know, there have been some very good horses, obviously, but let's put in comparison of buyer speed figures. Last year, we saw an incredible performance in the Travers. You know, you look at Fierceness, the runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Classic, who many think ran the best race. Torpedo Anna at the height of her game. Sierra Leone, they got a 111 buyer in that race. This horse got a 109 buyer almost 3 months earlier, winning the Belmont Stakes. That's how good this horse is. He's so good with a little improvement, he would have handled that Travers field last year, and that Travers field was very, very good.
He passes the eye test. So he's the kind of horse, I mean, journalism makes his move at the top of the stretch of the Kentucky Derby and then does it again in the Belmont. He looks like he's going to be the winner in both of those races. And then here comes Sovereignty. Last move, best move, and goes by him like he's tied to a post. Right. This is not only the best 3-year-old in the country, I think it's the best 3-year-old we've seen in some time.
I think he's the best we've seen since Arrogate, that, you know, incredible
That's
performance
big.
of the Travers. But keep in mind, Arrogate right now, no one had even heard of this horse, right? He'd run 3 times.
We'll get back to this conversation in a minute. Baeza going to tackle him again for a 3rd time. John Shirreffs bringing him back east.
I think that he'll be more competitive in this race than he was at 1.25 miles and 1.125 miles. I think he's going to get good position early, but I'm still just not sure he can beat the big dog.
Sandman, an equipment change, putting blinkers on, Tom.
Look, a talented 3-year-old, but has not really put it all together. And maybe the blinkers on is what changes that.
Not a lot of pace in the Jim Dandy. Moplex, who went 2 turns for the first time and looks sensational doing it, could be alone in front.
He is the main speed. Baeza's going to be forced to sort of be near him. His Ohio Derby was an exceptional effort, but exceptional just might not be good enough to beat Sovereignty.
New York bred for Jeremiah Engelhardt. It was a reroute going to that Ohio Derby. They were forced to run in a different race, and it worked out better than they could have ever planned. Hill Road, third in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile as a 2-year-old in the dirt debut for Chad Brown.
Maybe a little short on experience in Hill Road against these kinds of horses, but this is the time, midsummer, when you start testing your 3-year-olds and see if they can step up.
And the one that this division goes through, Sovereignty, the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner.
I briefly flirted with picking Baeza in this race because I think he will run well in here, but at the end of the day, I just think this guy is too good for these horses. Yes, it's a prep race. You know, Belmont's got his eye on the prize. If he loses here and he wins the Travers, no one will remember he lost the Jim Dandy. But having said that, I just think he's too good for these horses.
Well, let's go back to the Belmont Stakes. And, we talked about it earlier on the show. He's even more dangerous now because he showed a new dimension in this race, laying a lot closer than he ever has.
Yeah, he was closer than usual. He got a great trip along the rail to get into position. But, even doing all that, Andy, he still waited to be the one that made the last move.
He did, but, you think of a horse that in prior races you might have seen him 5 lengths behind and sort of maybe potentially at the mercy of the pace. I understand cutting the corner puts him more in the race, but if he suddenly becomes more tractable and Tommy's still able to finish like this, it's like you're right about journalism. I mean, journalism, if he could talk, would have said, what do I have to do to beat this guy?
Yeah, he's really the 2025 version of Alidar, and here comes a firm running alongside him and going right past him.
Yeah, I mean, and journalism is an extraordinarily good horse, a horse that would have won the Triple Crown if it wasn't for Sovereignty, and similar, you mentioned, to Alidar, and affirmed that Alidar was two of the all-time greats. But Sovereignty is dusting him. He's not just beating him, he's dusting him.
So can we look at he's been incredible. Look at this resume. There's no question he is the best 3-year-old right now. Before you start saying he would have rolled by the horses in the Travers, Fierceness ran a couple of races as a 3-year-old that this horse has not been able to get close to.
Well, not until the Travers.
Florida Derby was so much faster than anything he's done.
But
just not write him off.
I'm not writing off Fierceness. I'm talking about how good this horse. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to get too caught up in some of the big buyer performances we've seen from Todd Pletcher's horses down in Florida. He's run a lot of them under extremely easy circumstances that have run huge races. I don't think anybody actually believes that Fierceness would have beaten Sovereignty in last year's in the Belmont Stakes as the horse he was last year.
I think with Sovereignty, we got to talk about who he's beating. And I think journalism is a fabulous 3-year-old. And in any other year, would have had a chance to be a Triple Crown winner.
Do you think Fierceness was better than journalism? The Fierceness of Triple Crown season last year, who ran 15th in the Derby. He ran 15th in the Derby.
He's got a couple of races that were better than anything.
No, I mean,
it's certainly not the Derby, but the Derby is a unique race. Yeah. And Sovereignty overcame so much to win it.
I think Sovereignty's win. Well, I think Sovereignty actually. I disagree. I think he had a great trip in the Derby. I don't think he overcame anything. But
I'm talking about field size.
Yeah, but what I would say is the Belmont Stakes that Sovereignty ran was better than a race I believe that Fierceness had actually run leading up to that. Fierceness is tremendous. I'm not knocking his talent in any way, and Sierra Leone as well. But at that point in early June, I think Sovereignty was a much better horse than they were at that point in their careers.
They might meet later this year.
Yeah,
I hope so.
And I'm not ready to agree with that statement, by the way.
Okay.
But anyhow, I just
well, you said many his best horse we've seen in many years, and all of a sudden he's not better than the 3-year-olds who ran last year. Pick a side, Tom.
You're talking about the Travers. That's further down the line development from.
That's what I said. That's my point.
Derby
so
and
now you're arguing
but
my point against me.
But don't start comparing the two to each other. I want to compare who they're racing against.
Tom's confused. We should go to break.
We'll be back right after this with the Amsterdam.
Take a bourbon away. You're arguing.
At the top of this track, even obliteration. Perfectly named individual is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Saturday on FS2, from England's Ascot Racecourse, catch the King George VI and Queen Elizabeth Stakes, a win and you're in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Turf. 10 a.m. Eastern, Saturday morning on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here, joining you on YouTube. And of course, going to catch all the action on Naira Bets as well. But it's our feature race, the Grade 2 Amsterdam 3-year-olds traveling the 6.5 furlongs. And we do have a pretty fast one down on the rail. Who is your current favorite? That is Macho Music. 2 starts ago, he was able to win the Grade 2 Pat Day Mile. Now, things did not go accordingly in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens, in which his trainer, Rohan Crichton, stating that they changed the track, and they were changing the track throughout the day on Belmont Stakes Day, because we had those torrential rains throughout the morning hours, and obviously it started the day sloppy, and then as the day went on, they were trying to dry it out to get it fast by the time the Belmont rolled around, and so therefore they harrowed it to try to get some air into it and let it dry out more, in which Macho Music, you look at, oh, well, he ran well on a wet track before. Harrowed wet tracks and sealed wet tracks are entirely different surfaces. Now, he also missed the break that day, and he's going to not be able to do that here today, breaking from this rail position. Physically, as he has gone back and forth from here to Kentucky now, he looks great. Looks as though he's handled the ship physically well. His weight, his conditioning is exactly what you want to see, and he is a bigger horse. So, this 6.5, obviously fine, but he does present himself as being one that is very effective at the 7 or the mile distances. We'll see how he does. Want to watch how he's warmed up, and to make sure that he kind of has his head in the game and is warmed up aggressively to make sure he doesn't break flat like he did last time out. Number 2, Garamond is an interesting proposition as he'll turn back in distance. Last time out, he caught an incredibly wet track at Monmouth, in which it was tough, I think, to make up ground that day. But on top of that, you could tell he was a very unhappy horse from the time that they sprung the latch. He was experiencing a lot of kickback. He was climbing. He just was not handling the surface whatsoever. And physically, I thought he looked tremendous that day down at Monmouth Park, and he always does. He's a very good-looking son of Uncle Mo. I don't mind the turn back physically. He is a smaller horse in stature. He honestly looks like a slightly smaller version of his sire, Uncle Mo. It's his disposition. I'm not sure that this horse is really cranked up, as he's always very quiet and laid back pre-race. But you kind of want a horse to be a little bit more aggressive when you're turning them back in distance. So we'll see how he negotiates that, but at least he gets back on a fast track. Number 3, Smokin' Wicked might have excuse me, one of the more comprehensive campaigns. And I like the fact that they have gone back to his roots, because the last time I saw him is when he was trying to stretch things out in the Rebel. That didn't go accordingly, like one would think, especially given his pedigree as well and his physicality. He is an out-and-out sprinter, but he continues to progress, and I love to see that about these horses. He's one that I had the opportunity to lay eyes on as a 2-year-old up here at Saratoga, where he spent the summer, and I really love the progression that I see from this horse. He's tactical enough. He's not going to let Macho Music, one would think, too far out of his sights. I think he is a real danger here in this Amsterdam for Dallas Stewart. Greg?
3-1 right now on a horse who just was second in the Maxfield at Churchill Downs. at 7 furlongs. Of course, we got to see him a couple of times in some big races last summer, including the Grade 1 Hopeful.
And you really like this horse's chances, Greg.
I do.
And the Louisiana bred at that. That's a program that's come a long, long way in the last 5 years.
You've had one of the better LA breds, some of all parts, in the last 20 years, right?
If some of the
some of the parts.
If some of the parts were Louisiana bred, he would have made $3 million. But unfortunately, he wasn't. He was a Kentucky bred, Andy.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like he just has a couple of races that no one has come close to, including last start. You like 8 to wire. You're going to bet 100 here. What do you like with the 5?
I thought he ran extremely well in the Pat Day Mile. It's a little hard to watch those races at a mile at Churchill, but he had significant trouble early, and a race dominated up front. He was running a bit at the end. He didn't get into it last time, but I like the fact that he gets it back on a dry track. His win in the Swale, which I have to imagine has fooled Todd Pletcher, given he didn't run him on the dirt until his 5th start, I think makes him very competitive in this race. And his race in the Fountain of Youth wasn't that bad going too far. So I'm going to bet him to win, and I'm going to box him with the number 2. So I'll have a $50 exacta box, 2-5, and take a little shot here, try to increase that bankroll and catch up to the bankroll that Jonathan should have.
Does it worry you on the 2 that his biggest races have been when he is allowed to use Lasix, and the ones that aren't as good are when he wasn't unable to use it?
I think that's a very fair question, except I think he ran extremely well in the Gotham. It was just his 2nd start. It was a significant improvement from his debut. So while that's a fair question, I thought his 2nd start was very good, and I think there's a good chance. He just hated the slop last time out. I like a turn back. Chad Brown in graded stakes, cutting back from a route to a sprint, is 5 for 19 over the last 5 years with a $2.06 ROI. So I think he's going to run well, and I think he's a massive overlay at 3-1. 7-1, excuse me. I just think 8-5 on the 1 is crazy IRAD money, and he can win. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think he's supposed to be. I don't think anybody should be that short. I'll be honest with you, Greg. Do you think 3-1 is a great price on the horse that you like?
No, but yeah, more to the point too. 8-5 is crazy. It seems like a macho music. With more on Smokin' Wicked, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, here with you're Louisiana bred, right, Dallas?
Actually, I was born in Mississippi, but raised in New Orleans.
There we go. All right, we're setting out a Louisiana bred here in Smokin' Wicked. Dallas, kind of going back to his roots, doing what he's best at, and that's sprinting. Talk a little bit about bringing him up here. I thought his last race at Churchill, very good.
Very solid. Even the race at Keeneland was solid in the Lafayette, so we know he's a very solid horse. He ran up here as a 2-year-old last year, ran great, so he's just a throwback horse that runs hard all the time.
And how cool is it to do it with a Louisiana bred?
I mean, look, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I train them for what they're, what they do. But listen, it's great that he comes from down there and he represents Louisiana. Everybody's pumped and ready to see him run a big race here.
Best of luck. He looks tremendous.
Thank you so much.
All right, Dallas Stewart setting out Smokin' Wicked here, guys.
Hard not to root for Dallas Stewart, and he's had some huge upsets, some incredibly close calls, with huge long shots to the Kentucky Derby as well. And, of course, Kentucky Oaks, biggest upset in history.
He might be one of the most popular trainers in the history of horse racing. It's tough to find anybody who doesn't like Dallas.
Oh, he's got big personality.
Greatest.
He works hard. He has 1 speed, fast.
Good man.
A lot like his mentor. He'll take a shot in the spot.
Call to post. Here we go. We will see macho music to kick things off. So 8-5, and yeah, Andy could be right here. Maybe this is a Rat Ortiz Jr. money.
Yeah, I see the argument for him, and I think, Tom, your point is valid that he could be the main speed in here. I just think this field is too good for anybody to be this short.
Here is Garamond next door. Showed a lot of talent, too, back for Chad Brown.
He did. Made the lead from the gate. Challenged after a half mile and kept on going.
Louisiana bred for the Mississippi bred, but the New Orleans adopted native, Dallas Stewart.
Second to a very talented Brad Cox horse last time that we will likely see in the Alan Jerkins later this meet.
Bill Mott with Jose Lezcano and T-Craft.
I mean, if you want to talk about horses that are a price that you could maybe sink your teeth into, it's this 4-horse T-Craft at 12-1.
I agree.
Big chance here.
Todd Pletcher, Dylan Davis with Gate to Wire.
Made my spiel for him today. He's going to need a little bit of pace in front of him, but I think he can be a bit closer if he breaks well.
Here is Gunmetal, Brad Cox with Luis Saez.
Well, we talk about tactical speed. Gunmetal has that, and if this pace does get a little hot, it sets up well for him.
This one coming off a career best effort in a stake at Gulfstream on a sloppy surface.
Coming off a big win, but he's going to have to take another step forward to be competitive here. I got a question. Isn't the 6 gunmetal going to be on top of the pace here?
You think this horse will make the lead?
I didn't
well,
say
he's got
make
the right
lead.
rider
I
to
think
do
he's
it.
going to be on top
Yeah.
of the pace. I don't know what happened to him last time. We were trying to figure it out, and you and I were looking at it, right? And he kind of seemed like he hit the gate a little coming out last time, and maybe it just dropped him out of the race. And Tom, you can talk about this. I'm sure you have had horses hit the gate that have recovered fine, but some horses it kind of knocks their wind out and they never recover.
Not only knocks their wind out, mentally it shakes them up.
This is 2 back at Keeneland when he was good, but he's also a
This is
horse. He's been very good when there hasn't been a name before the race, right? 2 maiden allowance, huge figs. 2 stakes, no show.
He's another that you could make the case that Lasix helps his cause. And when he's not using Lasix, and he won't be today, he's not the same horse you're looking at on the screen right there.
Good point. Third off a short layoff. You have the 2 huge figures, as Andy mentioned. They didn't have names in front of the races, and there was no Lasix as well. As we go back to Macho Music, will shorten up a touch in distance, but has that inside post, and with that speed, has to go, you would think. And Rohan Crichton got a huge win here in the Pate Mile.
Watch the separation here, Andy, when he cuts the corner here on the lead. All of a sudden, he's 3 in front. You know, he has the opportunity to do that today from that one post.
Oh, he runs this race, and this field's in trouble. I'm not going to deny it. But it was a super sloppy sealed track. What happened to him last time? It's not like the race that Woody Stevens fell apart. He got into New York, and things were a lot different. And for a horse that is 8-5 in a competitive race, I just think he's an underlay. Am I going to be shocked when I blew it and he wins? No. But I think he's a horse to play against at that price as he drifts to 9-5. Let me ask both of you a question. Do you think he's absolutely the horse to beat in here?
I do. I think he's the horse to beat based on post position, based on style, and, of course, it's going to depend a lot on what happens in that first 1/8 of a mile out of the gate.
Do you feel the same, Greg?
I just have a much higher opinion of Smoking Wicked than everyone does in this race. He's the horse to catch.
Well, he's second choice, so you're not exactly on an island.
I think Smoking Wicked is the horse to beat. But 6-1.
You and Maggie both agree.
Yeah, 5-2. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, you're not the only one. I like him a lot here. Smoking Wicked, I don't trust number 1 Macho Music as much. And obviously, Smoking Wicked, he's proven that he can win here at the Spa. But I do want to talk about Andy's selection in here, owned by Donegal Racing and trained by Todd Pletcher, is number 5, Gate to Wire, whom honestly, I picked Smokin' Wicked, but he's the next best looking horse of this group. He is moving so well up there. Dylan Davis has given him a really big warm up, and he just grabbed the bit and just galloped off with powerful strides. If anything, I think he's gotten stronger. I don't know how that happens, but he is third off a bit of a layoff. He's gotten stronger since the Woody Stevens. He's put on conditioning, and I love to see that. So hopefully he won't be so out-footed as he pairs these sprints back-to-back / gets back on a fast racetrack. So I definitely think that at 5-1, Gate to Wire is a legitimate player. But honestly, the horse who finished just in front of him, barely by a nostril, it's number 4, T Craft for Bill Mott. Now, he was first off of a layoff, and you could see that in the paddock, in the prelims before that Woody Stevens, that the freshness was getting to him as he was really wound up that day in the paddock. Not something that I had observed from him in his Aqueduct races, a lot more reserved in those affairs. Today, still on it, but not as over the top. I thought he did have a fairly decent trip, all things considered, in that Woody Stevens, but I just thought that maybe the freshness kind of took a toll on him, and now that he has a race under his belt, more mentally prepared for this one, maybe at a big price he can make some noise here, Greg.
See what happens. Thank you, Maggie. And that would be quite another big upset in. It's been a difficult to have sequence so far in the pick 5 and pick 6.
I agree with Tom and Maggie that you're looking for a price in here. 13-1 on him seems fair. He did not run that badly in the Woody Stevens. Now he's going to have to get a little bit faster, but I don't think he's so far out of it that 13-1 doesn't make him usable. Tom.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this field, I think it's really muddied up by how many of these horses are coming off races on an off track, trying to and it's a group that to me is very evenly matched, but I just think pace-wise, you're going to know after the first 1/8 of a mile whether our big favorite, the 1 horse, Macho Music, is the one to beat or not.
And Andy Garamond he flashed so much talent. Third start of his career at a mile at Aqueduct. 99 buyer speed figure. Chad Brown tries him in stakes company, trying to potentially get to the Haskell.
Yep.
Didn't like that wet track, it seemed
I
like.
mean,
is there a why cut back now? They want to give him another chance.
Because I think at this point, Chad probably looks at it realistically and says he's not winning the Travers. So I want to point for a Grade 1. He's a Juddmonte horse. They wanted to make stallions. And if I'm going to win a Grade 1 with this guy in Saratoga, it ain't going to be the Travers. It's going to be the Allen Jerk. It's not that he's going to do it, but I think he's doing the more reasonable thing. The problem with this race, got a big figure, and he beat the highly touted Cornucopian, who's a good lesson for not trying to bite off more than you can chew in a horse's career early, is that Mai Matoli got a 92 buyer and finishing third in here, and he's come back with much slower efforts. So I kind of want to see if he can run back to that kind of figure. It might be a little on the high side, but even if it's a 92, doesn't that make him competitive in here if he can run back to it?
Oh, 100%. And I think this is a great replay that we're watching in the sense that this horse was challenged and took on that challenge and drew off.
I mean, he's the overlay, right? He's the one who was 7-2 morning line. He's 7-1.
There's this trainer, Chad Brown, so loaded at this meet. We'll see if this one on the turn back and distance can get this Grade 2 Amsterdam. Huge effort 2 starts ago.
And he's the one that's, I think a lot of people are surprised that he's 7-1. He's just being completely ignored. Now, the other thing, I say, I don't think he liked the wet track last time. Okay, I could be wrong. He might, be going the wrong way and just not run well here at all. I mean, sometimes you use a racetrack as an excuse, and it turns out that wasn't the reason they ran badly, Tom. I'm sure that's happened to you.
More than once.
Right.
Great crowd on hand on this Friday afternoon. This crowd going to swell on Saturday to see one of the true stars of our sport right now. Back at it in Sovereignty, part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage in the Jim Dandy.
Jim Dandy Day feels like, in some ways, it's opening day for Saratoga every year. We're getting closer to August. It's always going to be the August place to be. It's always going to be the weekends that are the most busy. You've got Jim Dandy, Whitney coming up. After that, you've got the Alabama and the Travers, and these are the big days at the meet. And I think we're going to have a big crowd and a nice day here tomorrow, and we should. You don't get to see the Kentucky Derby winner run that often.
Warm day. I don't know how he usually looks, but a lot of sweat. Macho music.
Yeah, I think it's one of those days. I'm kind of watching the fields earlier in the day, and it looks like a lot of them are pretty hot. Certainly T-Craft, is when he goes to the gate, is going to be another one that's going to be pretty hot to you when you watch him walk in.
There he is. Grade 2 Amsterdam. It's Macho Music, Arad Ortiz Jr. with a favorite from the rail. He is quick early. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Here's Gunmetal in the colors of Windstar Farm going up. Matigol completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off to a picture-perfect start in the Amsterdam, presented by Albany Med Health System. And it is Gunmetal who is the quickest, immediately tackled, though, by Macho Music, who comes through to take the lead, and Smokin' Wicked is in between them. Those three vying for command. Followed by T-Craft. Garamonda close up 5th. Gate to wire just outside of him. Matigol is 9 lengths off Macho Music, who's in hand at the half-mile pole, leading the way 3/4 of a length. Smokin' Wicked alongside. The quarter went in 22 seconds flat. 3 wide. Gunmetal is right there in the thick of it too. Then T-Craft, followed by Gate to Wire. Garamond has lost some ground, has 7 to make up, 4 in front of Matigol. They're coming to the quarter pole, and Smokin' Wicked takes the lead. On the outside, Gunmetal moves into second. Macho Music is back to third. As they come to the furlong pole, Smokin' Wicked means business. Opens up 2.5 on Gunmetal in second. Gate to Wire down the center of the track, but Smokin' Wicked is blowing them away in the Amsterdam. Smokin' Wicked strolls home by almost 6 lengths. Gunmetal was second. Gate to Wire third. Macho Music finished 4th in 1:15.3.
That is moving. Quick final time noted by Frank Miramati. Brian Hernandez Jr. on Smokin' Wicked for Dallas. Stewart, he was dominant here.
He was dominant. he had so well placed out of the gate right against Macho Music, who really kind of struggled to finally clear and make the lead. You knew his day was done when they turned for home. You're watching it right there. He's down on the rail, and he's pushing pretty hard. And, for our winner, our Louisiana bred, I might add, Smoking Wicked, really, really positioned well and kicked home great.
Clearly the best Louisiana bred appearing on this show today.
Wow.
Great call by Maggie. Great call by you, Greg. Both of you were all over this horse. Both of you love this horse today, and you could not have been more right. He absolutely embarrassed this field, frankly. I mean, you could say the pace kind of held together okay behind him. It held together because the best horse just crushed this field. I mean, he won like he should have been 3-5.
Yes, he did. Very happy Dallas Stewart.
Going to be a lot of business at Ben & Jerry's tonight.
And
think Dallas will pick it up everybody's ice cream like John Stewart does.
That's a hard no. Yeah, that won't happen.
Let's go back to the beginning here, Andy.
Yeah, let's watch the break of the one. Who was our favorite, Macho Music? Break's okay, but you can see that Irad is pushing, using the reins. That's his way of communicating to the horse. Come on, I need you to get going. His hands are moving. Finally, he makes the lead here. That's using a lot of gas in the tank to get to where you want to be, and it proved to be too much.
And, you also saw a very aggressive ride by Louis Sizen, Gunmetal, who ran a respectable second in this race. But I would argue that Smokin' Wicked is in that position you never want to be in. Battling between horses in a contested pace. And it just didn't matter. I mean, he shrugged these horses off like it was a joke top of stretch. And I got to think this horse has to be considered a major player going towards the Alan Jerkins off this kind of performance. This was good
that
today.
date has already been circled after this performance for these connections.
And he'll tell you that in about 20 seconds when he gets interviewed by Maggie.
I'm glad to see Brian get a big win here, too, as well. And obviously, we saw him a lot last year.
He's no stranger to that.
Yeah, he had some good wins here. But a win in Saratoga is special no matter what. And this horse, I mean, you like it when you run big races and you come out afterwards and say, man, the best horse won today. And this horse was definitively the best.
Coaching Club American Oaks for that man last year, of course. A Travers that exceeded expectations, coming up just short on Torpedo Anna against Fierceness in a Travers for the ages. And hope to see him back in the personal ensign on the reigning horse of the year a little bit later in the meet. Smokin' Wicked, sensational. And this Grade 2 Amsterdam will have prices when we come back and set up the nightcap. Stay with us.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Back with you here at Saratoga Live in our Fasig-Tipton Winner's Circle. What a performance from Smokin' Wicked. Just dominates this group in the Amsterdam. Let's go to Maggie.
I am pleased to be joined here in the winner's circle by Team Smokin' Wicked, including jockey Brian Hernandez. I'll get to you, Valines, in a second, but happy anniversary to Murray and Jerry. What a anniversary present. But Brian, talk a little bit about just his dominance. You had him prominent early in the race, and through the lane, it was like a one-horse race.
Yeah, that just goes back to the way Dallas brought him into this race. You know, he looked so good in the paddock that he kind of told us that he was going to run a big race, and he left there and put himself in a great spot, and he traveled well the whole way. I mean, nobody told him he's a Louisiana bred, that's for sure. He went out there and dominated him pretty nicely.
You know, I love Louisiana breds, and I know that you do too. But Brian was just asking you, how many of these great estates have you won with law breds? And you're picking up another one here.
Won a few. I don't know about graded, but we've won a lot of races up here and all over.
It's become quite a prominent program. We have Tom Amos on the program right now on our show, and he was talking about how well it's developed.
Well, it has. It really has. We got some top-notch breeding. This is sort of a little surprise breeding. It's just sort of he just popped up. He was an athlete, right? He was prepped. I knew this colt when he was young, and I just saw him and I said I want to buy him. I was out of town actually. Someone bought him for me, but it was. What a pleasant surprise. He's been nothing but a winner. 6.5 and down, he's right there in the money. So.
Well, I guess I can ask you if 6.5 is his limit, because the next one is the Alan Jerkins. Dallas, are we going to go for it?
Well, he'll be fine going 7. We just have to put it together. I'm not afraid of 7 furlongs with him. He's gotten older. He's stronger. He really knows his job now. I mean, he put Brian right in the right spot. Brian just sat up there on the catbird seat. You know, so look, we always want to take a shot, but we think we fit. If everything goes right, we'll probably be there.
All right. Well, don't worry. He loves it here. You're okay.
He does. Yeah, okay. We love it here too.
Then that's why they need to come back for the Alan Jerkins guys. But Smokin' Wicked dominates this Amsterdam today.
That was fun to watch. This horse put on a show in this Amsterdam.
I think a lot of people are hoping he doesn't come. A lot of people in the race are hoping he doesn't come back. I got to tell you, I don't like to get overly complimentary, but Tom, that was some performance by him.
No, it was. Murray mentioned that he didn't breed this specific horse. He bought him as a young horse. But Valerie Farms, Murray Valerie, is a major player in the breeding industry in Louisiana and a big supporter of that program.
$7.50 for the win. Tom knew Louisiana breds could win here.
They're better horses than handicappers, that's for sure.
Where do they fit in the training department? Let me just throw that lob
very,
past to you.
Very low.
Yeah. I just throw that lob
Bottom
pass.
Bottom of the barrel.
And you just spiked it right into the ground.
Close out the card on the grass at 1 1/8 in New York Bred's $50,000 maiden claiming group. Wide open nightcap to end it here. Miguel Clammont with dividend recap off a long layoff, but getting the easiest company she's met.
But let's make sure people are aware. They see this horse ran in November last time. It was not November of 2024.
Yeah, that's a year and a half.
November of 2023. It's more like 1 3/4 years. That's a tough layoff to take on this horse. Not that he can't win. I think the outside horse is dangerous if John is aggressive and goes the lead. Malice a lot. My long shot here is Alice Fantastic, who's getting a significant rider change.
Talk more about this field when we come back. Close it out, 1 1/8 on the lawn on this Friday from Saratoga. We'll be back.
Fox, Saratoga Saturday. Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty in the Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun.
It's a rematch of the Kentucky Derby, and here comes Sovereignty. Goes right by journalism once again. Sovereignty and Junior Alvarado in the Belmont Stakes.
The Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun. Winning coverage on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Join us at 3 Eastern on Fox. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NyraBets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Quality at his core.
And core beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
Trainers Rudy and Gustavo Rodriguez come from a family of 10 brothers, 5 of which have worked in the thoroughbred industry. But training wasn't their first job.
I was a jockey for almost close to 17 years.
And here's the wire and Frost Giant. A huge upset.
I broke a lot of bones. So that was easy for me to change, I guess. You know, when you're riding bad horses and falling down a lot and being in the hospital a lot, you know, it's tough.
I had 2 jobs. I was working for Rick Dutro as an exercise rider, and I used to park cars, for Nyra.
Over here in the back, it was in the preferred parking.
Yeah, over here. I did it for like a few years,
So
maybe more than 10
this
years.
little spot is still close.
Yeah.
Parking cars aside, the brothers decided to work together. Rudy would get his trainer's license, and Gustavo would come work for him. But that took some encouragement.
He didn't really want to do it, but I kind of like was pushing him, you know, to do it because he knew a lot of owners, and I thought maybe through him we wanted like to do our own thing, but he didn't really want to do it. And I was.
I want to keep falling out on the horses still. I want to keep riding.
And little by little, he made it.
Vijak to win the Kelso Handicap. Dad's Caps has won the Carter.
Condo Commando was splash-tastic.
Everything seemed to be going well. Well, most of the time.
Was okay. Couple of days, you know, like everything else, you know, some days good, some days bad, but
no, for like
we keep moving along.
For like most of the time, good, you know, we used to argue and this and that. 2 minutes go by, we everything good.
This continued until a partnership with Andrew Gurdon developed with Gustavo. Then he decided to go out on his own. That would pit brother against brother on the track.
My wife, she don't like it when when we run against him. She don't like it. No, because Rudy beat us a lot. Right now, if I need anything, I ask him, and he's there for us. And if he needs something, I'm there for him.
We try to put it together, you know.
Even we fight sometimes, but we right there.
You gotta fight sometimes to make it work, no?
Well, brothers will be brothers, but through it all, there is still a lot of respect between them.
He's very unique, and it's tough to be like him. He's more laid back.
Rudy's like
I just go with the flow.
He don't stop. He don't stop. Rudy, he just keep going.
I'm good. I gotta go take a shower and come back.
Well, still that very close relationship, and both having a lot of success. Of course, Gustavo having the biggest win of his career coming just a few weeks ago.
Those 2 guys, Rudy in particular, because Rudy is bigger than life. You see him everywhere. I've never seen him in a bad mood, ever. I need to have what he's having, because he is always got a smile on his face.
Rudy, you know, when he was riding back in the day, he won a Grade 1, the Suburban, the same race his brother won.
Phileas Fogg.
Grade 2. He was always around the racetrack. If he wasn't riding, he was around the paddock area, walking around.
Gustavo with Attagirl Addy, Rudy with Professor Grace. They both have big chances to take this nightcap. Stay with us.
When the spotlight shines on the race, there's a team behind it, working before the world wakes up. They care. They sacrifice. They make it all possible. Best is here to care for them because they deserve the very best too. We support their health, their hopes, and their humanity. Best, behind every champion is a team, caring for the people who care for the horses.
As they say,
Book 'em Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em Dano in a thriller. Book 'em Dano wears him down. Book 'em Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to four-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, and thanks for spending your Friday afternoon with us here as we have the nightcap in the Paddock Maiden 50 for the New York bred fillies and mares, and they are traveling the 1 1/8, the 9 furlongs over the turf course, as we'll begin with that really long layoff Andy was talking about, nearly 1 year and 3/4, as Professor Grace is getting a little close to me, I'm not gonna lie. But taking a look at dividend recap, she is a big girl. And as I often say, and she was a big girl as a 2-year-old too, when I first saw her. And bigger horses like this often run into soundness issues. So kind of no surprise, not that surprising, I should say, that she's been away for quite a while. Now, she looks fit from a leanness perspective. I just wish she looked a little stronger across her hind end and her top line. And that's often the problem when horses are coming back off this kind of layoff. You really isn't much you can do in their training other than getting them a race under their belt to really strengthen them up. But she's calm, cool, and collected for this comeback. We'll see if she can make any noise here, but 9 furlongs looks as though it's well within her wheelhouse. Like I said, she's quite large. As number 3, Catholic Edition, she is making her second start in this same condition, but she gets a whole 1/8 of a mile further to work with. And I talked to Linda Rice after her first race, and she joked to me, yeah, I think she needs 1.5 miles. So getting the 9 furlongs is definitely a welcomed distance for her. She's very long and tubular in her frame. So this kind of distance is perfect. She ran like a horse that should appreciate the added ground, though sometimes it is a little bit of an optical illusion. Could we be falling for that? Because it was a decent price, decent pace as well. So she still needs to strengthen. I wish she was a little bit stronger overall. She just didn't do what I had hoped she would have gained from that first race. And moving on to the outside, stretching back out in distance and dropping in class is number 9, Practical Romance. Very healthy. I mean, she is carrying good weight, super coat on her, and I'm wondering if, stretching out and coming out of that sprint, if it inflects a little bit more pace into her as she goes all the way out to the 9 furlongs. Can't say I love her at this distance, but the fact that she might be forward in here, obviously with the drop in class, and it looks as though she's doing well, I think makes her a player here, as the board would agree as well. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. Post parade here coming up shortly. This one vying for favoritism, and I know you two both don't like this one quite a bit too.
Yeah, I think there's some things going for this horse. I mean, first of all, that first start at the fairgrounds, I remember that race. That was a very good race, fast from the gate. The 3/8 pole got a little tight, fought hard at the end. I mean, that race wins here. Is Practical Romance the same horse she was back in March? I guess that's to be seen.
I picked her. I'll give her an excuse for her last start. She got bumped pretty hard at the start, was kind of pinballed around, ended up wide, lost all chance sprinting. My concern with her, and I do like her, is the 1 1/8. I worry that she's going to get a little late in here. I'm hoping that Johnny's aggressive and goes to the front. If not, sit behind. With a 7 out of the race, I think this horse can be in front of Princess Grace, and I hope Johnny is aggressive.
Yeah, unfortunately on the replay, you missed the part where she kind of steadies at the 3/8 pole, but, I mean, this was a good race.
Yeah, no, you know what? It's just hard to show that much of them when we're on here, so I didn't include that, but I don't disagree. I thought she ran fine, and I like her. I also think that Alice Fantastic is interesting on the rail. Her race 2 back puts her right in the mix in this race, outside of our horse.
And she, those 2 races, correct me if I'm wrong, because you're up here, but it wasn't like the pace was very fast in those races. Difficult to close in those 2 spots.
I won't disagree completely with that. I thought she ran okay for some out, though the winner did make a big run from the back of the back. And I'm not going to ignore the switch to Manny Franco, I think, is a very good one.
See if this one could get, a little bit better trip from the outset. Big price on the inside.
I'm a little biased. This horse is named for a book written by my friend, the late Maggie Estep, and so kind of like it's a fun book, by the way. I recommend to people. Alice Fantastic. It's a racetrack mystery set at Aqueduct. Maybe you could get Colleen to read it to you, Tom.
Does it have any pictures? Is it a picture book?
I'll draw a few.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Post parade coming up. The way the show started, it's gone okay. I thought there were going to be more shots like that, but you guys have behaved.
There's still about 10 minutes left.
Okay. Well, I mean, I hit one out the park.
I mean, it was a mic drop moment.
Right, and Andy's had a few singles.
Andy just got even, I think,
I was
with that
stunned
comment.
at the nastiness of it, to be honest with you. I'm supposed to be the nasty one, Tom. Be careful. They're going to start coming for you on Twitter if you're not nice.
He's learned over the years, yeah.
People used to like you.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
There's John Velasquez, winningest rider in the history of this historic track, on one stretching out, was close to the pace sprinting. So see if she uses that speed from that outside post. You would think she would. There's not a ton of pace in this group. Kick things off with this long shot that Andy's intrigued by Alice Fantastic.
Well, I think her race 2 back gives her a chance to be competitive in this race, and she's a big price. I mean, here's the question. Who are you afraid of here?
Yeah. Dividend recap, that long layoff, Miguel Clammont.
Yeah, a 1.5 year layoff. That is difficult for a trainer to get a horse up to speed at, but Miguel can do it.
Linda Rice, Jose Lizcano, Catholic edition.
This horse is perfectly logical in here. Didn't have the best trips, but I don't like horses from that back check race who broke 6 lengths beyond the field and still won.
Here are the Rodriguez brothers right next door to each other. Rudy with Professor Grace.
Yeah, you talk about perfectly logical. Professor Grace certainly is. This is a horse that actually closed into a pace that wasn't very fast in the last start.
Brother Gustavo with Attagirl Addie, the 5.
Just had so many chances, but her last race is fast enough to give her a chance here.
Immigration Law, 22-1.
First time on the turf, right? Pedigree. Yeah, I hunted for it. I couldn't find it.
I couldn't either.
Forget Tomorrow, Gary Contessa, Katie Davis.
Yeah, again, another one's trying the turf for this first time, and you kind of wonder if this is not a move of desperation. It's not working on the dirt.
Talked about All-Star earlier, and this is a Tom's d'Etat.
I always
campaign.
felt bad that he stumbled in the Whitney.
In the Whitney,
I just wanted to
yes,
see
yeah.
what he could do.
He was doing so good then,
I know.
too.
It's a shame.
So getting on the turf for the first time, start number 2, this filly by Tom's D'Etat. And then Practical Romance on the outside, coming out of a sprint where she was close to that pace early.
And keep in mind, even though this horse has the outside post, there's a long run to the first turn. So with a somewhat aggressive ride, Johnny should be able to clear. The problem with this horse is she's carrying the double weight of Amos and Serling in here. It's not a team you want to be on, is it?
Back to dividend recap.
I'd
Good,
agree
no
with that.
response. Just ignore. So, yeah, Andy, important that he noted, not November of last year, November of 23, last time we saw this filly. And this was that race at Aqueduct.
And this was a solid effort, though. This horse did come up a very, very strong inside, so she was helped by the racetrack. I like the fact that she's owned by Valerie Clammont, who's Christophe's widow, of course. I kind of like seeing that a little bit. And, you know, I told Valerie, now that Christophe's gone, I'm going to have to make fun of her. But I wish her the best in here. This horse, it's just Tom, man, at a short price, I can't take a horse on this kind of layoff.
Yeah, look, I'm going to say it again. The older horses get, the harder it is for a trainer to bring them off the layoff. And so this is a big task for Miguel in this spot.
3-1. And with Joel Rosario, long time away, gets Lasix, does get easier company. And the horse that had won that race when we last saw her on the racetrack, 2 wins at huge price. Broker made it 100-1 and then won again at 68-1.
It's one of Greg Wolf's favorite horse, Bertriel. I'll tell you something, Bertriel is running tomorrow.
Right.
And is live in that race at a big
Yeah.
price. That horse got a ridiculous trip in her last race.
Back to Practical Romance. Brittany Russell Barn with Johnny V.
She won with a stretch out, was it the 4th, July 3rd? I think at the beginning of this meet, she won with a, so hard to remember, could have even been Belmont Stakes weekend. She had a stretch out turf horse win the last race here that day, looking for lightning to strike. Oh boy, that's it.
It's a lot of weight. Whew. Good luck.
Do you like this horse too, Wolfie?
No.
Okay.
The feature angle always big, and both of the Rodriguez brothers with big chances in this nightcap. Let's go to Maggie.
Yep. Toss. Big toss on Practical Romance, if all 3 of us like her. Honestly, I landed on her because I just felt she was the lesser of all the evils in here. As number 4, Professor Grace. Look, I have a Grace at home. It'd be very easy for me to land on her. Friends with Stewart Grant, who owns her from the Elkstone Group. She was over the top. I actually don't have any notes on her, so maybe she's always like this, but they could barely get the tack on her. She's just running everyone over that's trying to attend to her. She's chilled out a little bit, but that's not the behavior you want to see for a horse that's trying the longest distance of her career so far. No doubt about it, she ran well on the turf for the first time in a maiden special weight last time out in a better race, and she was quite rank early, but I think she's going to be rank again, given her pre-race demeanor. So, like I said, between the 2, 3, 4, and 9, I just thought the 9 arguably had the most upside. Greg?
3-1 right now. A lot of love for this one from our team. And we'll see if she can come through here as the second choice on the board.
Yeah, no, I'm a fan of her chances in here. I don't want to take less than 3-1, so I'm sort of waiting to see if she dips down, but I like her chances.
Let's talk real quickly about the pace in this race, you guys. It looks like it could really be slow. I don't. Who do you have making the lead in here?
She goes.
That's what I think.
Haven't I said this like 5 or 6 times already?
You know, Andy, I really don't pay attention to what you say.
Clearly.
But no. So I mean, you know, blinkers went on last time. I think they want to show speed here. And even from that outside post, I think that's who sets the pace.
Had you been listening to me, you would have heard me explain the 1 1/8 races.
I got shook up when you said, "Can I go to dinner with you?"
They're run
early in the show.
I
haven't been the same since that. The answer is a hard no. But
the last time I had dinner with you, I paid. I just want to bring that up. It was because I paid because
lost
the
a
company
bet.
Your wife.
Yeah,
no, I was happy to pay.
Yeah.
There's a far enough run from the start to the first turn at 1 1/8 that with any kind of aggression from Johnny, she should be able to clear. And, I mean, if she was mine, I would certainly be telling John to go to the lead with her. And He's won a lot of races, and he's certainly been a lot of speed horses, too.
The only other one, and it certainly looks like it's one who goes to the front. I would say potentially Professor Grace, who'd shown some dirt sprint speed.
I agree.
And was rank early last start on the grass.
I agree with you. That's the only other speed I can see as well. I completely agree, Greg.
Javier Castellano on the 4. You agree?
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't see look, we play this game all the time. Over and under, first half mile.
Yeah, it's hard because it's very tricky with the rails where they are to know exactly what the times are going to be. But I'd be very surprised this half is anything close to, is anything close to even 49. I think it'll be
That's
high 49s.
That's what I put the over and under at.
49? I'll take the over on 49
over?
for a lot. Yeah, there's no way it's going to be less than 49.
There's Javier Castellano. Going to be tough to keep that incredible string of success going in this year's Travers. 7-time winner.
Unless he picks them out on, well, it's not over. It's a long way to go before the Travers.
Yes, it
we'll
is.
See what happens.
Including tomorrow's Stepping Stone and the Jim Dandy. Nightcap on this Friday card from Saratoga. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Left to load. Professor Grace coming up. Practical Romance will complete the lineup. Walking up. Backs away. Practical Romance. 7-2 on the board. Takes up her spot. They're in the gate. And they're off. Batagirl Addie with a very quick start. And Professor Grace is keen along the inside. Here's Practical Romance. And Immigration Law is racing in between horses. So it's Professor Grace just in front as they move into the first turn. Immigration Law in between horses, and outside of them, Practical Romance. None of those three doing each other any favors. Attagirl Addie settles in fourth. Then comes Dividend Recap, who's well spotted in her comeback, some 7 lengths off the pace. The gray is Forget Tomorrow in the opening quarter, went in 23 2/5 seconds. At the back of the field are Catholic Edition and Alice Fantastic. So it's Professor Grace showing that speed with a 2-length advantage. Immigration Law is in second, and just inside of her, Attagirl Addie in third. Dividend Recap inches up on the inside of Practical Romance as they get to the half-mile pole. The half went in 47 4/5 seconds. It's another 2 lengths back to Catholic Edition, racing on the inside of Forget Tomorrow and Alice Fantastic. 10 lengths covers the field. They round the far turn. Professor Grace has been there every step of the way. Attagirl Addie, Immigration Law, second and third. Then comes Dividend Recap, who's racing along the inside, 4 lengths off the lead. Practical Romance outside of her, 3/4 went in 1:12 2. Dividend Recap is now starting to get going as Professor Grace turns for home in front. It's Professor Grace, 2-length lead. Dividend Recap now takes aim in between rivals with a sweep trip, and Attagirl Addie running a big race too. They're in the final furlong, and Dividend Recap has taken control under Joelle Rosario, and she was ready to roll. Vacation over, winner circle coming soon for Dividend Recap, who scores by 4.5 lengths. Attagirl Addie was second. Catholic Edition came rolling late for third. Fourth was a battle that involved Practical Romance.
Getting close to 2 years away for this filly, and she wins off the long layoff. Miguel Clammont, Joelle Rosario.
I mean, look, you got to have the athlete, but my goodness, what a great training job by Miguel to get this horse to win off a 1.5-year layoff, and not only win, but be a dominant horse in this race.
This was an absolute joke. This horse absolutely romped in this field. She was ready to go, and I'm happy for Miguel. I'm happy for Valerie as well. A nice win for them, and she was much the best. And I'll tell you what, I mean, obviously, we were both wrong about the pace. I was more wrong than you. They were flying. 47 and change for these horses, 1 mile and 1/8, they were flying out
If
front.
I set the over and under at 49, and you tell me it's going to be way over, how am I wrong?
Well,
were
you said
wrong.
40.
Calling mom, saying
I
you
said,
won.
I said you were wrong, and I was more
Owned by
wrong.
Valerie.
Tom, it's okay. You can admit you were wrong occasionally. I know that it's hard. You're a trainer. You're used to lying after races, but you can occasionally admit you were wrong.
How great is this with what they've all gone through, obviously, now winning for mom. Miguel Clammont, owned by Valerie Clammont. This is tremendous. 2-5-3-4. Let's go to Maggie.
What? Wait, we're trying to figure out who bred the horse. Okay, the breeder was Waterville and Christoph.
Yes, okay, we'll be very excited.
Well, hold on, don't walk away. I need you. You're doing a live interview, Valerie. That's okay. You look beautiful. Don't worry. This might be the toughest interview. As Miguel just said, this is his toughest owner as well. Valerie, congratulations.
Are we on air now?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
It's okay. It's just YouTube anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, this is amazing, right?
Yes, thank you very much. I started have horses because Christoph left. I would not be owning any race horses because he felt I would be his worst owner ever. I had an opinion about everything, especially about the jockey, the training and everything. I'm enjoying it very much, and today we made Christoph very proud.
You really
it's
did.
Beautiful, and especially Saratoga. So the whole team is together as a family. It's not easy because we all miss him, but it's a beautiful day.
I think I can speak for everyone that we truly miss him.
And the breeder is a wonderful friend as well. Dick Leahy, it's been fabulous, and I'm looking forward to carry on with him like Christoph was doing. And we've been together for many years, and that is special. I don't know if the jockey will enjoy me as an owner.
Well, you're like his surrogate mother, so he kind of has to deal with you, right?
I like it. And I don't know about my trainer.
Don't know about, well, he unfortunately is bound to you as your son.
But he doesn't give me updates. Should I complain?
Yes. Go, after you get your picture, complain as much as you want. Congrats, Val.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Valerie, come on. As Miguel said, definitely my toughest owner.
As it should be. Just an incredible storybook ending to the Belmont at Saratoga meet with Miguel Clammont winning the Manhattan, a race that was so important to his father. Of course, we lost Christophe Clammont, and now his widow winning with this horse off this incredibly long layoff for her son. That's a tremendous way to close out this card.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, really, racing just has so many great stories behind it. And when you look at this win today, and by the way, a training feat like that, it's really a beautiful thing.
Also with Joel winning, who was kind of the favored rider for the barn as well. It's a nice thing, you know. Horse comes off a long layoff, and nice to see.
A few summers ago, they were, seems like they couldn't lose a race here early first half of the meet.
And I'm going to compliment Valerie. She managed to keep that much shorter than I would have thought. I would have gone over the 49 in that half.
Dividend recap off the bench. Maiden breaking win. Career start number 3. Why is it so hard to win off a layoff like that, Tom?
It's about fitness, and horses develop just like people. The older they get heavier, harder to get that weight off. Look, you go in the gym right now, you weren't doing what you were doing 20 years ago.
Why are you looking at me?
I was looking at Andy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't doing anything at the gym 20 years ago. I'm not doing anything there now, Tom. So I'm right in the same place.
Fun Friday afternoon. Tomorrow, of course, the star of the show, Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, Sovereignty. Is there anything standing in his way?
Yeah, they got a race, as you like to say. They don't run them on paper. They run them on TV sets. You can watch us tomorrow covering the race.
Part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. Jim Dandy, you do not want to miss it. Going to be a tremendous crowd on hand as well. I hope you enjoyed our Friday coverage. Wow, did Smoke and Wicked look good for Della Stewart.
Oh, yeah, that was the highlight of the day, for sure.
Back tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern start time on Fox Sports 2. Big Fox show begins at 3 Eastern, and then FS1 6 to 7. We'll see you tomorrow.